It's on this shorty new year, shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our mod Avengers will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright, because the Shorty Camp leader is a fucking delight. It's on this shorty new year, shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. Your opinions are valid. You can fly like a bird with the comments and scream. You will always be heard. It's the best chat on YouTube. You can cuss all you want. And here at Camp Shorty, we even say cut. It's on this shorty new year, shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. Let your all caps be free. It's so liberating. We stay on topic, although occasionally things get a bit feral, but it's clear to see. It's a lit shorty new year, a shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our mod Avengers will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright, because the Shorty Camp leader is a fucking delight. It's on this shorty new year, shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here.
Hey, shorties. Hello, hello, hello. How are we this evening? Wait, what? 17 nights of shorty. What? You're very welcome. Yikes. Apparently we didn't reach the threshold yet. Hey, the kitty here. Puppy. Hi, Puppy. Puppy says hi. Hi, Puppy. Who else is here? Let's say hi to who else is here. Hi, Puppy. Excuse me. Thank you, gorgeous. Lynn-niece is here. Lovely. Kevin, here from the jump. I'm proud of you, sir. Oh, Poppy, come on now. Digital Lee's here. Taryn is here. Cynthia, Stephanie, Dave T, Sav, yo. Vixie, hi, hi, hi. Who's this, Melanie? Yes, Melanie, hello. Julie, good to see you. Nikki, hi. Oh my God, I can't see things. Poppy, you make it hard. Who knew? I don't know. I think Higgy knew. What do you reckon? Candy, hi. Kraken's here. We can get Kraken. Right. Bussy's here. He's got an antler in his mouth. Is that your antler? Say hi, chat. Hi, chat. Hi, babies. Well, blessed be the weather. It's been 40 degrees Celsius here for the last couple of days. And today it's still humid, but only it's 12 degrees cooler, or raining, eerie. Poppy, hi. Okay, bye. Didn't get a shift. So excited. So thank you for being here. We can do another one at least. Behind the magic. Hi. What the fuck? You're here? Amazing. Hi. Stream Elements. Thank you, kind bot. If you're wondering, that's not actually a human. That's a bot. See? Bot. And Melissa. Hi. Good to see you. Solo Dove. Hi. 40 degrees, sweaty tits time. Hell no. Yes, it's been fucking awful. I don't have air conditioning either. So inside my house last night at 9 p.m. was still 33 degrees. It's beautiful. I love that. Donkey's noggin. That took me a while to read. It's 6 degrees here and it's cold. Is that Fahrenheit? Because that's fucking freezing. 6 degrees Celsius is cold, but Fahrenheit, yike. Ava's mom, look at you go. Another one. I'm proud of you. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Skidding in basically on time. Poppy's always here. Okay, Poppy. Why don't you go and find an antler? I'm trying to be professional. Ow, ow, ow. Yes, Fahrenheit. Jesus fuck. Donkey's noggin. That's cold. Amy, good to see you. If you haven't subscribed to Amy Talk Time with Amy Boston, our girl Amy Boston, please go and subscribe. She did a beautifully heartfelt, very raw, but inspiring live a couple of hours ago. So go and watch it. Watch it on the replay. Go and subscribe. You've been inspired to get it done by you. I missed what you're inspired by, but I'm still so excited that I'm inspiring just one person. Oh, well, I didn't look like this a couple of hours ago. I've been up since 4. I was like, whoa, why is my alarm going off? What is this? My alarm is this sound, by the way. This is my alarm. It's very soothing until you have to hear it every morning at 3 or 3:30 every day for 18 months. My dogs were like, what? Fuck, you going to work today? I was like, no, guys, I'm going to do my streaming day 17, night 17. But that's why we pushed it back by 15 minutes, because I was a little bit sidetracked and I needed a bit more time to look like this. I don't wear any makeup to work, so when my peasant job. So yeah. Hey Vixie, good to see you. Vixie also has a channel. Please subscribe. Anyone with a channel here, tell us. If we don't already know, tell us, and we will put your link in the chat, because rising seas lift all ships, always. Strong women supporting other women. Changing up an extinct channel. Okay. Sav. You're challenging me. It is still only 20 past 8 in the morning. Twas snowing last night. Now it's pissing down at 8 degrees. Vixie, that sounds bloody awful. I'm glad for the rain today. It makes my lighting look better. And also, it's sort of cool. Oh, Christine. I'm so happy you've come out of the lurk. Wow, welcome. You will love it here. Best chat on YouTube, best mods, best community. Lurkers are fine. We love lurkers too. But it's so amazing when someone decides to come. Poppy, don't lick me. Do you love this Pop? She licks me all the time. She's so enthusiastic, Christine. But welcome. Thank you so much for joining us out of the lurk. And I'm glad you've been watching along. Poppy. There's Poppy. That's my dog voice. Okay. You want to go and sit down? Yeah, you're beautiful. You're a beautiful girl. You're such a lovely girl. But go and sit down now. Bye-bye. Okay, bye. She's not hot. She pants like that all the time. It's lovely. I love it when it's extra hot, because she pants hot breath in my face. I'm like, man, it's too hot. Let me say hello to a few more people. Amber, hi, girl. Good to see you. It was a great little talk time with Amy. It really was. If you're not aware, Amy was just recently, a month or so ago, diagnosed with breast cancer. So Amy has had some pretty strong feelings about that. She's got all the friends around her, and she's got the right mindset, but it's still pretty confronting, right? Amy has a GoFundMe set up, because she has to take some time off work. There it is. She has to take some time off work, obviously, to have a double mastectomy and then reconstructive surgery. Boobs. Chat. Let's drop some boobs in the chat. If you remember, you have the access to the bright pink boobs emote. If you're not, there's ways to do it. Just do a couple of brackets with a dot in the middle and a Y in the middle of that. New boobs. But first, some pretty confronting stuff for Amy's mortality. But we've got this, Amy. So if you can donate even a small amount or a large amount to Amy's GoFundMe, I always go to say Defense Fund Amy, we'd love that. Hey, wait, I just thought about my microphone. I think it's not on the right thing. Let me double check. No, it is. Boom, professional. Huzzah. Boobs. That's it. Prayers. Thank you, Sharon. That's really kind. Yeah, Debbie. Hi, Debbie. Definitely go and watch. She's good people. There's about 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes of, like Gazella, Grizzly True Crime would say, Bill Gates took over, and Amy's glitched a little bit and then dropped off the screen for a bit, but hang in there, because she comes back. Of course she does. Amy, the Phoenix, of course. All the boobs in the chat. Yes. Hi, Amanda. Good to see you. Boobs. There's the other way. If you don't have access to the emote, there it is. Yes, they're nice titties, Taryn. Good one. Boobs. Love. Hey, public watchdog. Good to see you. Baker. Well, Higgins showed me how to get the ladies, sir. You know it.
Well.
Thank you for reminding.
Well.
Taryn doing magician shit behind the scenes. Love. Caroline, happy to have you alongside us. We will body double with you while you cook. Lovely. Correct, Shelby. $1,000. Donate $1,000 to Amy's GoFundMe, and I will take my top off. A promise is a promise, right? All in one go. One person, one go. 1,001. Nah, 1,000. Baker's here. Hi, Baker. I'm so broke. Can't even afford to pay attention. I like that one. You wrong, Shelly Babes. Hey, good to see you. Okay. Please, can I? Of course, you can put your revamp channel link, Sav. Of course. And then we'll put it into Stream Elements. Of course. God, that's what we do here. Absolutely. Taryn is amazing for many reasons. Hey, before we move on to the testimony, I want to say a sincere, heartfelt, like 10/10 level appreciation for my beautiful moderators. I asked a lot of them in scheduling 16, now 17 nights of Shorty. I didn't expect them to be here every day. I actually gave them full permission to work out some sort of a roster and choose a live and have a day off here and there. And you know what? For the most part, every one of them have been here every day, every night. And like, that's a huge commitment. And not just there, we've been there together for each other for weeks and weeks and weeks behind the scenes too. So thank you, ladies. There are a couple of boys too, Scotty, Zach, Valhalla, apparently, lol. But girl code, and like I couldn't do this without you. So thank you very much to Taryn, to Amber, to Michelle, to Steph, Amy, Shelby, Prince Lover, and then occasionally, sometimes, Sammy, Dog Mom, Knick Knack, and Aussie very occasionally. So thank you so much. And chat, can we give a bit of appreciation for the mods? Because that's a big ask. That's like over the holiday period when it's family time. Thank you so much. Like, thank you so much. It is going to be a good one, William. Amazing. Let's fucking go, right? Hello, homies. Thank you. Thank you so much. I mean, we get to the 3-hour mark and I get a little bit distracted. 4 hours. Whew. And tonight I think we're going to be here for 4 or 5. Well, I'll try not to pause too much. But, you know, it's a whole day of testimony. And, okay, thoughts and prayers. It's Higgy. I've resisted doing this testimony, like covering it because, excuse me, like it's so cringe. He's so cringe, not to mention a murderer, allegedly. So that, thank you, ladies. Thank you. Yes, best mods, best chat, best community. Like, honestly, not just moderators. Like, these are my friends. I'm gonna cry. Anyway, what do we got? Oh my fuck, here we go. She goes, how do we do this? Present screen. Hey, share this stream out on your socials. Hit the like and engage in the chat. It's a great chat. Yeah, you've got to subscribe. You can unsubscribe afterwards. I don't think you want to, but you can. Hell, you might even get gifted a membership. You might like it here. If you're replay crew and you'd like to see the chat in live replay on your handheld device, while I do try to put most comments up on screen, I don't always get to all of them, and it's kind of fun. Yeah, I'm crying. No crying. Yeah, replay crew. You can view the live chat replay on your handheld device by simply going to the comments tab, and instead of tapping on it, swiping left, and it'll give you the option for live chat replay instead. So that's cool. That's for any channel. Didn't know that, did ya? Hi, Be Love, Live Love. Good to see you. Susan Vagani. Yes, I'm still saying hello to people. I didn't say 47 degrees. It felt like about 915,000 degrees. LA, hi, initial twin. It was, I think it was 42 here, by 42 degrees late yesterday afternoon. Fuck my life. There's no crying. Somebody tell that to Shorty, because I cry most of the time. Also, while we're talking about crying, and then we'll get into it. Today is the 22nd anniversary for my beautiful husband, my high school sweetheart, Robert, passed away on this day, the 6th of January. It's the 6th here, 2003, from a ruptured cerebral aneurysm. He was my best friend. So this is amazing that you all can be here with me. And, cheers, Robert. He was the best man you'll ever meet. Honestly, you would not find a human on this planet that would ever say a bad word about that man. He was amazing. He was 27. We were both 27. And so, yeah, thank you for being here. Let's have some fun. And that's all that Robert would have wanted. And I miss him every day. Absolutely. All right. Enough of that. Let's get fucking feral. How do we do this? Share screen. This one? Yeah, day 17 of trial. Hear ye, hear ye. Oh, mouse, I said share. That, thanks. Okay, what do we got? We got volume? Yes. There's Craig sitting at his tiny table. We need full screen. Make sure you can see that. Ah, good. I love when that happens. We're on mute. We love you, Robert.
Please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Call me Brian Higgins to the stand.
Baker. Oh my God. Poor Craig. Poor Craig. Hi, are you serious? I'll try and say hi to everyone as we get through, but if I don't, I'll catch you along the way. Hear ye, hear ye. Now.
You saw this with the evidence of the court and jury in the case down here, and should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but.
I'm going to play a trigger warning because fuck, it's Lally and it's Higgy. Are we okay? Emotional support chat, right? Before I press play, have a look at Bev. Look at her looking at him. It's a different vibe than what she gave the crash daddy, right? She's like, what's going on there at the back of your head? Your suit looks a little tight. Sir, did you throw your phone out at an army base? And if you did, you probably would have either broken or cut your SIM card, right, sir? We'll get there.
Yes, I do. Good morning.
He's going to tell the truth, chat. So help him God.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, jury. Fuck. Good morning, jury. Slime bag. Oh my goodness.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Action
Good morning,
I
sir.
love it.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Brian Higgins, Higgins.
And where do you live, sir?
Wait,
Barnstable
we're going to
County,
speed this shit up a little bit.
Massachusetts.
God
And
damn it.
how
Shep.
long have you
What
lived
are we
there?
doing here?
I've owned that property since approximately 2018.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
You wrong. Okay, one's in the chat if you actually think that it was Higgy who called into JFK. One's in the chat. Two's if you're like, hell no.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir,
No, no,
prior
Baker.
to that, prior to your
No,
employment with the
thank you
ATF,
for
what, if
coming
any
by.
other positions, what did you do for work before that?
I was a lieutenant with Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long were you a lieutenant with Cambridge Fire Department?
Interesting.
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was with Cambridge approximately 15 years.
Now,
Lot of
at
ones
some
there.
point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And when was that, sort of what year to what year?
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was
wait.
probably 2017, I purchased that house, and I sold it in January of 2022.
Can you recall,
Oh,
was that early
Catherine.
January, late January?
Hi.
On or about January 5th.
And when you sold that property, did you move down to Barnstable County or did you live somewhere else
Oh my
as well?
God.
For a period of time, I rented an in-law apartment in West Roxbury, and I had my property on Cape Cod as well.
And that in-law property in West Roxbury, that was in
Interesting.
2022 as well?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into
Yes,
January
please
29th,
do.
2022.
Amen,
Do you recall
Lally.
those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was Friday, and the 29th was Saturday.
If I could take you back just to at least a day or so before that, but specifically the 28th. On the 28th, where were you on that day initially?
New York City.
And why were you in New York City, sir?
I was in New York City for the funeral services of Officer Mora and Rivera, who killed.
It sounds real rehearsed, doesn't it, chat? He's reciting his lines here. It all goes to fucking shit, though, doesn't it? Can't wait till the end of the day. Yikes.
in the line of duty.
And fair to say there was a large
I'm going to
contingent
speed it
of
up a
law
bit more.
enforcement there,
We got a lot to get
Yes.
through.
including several people from Massachusetts.
Yes.
And when did you go down to New York City?
I believe it was the 27th of February.
January. And how much Coke did you buy, sir? Did you get it before you left or when you got there?
Might have been Thursday.
So was there a wake and a funeral?
There was a wake in the funeral. Some people
I
went to the
learned
wake,
from
some people went to the funeral. There were services in over those couple of days.
And you went to the funeral on the 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, do you make your way from New York City back towards Massachusetts on the 28th?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of day that was?
Late morning, possibly.
And why is it that you were coming back on the 28th specifically?
The anticipation of a blizzard.
And how did you drove, is that correct?
Wait.
I drove my government vehicle down to New York for the services.
Fucking yuck. Sorry, I just remembered. In this testimony, when AJ asks about Ghosted and Bev, oh my God, it's my all-time favorite line of Bev's. All-time favorite. I'm going to play it about 45 times when we get there. Is, did she ignore you? Oh, so good. So good. That's my favorite line of the entire trial. Did she ignore you? Well, maybe my favorite Bevism.
And what kind of government vehicle was it that you drove down and back?
That was a Dodge Ram pickup.
Now, on the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York City to Massachusetts?
Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez.
And who were they to you, and what, if any, relationship do they have to
Holly's
to
here.
working
Hi,
law?
Holly.
Well, first and foremost, they're all friends. Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department.
Oh, he
Brian
was?
Albert was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department. Eddie Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
And how long had you known each of these individuals?
So out of the group, Eddie Hernandez would be the person that I knew the longest. I had worked with him back in the early 90s at the Mass General. Then it would probably be Brian Albert. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit. And then Kevin Albert would be probably the last in the three that I knew.
Now, speaking to the Canton Police Department at that time, as far as your assignment went with work, where was it that you worked out of, or where was sort of your base of operations? So to say?
Canton PD, I had an office there.
No,
And how was it that you,
thank you,
that you came to have an
Silly.
office in Canton?
Yeah.
That relationship, it was through Chief Berkowitz,
Hi, Margaret.
born through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and he offered up the space because I had also moved there. So it was close. It was a jumping off point.
And were you the only federal agent that had space within the Canton Police Department?
I was the only one that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff. And there was also an MBTA police detective, transit police detective, who also had access there. But I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak.
Despite having a lot to get through, chat, today, I think we're starting early enough that we can not have it too fast. I don't want to lose the true body language of what he's, just all of it, the full nuance. We'll slow it a little bit down. I'm sorry, Lally. We cannot watch Lally on normal speed. It's like soul destroying.
And as far as your work or familiarity with work as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have access to a local PD or have an officer or desk there?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it's not abnormal to have space within a department that you work closely with.
Now, as far as the ride back is concerned, when you drive from New York City back to Massachusetts, about how long a drive?
Joey, hi.
So typically it'd be I'd say like a 4-hour ride, depending on traffic. This was longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and ate on the way back.
And when you arrive back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was
Vix,
a
look
Boston
away.
Police
Thank you for
Department
stopping by.
district in Charlestown, where Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City, if you know?
I believe that Brian Albert, Eddie Hernandez, and Kevin Albert all flew down to New York.
And they drove back with you because of the storm, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police Department where I dropped off Kevin Albert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Kraken says she watched AJ's closing statement right before this stream. His bullet list of every dot point to connect undisputed pure fuckery in this case solidifies how infuriating it is to retry her. Like, right? We'll do AJ's closing statements at some point, probably closer to the second trial. Wild to me. We've done 21, I think 22 of these We Need to Talks now, starting with Kerry Roberts. So if you're interested in watching any of these testimony reviews we've done so far, there's a whole playlist, and we've got plenty more to go. So if you like the idea of watching this old stuff and with a bit of commentary in there, that's there for you. Okay, here, let's go.
Now, as far as traveling up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone, did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
Brian Albert agreed to meet me there.
Wait, pause. Biffle's in the house. Yo, Biffle. Hi, Biffle. Good to see you. Biffle has his own bumper. Oh, wait. If you know what that is, that's this. Biffle. I sent mine, but the file was too big. Clip it. I should have taken his comment off the screen so you could see it. Don't worry, I'll be playing it again. Hi, Biffle. Good to see you. You
And
scallywag.
As far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes,
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But, I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
Now, as far as vehicles related to you,
But this-
whether they be personal or work and Canton PD, how many vehicles did you have at that location?
So I would have had my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times, it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
And the Jeep that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep, sort of what it looked like, what kind of Jeep it was?
So it's a 2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And the plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that how big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess, it was probably 6 feet 8 inches. I believe they make them in two formats, 6'8" and I think 7'2". But I believe.
Right, chat. This has been always a question, and please feel free to drop your thoughts in the chat. What's the true story of the Jeep, the plowing of the driveway, the parking of the Jeep? Share with us your thoughts. I'll leave mine. I've said mine plenty of times.
I have the smaller blade on that Jeep.
And how often would you have, was that like a year-round thing, or how often, when about would you have that plow affixed to the Jeep?
Inclement weather or impending into inclement weather.
And is that something that you used as far as what if any use did you put the plow in front of the Jeep to?
To help family and friends clear the property at the Cape. I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
And so you go
Hi, Pippa.
to the hillside. And, do you know about what time it was that you got there?
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Albert. Definitely would have been dark at that time.
And the hillside, is that an establishment that you're familiar with? You had been there before?
Yes.
And about how long was it after you arrived that Brian Albert arrived?
Shortly thereafter, probably, because I had traveled back, dropped the vehicle off. He may have even beat me there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but I don't think it was contemporaneous, but it was in close proximity.
And once you got to the hillside, how long were you there and how long was Mr. Albert there?
Hi, Jeff.
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink. The approximate time, maybe an hour or so. And then Brian had left before me. I remained, he left.
And if you know about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Can you repeat that again?
Brian Albert left before you, correct?
Yes.
About how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And
So
you
did
had some
Jen.
drinks at the hillside, is that correct?
I did.
So did
And do you
Jen.
recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and ginger.
And as far as where Mr. Albert was going, what, if any, conversation did you have about that?
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in Canton Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to come along?
Yes.
Now, the Waterfall, that's an establishment you're familiar with. You've been there previous times as well.
Yes.
And with respect to this evening, so you leave from the hillside and you go directly to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you got to the Waterfall?
Again, it was dark. It could have been around in the area, 9 o'clock.
And when you get to the Waterfall, do you recall where in relation to the Waterfall you parked the Jeep at that time?
No.
So you come into the Waterfall and where do you go?
I went to a series. I saw Brian and his family, and there was a series of high tops, and I proceeded to the high tops where they were.
Now, with respect to Brian Albert, how would you describe sort of your relationship around this time of January 2022?
He's a good friend. He's a coworker. I had been working closely with his unit. I'd say he was a good friend.
And through that sort of work and your friendship, were you familiar with his family as well?
Yes.
And so when you came over to the area where Brian Albert was, his wife was there, correct?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, was there that you were familiar with or that you knew when you came?
So it would have been Brian Albert. It would have been Nicole. I believe Caitlin was there. Caitlin Albert, Brian's daughter. Chris Albert, his wife, Julie. There might have been another couple, Matt McCabe and Jim McCabe.
And as far as the McCabe's were concerned, how familiar were you with that?
Casually.
Now, at some point you come in, you join the
Hi,
group, is that
Lisa.
correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe sort of throughout the entirety of the evening or your time at the Waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group within the bar?
It was a good time.
No arguments or anything like that you observed from anybody that was present over the
No.
course of?
No, it was a good time. And there was a band.
No. There was a band.
And if you recall,
There was no shaping up of any kind. There was no like, you coming?
about what time
None of
was
that.
it that you
None of that.
left?
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up. So it was probably closer to midnight.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came into the Waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant,
And just to be clear, when you're referencing the defendant, what is her name?
Karen Reed.
And just to be clear for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you identify just as where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between attorneys Jackson and Yannetti.
Interesting. He knows their names. Look at AJ's face. Yeah, let's fucking go. I will beat your ass.
Just ask the record reflect
I will
that
fuck
identification
you up.
to identify the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting there, as far as how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
Hi, Jenny.
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
And do you recall how it was or where it was that
Hi,
you
Phoebe. Good to
first
see
met
you.
Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe it was actually the hillside.
And how often would it be that you saw Mr. O'Keefe or socialized with
None,
him?
Joey. None.
I would see him at the hillside.
And as far as, were you familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for work?
Yes,
And what were you familiar with him doing for work?
he was a Boston police officer.
And with reference to Ms. Reed, how long had you known the defendant?
It would be about the same time,
And,
or as long as.
and so roughly, what was your understanding as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
Now, with reference to occasions, as far as would there be occasions typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed, or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
And did you have occasion to see them in other sort of
Right,
social
yeah.
settings outside of the hillside?
I went over the house one time for the end of Patriots game.
So if I could take you back, let me ask you this: as far as how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Now, through the course of time that you knew them, did you have
Really?
occasion to get their contact information and have communication with each of them through their phones?
I had John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
And with reference to those communications, were they texts, were they phone calls, or various?
Oh, they would be text.
And as far as the text communications that you had, you received his contact information, you texted, someone replied. How did you know that that was John O'Keefe that was replying to you?
Well, I had him saved in my phone, John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his phone number, but I knew it was him.
Now, on that evening, taking you back to the waterfall, January 28th into January 29th, do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And do you recall sort of where you were situated in reference to the table when they came in?
Pause. We might do Bukkake next. Well, wait. We won't do Bukkake. I mean, each to their own. Whatever floats your boat. But we might review Yuri Buchanan's testimony next, because that's the Sallyport video one, right? So we'll do that as our next witness testimony review, I think.
So I think I was at the high top bar area, the high top in the bar area closest to the bar.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed came into the waterfall, what, if
Lip
anything,
it.
did you
I
observe?
fucking love Bukkake.
Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it. I should say a glass.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the glass that Miss Reed took out of her coat?
It was a tall glass.
Hi, Crooked Halo.
It looked like a clear liquid in there.
And at some point, did you
Exclamation
come
point,
to find out
Phoebe.
where Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed had been prior to coming to the waterfall?
Section.
Are you familiar with another establishment in
My,
Canton called CF
my
Park?
earballs are already
Yes.
itchy.
Is that a place that you've been
Fantastic.
to before?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass that you saw with reference to the waterfall and or CF McCarthy's, what, if any, observations did you make of it?
Don't die, Amber. We need you.
Well,
we love you.
That it wasn't from the waterfall.
And what makes you say that?
Well, she walked in with it and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the waterfall had.
Hi,
And
Scott.
so let
Good
me
to
just
see
ask one
you.
further question in regard to that. So when you say it wasn't consistent, what was it about it that made it inconsistent with glasses from the waterfall?
I believe it was a tall glass and kind of like bubbles on the side of it, so to speak, like the design.
Now, after you make those
Oh my
observations,
God, Lally.
at some point over the course of the time that you were at the waterfall and they were there as well, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content. I don't recall what that was.
Is small talk fair to say?
I
Greetings.
mean,
And with regard to Ms. Reed,
Kinda
during your
fun.
time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversation did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Miss Reed's cell phone information?
I did not.
What?
At the time
Wait.
that you were at the waterfall?
Wait.
No.
You recall sending a text or?
Oh, yeah, right. Wait, right. Yes, that's right. That's right. I did have her cell phone. Weed whacker.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
My God, Higgy.
At this time, I know we've jumped around a couple of days, but at this time that you were at the waterfall on the 28th or the 29th, did you have Miss Reed's contact?
Yes, I did.
Fuck.
And at some
No,
point
yes.
over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Miss Reed?
I did.
Hi, Holiday.
Recall
Good
what
to
the
see you.
substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well,
And do you recall
good
as far
spot.
as that text
What's your
message or why
footy?
you had sent that to her?
to be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
Now,
Cringe.
around midnight or so, when you leave the waterfall, well, I'm sorry, let me take it back just one step. At some point over the course of the evening while you're at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion is there around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, there was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's pizza shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into going back to Brian Albert's house.
And as far as the invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was that something that was extended to the entirety of the table?
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the table, yes.
And Mr. Albert's house, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
I had been there, the twins' graduation party, which was
Yeah,
outside
Jimmy.
in the backyard. And I think I may have dropped him off on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mid.
Lally is very tedious. Yes. The thing is, we want to watch Higgy's. So I could skip through to the cross, but let's just get a little bit of this because it's important to see his lies, his demeanor, his everything, just to remind us. So if we can hang in there, I'll that we can do this, chat. We can do this together. Jenny, stay in the chat. Keep awake that way.
Mailbox, but those would be the only other times.
And are you familiar, at least now, with the address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
And the address was 34 Fairview Road.
That is correct, yes.
And about what time? About midnight or so, when you're leaving, who, if anyone,
Hi,
was
Robin.
leaving the bar around the same time?
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, as far as the time at the waterfall, with reference to either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to what they were drinking that night?
I think John was having beers, his typical, what I would see him with. And
Being
the defendant
friends,
had, glasses.
And do you recall her ever, at any point that you were there, if you recall, drinking out of a glass different than the one she took out of her coat when she first arrived?
I don't recall.
Now, you drove from the waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes. But the weather was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on. There was some snow on the ground, but it was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but the sidewalk had a light coating.
And you drive over to the home, and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there. Is that correct?
I did.
And so, with regard to the home, when you get there, what did you do when you got there?
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow and I did a little sweep of the driveway. And then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
No, I'm sorry, no. There wasn't any snow. You would have scraped the driveway. I don't think Brian Albert would have appreciated that. You would have damaged your plow, right? Plowing a snow-free surface? Just no. No, I do think he plowed. I think he plowed later. What do you think, chat? Just nah, Higgy. Dirty paws. Happy for all the dirty pauses on this fucking piece of trash human.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked as Exhibit 72.
Okay.
And Mr. Higgins, do you recognize what's printed up on the screen there?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
34 Fairview.
Right, Taryn?
Yes.
So clearly this is more snow than was there when he plowed the driveway. Taryn Wright, Taryn says for a law enforcement officer and decorated dude, he isn't very confident on the stand. I mean, everything about him is awkward, right? Everything. And I guess there's a lot riding on this for Higgy, isn't there? Wasn't there? Yikes.
So let me give you a laser pointer and just press that button there. So, Mr. Higgins, with that laser pointer now in hand, if you could direct the jury's attention to, if you see it in the photograph, where you parked your Jeep at.
So the back end of the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself. And the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
Just going to say thank you for being here. There's a few people coming into the stream a little later. We're watching, obviously, the decorated dude himself, Brian Higgins. It was day 17 of trial. We're going to go through all of the direct testimony, and then, of course, brace yourselves. We're going to listen to those texts again. Ha ha, ha ha. Ha ha. Every time he says ha ha, I'm like, ugh. So don't forget to hit the like on your way in. If you would like to join in the chat, you just need to subscribe. Hell, you can always unsubscribe later. Don't be scared. We love conversation and new people in chat. We don't bite, I promise. Best chat, best community on YouTube.
And so the front of your vehicle would have been pointing in which direction?
I believe that'd be going towards Chapman Street.
And so which part of your vehicle was closest to the house? So the driver's side or the passenger side?
Hi, Carrie.
So the passenger side would be closest to the house.
So you park along the front of the house sort of with traffic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and you can take that down.
Hi,
Thank you.
Susan.
So you arrive at the house. You did as far
was
as
that?
the maneuver
Yikes.
with the plow in the driveway. Then you park the vehicle, and where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house,
Pezzy.
who, if anyone, is there, or who, if anyone, is coming in with?
Exactly. None.
So I might have been there. Well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed
Hi,
up. I don't know if they
Priscilla.
entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house. What I recollect is that Brian Albert Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island area. And I believe he was flanked by at least
Hi, Jerry.
one female, possibly two, one on each side.
And either of those females, did you know them? Did you recognize them? Did you know?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house, when you park, when you do the sort of plowing in the driveway and then parking, did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
When I parked the Jeep?
Yes.
Well, yes.
Jeep?
So I made the sweep, and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So you had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street.
Yes.
And so when you come to the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence. There's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. And I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it, and Brian Albert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one, if not two females.
Now, at some point after your arrival, who, if anyone else, that you were familiar with came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
You know about how long?
Chat. If you're a member, whether that's whether you've got a non-consensual gifted membership from one of our beautiful supporters of the channel, or you're a fully fledged I'm all in member, a shorty. There are who, if any, or what if any? What if any? Is it what if any? Let me see. What if any? Members only emotes in the chat. So drop them in every time you hear Lally. It'll be raining purple. It'll be raining purple. Moving on, carrying on. Don't forget to hit the like.
It was after you arrived.
Or the down.
No,
Same
I don't
thing.
know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, float in at that point.
And beyond sort of the kitchen area that you were describing before, where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Albert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps. Gone into, I should say.
And do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
Now, let me ask you this. As far as yourself and or Mr.
Hi,
Albert,
Convince.
what if any familiarity or what if any background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period that you're talking about in
Wait, we also, thank you, Steph, for reminding me. There's also a pink Free Karen Reed members only emote and a blue Justice for Officer John O'Keefe members only emote. We have a big Yannetti Energy BYE emote. It's all happening. Drop them in the chat whenever you like. You may as well use them. Best emotes on YouTube, in my opinion. Hey.
in the other room, about how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there anyone else from the group that you described that was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on Fairview that evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not 100% positive.
So a relatively short period of time, is that correct?
It was a short period of time. I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there, it probably wasn't going to be a long time because I'm not a beer drinker and that's what they had. So I was probably one of the first people to leave.
Whatever. Yeah, you know what? Wait.
For that entirety of the time.
Grace from Dream Feed Media has postulated and done experiments and lots of research and etc. calculations to suggest that yes, Higgy was the first one out of the house, holding John O'Keefe, Officer John O'Keefe's phone in his hand, racing it in a beeline from either the front or the side front door, same, dropping John's phone on the lawn at that point without really any snow there at all, a light dusting, very light, and across the road to Kelleher's driveway to go hightail it out of there in his Jeep, which was parked there, not in front of the mailbox. This is Grace's theory. You couldn't have seen Higgy's Jeep from the road the way that Karen and John arrived and left. And the number of steps all lines up. If you haven't subscribed to Grace from Dream Feed Media, go subscribe, binge her content. She's amazing. She's got some really amazing findings and she's got a beautiful voice and she's a beautiful woman. All round 10-10.
Time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you've described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No.
Did you go upstairs at any time?
No.
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
No.
And when you exited the home, you recall which of the two
Yes.
doors that you described that you would
It's
have
fine.
exited from?
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time
The
that you
breezeway,
were
there you
there, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
And at any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview, do you, any of the people that were in the house, do you recall seeing them go outside
Thank
of the
you,
house,
Cheryl.
come back, or anything like that?
Membership gifting. Welcome Susan Weekly to members.
I can't
Yay.
say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house, but I think somebody might have been in the process of maybe being picked up.
And not anybody that you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Now, with respect
Females.
to the front of the house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was your attention drawn or did you look out the windows or the door or anything like that?
No.
And when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
So I would have had my back to that area, my back to the door that I came in.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview?
Oh my God,
Absolutely
Lally.
not. No.
Absolutely not. Emphatic denials. Telling. If you watch the behavior panel, absolutely not. Emphatic denials generally in this kind of context can be a little bit of a tell for deception. What was I going to say also? Something. Ew. Yes, females. I don't want to defend Higgy, but I think that the word to say females, because Brian Higgins said the same, sorry, Brian Albert used that same verbiage. I think it's a law enforcement terminology they tend to refer to. I think it would be force of habit to say females, but it just sounds gross.
And at any point in time over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those two people? while you were at the house on Fairview?
While I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
So after you left the waterfall, when you left the waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the defendant, still there?
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now, when you
So-
left from the residence,
I know we get there, but what about that tall, dark-haired guy that you'd never seen before? What was that? Higgy? We'll get there. Come on, sir. He's anyway.
and again, you're not sure what time that was,
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
and do you recall who amongst the group was still at the house at the time you left?
I think I was probably the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that you've described would have still been in the house when you exited from the house.
Yes.
Now, you indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You've been to his house for a graduation party for his twins, correct?
Yes.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date, did you become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert?
I know the name, and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Albert.
Kraken, I think karma always takes the wheel eventually, right? And in this case, karma or maybe the FBI. But yes, somebody do something. This is ridiculous. This is ludicrous. It's a sham. It's a farce. It's a cover-up. It's corruption. It's disgusting.
You familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know?
No.
And beyond the people that you've described as far as seeing at 34 Fairview Road, fair to say you don't recall anybody being introduced or identified as Colin Albert?
No.
Now, you exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the time now that you're exiting from the home, what, if any, change did you note as far as the weather intermittently?
Just that the weather was getting worse. The snow was picking up.
And as far as the accumulation that you had described before, as far as you could still see the blacktop and all that when you left the waterfall, what was it like when you came out of the house?
Again, I think that the streets that weren't being traveled, there was snow on them.
Ari, Lizzie's question as to whether the McCabe's have moved out of Canton. And Lizzie, are you serious? Saying I've heard nothing about the McCabe's leaving Canton. If the caught on video on Tommy CPU boots on the ground at the standout the other day is anything to go by, no, they're still in Canton. They're still driving past standouts, giving the old Canton salute. Classy. Scotty, you were there, right?
There was coverage.
And as far as the front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Can you rephrase that?
As far as the snow was concerned, was
Yes.
the snow
No.
sticking to, or was it accumulating on the lawn as well?
No, I didn't say that that the McCabe's had moved out of Canton. I said they were there at that standout, like driving past, being classy. Nah. I don't know shit about shit.
I believe so. I mean, when I walked from the breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
Hi, Pete. Good to see you.
Now, the front yard area of the house, is that something that you were looking at with any particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
And so when you get to your Jeep, can you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away, or
Yes,
what, if
Robin.
anything, you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it
know.
grinding on the ground, reached for the device called a fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow, and then drove away.
And the plow that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, how is, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled, and who controls that?
So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's on a cord, and it plugs in under the dashboard. I reached down to find out, I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's hydraulic based.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down,
You're all good.
is there any
All
other
good,
way
Lizzie.
that you can manipulate the
Yeah, we can
blade
clear it
as
up.
far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah, so if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
Airflow.
And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield?
0.
So even if it's raised all the way as far as it can go, you can still see over the top of the blade?
Yeah, if
course,
it
Lally.
comes even with
You're talking
the
about.
hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised.
So you pull forward. a
Hi,
couple of
Mrs.
feet,
G.
And then you lift it about how high did you lift it when you're pulling?
Thank you,
when
you
stop
too.
And then lift
It's
up?
Monday here, but thank
Probably
you.
like a foot or two.
And as far as
Exactly, Candy.
following that, you
Yikes.
pull away from the house, is that right?
God, Lally.
And as you're pulling away from the house, where is your attention drawn, or what, if anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away from the house?
Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away.
And when you drove away, again, during that process, did you see anything outside of the house that drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as when you get out to your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residence at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do you recall whether or not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do
Brian
not
Albert.
recall.
Brian Albert's the alpha.
Now, you
100%.
leave the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we'd left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me. As a courtesy, I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared. So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night. So that would be the reason for heading back.
Before we get a little more into that, as far as the funeral that you went to, were these
Oh
people
my
that you knew or
God.
had met or were familiar with?
Fuck's
No.
sake, Lally.
So you get back to the police station,
I
and
can't.
with regards
Well-
to the Canton Police Station, what, if any, access did you have to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. Generally in the parking lot, when you come into the police station, you drive in. Sally ports are
I
off
know.
to your right hand side. There's two bay doors there. There's a pass through door, and then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was typically, it would be my take home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Sally port.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something that you use as far as
See
conducting
me,
surveillance
right?
and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want to park, like, say, in front of the police station.
No.
Now, that path that you took, is that the typical path that you would take, sort of park to the back and then cut through the Sally port into the station?
Yes. That would be the route that I would go.
And if you recall, is that the route that you went on that particular early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Sally port, the first door would be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. Walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take you back just for a second, as far as when you initially walk into the Sally port area, that's
Lally.
a garage, basically, correct?
Yes.
It's
And when you
backwards.
come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior? How far away are the two?
So if you come in,
100%.
I guess what you're asking. So if I come into the Sally port,
All this extraneous, superfluous was 100% to drag it out, Shelley Babes. And that's a common consensus. His inability to ask questions in a linear chronological fashion is just manner is just pure, because he's scattered. We've seen his paperwork. He's just like carrying his book bag full of all the papers flying out everywhere. He's not organized. He's not organized in his thoughts. Makes you wonder really why he was put on this critical for the Norfolk County DA's office trial to be the lead prosecutor. Like, come on now.
Immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's probably 12 feet long to get to the other door.
So from where you're parking and where you come into the Sally Port, it's not like you
Good
then have
point,
to walk
Cynthia.
across the garage or
Why?
anything like that to get to the door into the station. Is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small,
And when you say small, about how far?
about 12 feet maybe.
Oh,
And so you come
12
into the station, you
this
go
will-
by the dispatch.
really.
Is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's a wooden door with 2 glass panes.
And as far as the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you familiar with or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Yes.
You're aware that those cameras record, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any records that are generated as far as your key card access when you go through a certain door at a certain time?
Well, I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
honestly, I think Jules, Lally, pulling your hair out would be a pleasure. Instead of listening to Lally, I think I'd rather stick a fork in both of my eyes, 2 forks, and twist them than listen to Lally. But here we are. We're doing it together.
And did you happen to go by
Thoughts and
the
prayers,
dispatch
chat.
area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably he was on midnights.
Do you have any specific recollection of seeing him there that evening or that early morning when you came by?
I believe I waved to him.
And as far as when you get to the police station, do you have how far drive is it from Fairview to the police station, if you know?
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up, so it probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
Now, the key that you went to your office to get key, correct?
Yes.
And why had you left the key to one of the vehicles in the office?
So as I stated earlier, I anticipated not even being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
And then
Interesting that he's using present tense also. I go, that's very scripted. I go. It's not natural unless he's back in the moment, which I don't think he's like taken back to the moment and he's reliving it. And so he's speaking in present tense. But interesting way, interesting phraseology to be talking about I do this and I did and I went.
at some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicle?
No,
around that you
Michael.
left Canton PD?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
Chat, lol. Last night, if you weren't here, we had someone come into our chat claiming to be, I was at the party. I was at the after party. I'd like to talk to you if you are able to disguise my voice, change my voice. I was like, interesting. Well, sure. Email me. We can talk. My people can talk to your people. Attention seeking troll. Not legit. But it was a cute little distraction.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you've described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
And if you know about what time was it that you got home to West Roxbury?
Hi, Sean.
Could have been somewhere around 20 or 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime between 1:30
Super
and 2 a.m.
squirrel,
is that
hi.
roughly around?
Yes.
And when you get home, do you recall like what it was that you did when you got home?
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the traffic, it just seemed like it dragged on forever. But I think I did what I typically do after being out, having a couple of drinks. I had something else to eat, and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks and either laid on the couch or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location I was in at that point.
100%, Mello.
Fall asleep at
100%.
some point later on that morning or something, you wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that awoke you on that morning?
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
And if you know about what time in the morning was that?
Probably around 6:30-ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you look at your phones and who, if anyone, was blowing up your phone, who was calling you with that?
Well, I think first it was Chief Berkowitz and then Brian Albert.
And you mentioned first it was Chief Berkowitz. Did you answer the chief's call at that time?
No.
Okay, yes, he does use I believe and I think a lot. I mean, the queen of the I believes is Ali McCabe. Wow. Qualify that, protect yourself against impeachment. What? Using I believe means that you cannot be impeached on the stand. I mean, you can be like, well, I didn't say for sure. I just said I believe. It's distancing language. It's distancing yourself from speaking with conviction. And yes, Ali McCabe, correct in true like mother like daughter fashion. And I believe almost every single thing Ali McCabe said was prefaced with an I believe. We did that. We covered her testimony a couple of nights ago.
And was that
It's in the
abnormal for the chief to be
playlist.
calling you at that time of day?
No, he's an early riser, and typically when he was working, again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with each other. So I just kind of blew, like, why are you calling me this early? Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like, that kind of caused me some concern, because I'm like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday. We both had the same long day, and I was concerned at that point.
And so you answer the phone from Mr. Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did he tell you?
Objection. I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
Woo!
So you received a
Amazing.
call from him, and you had some
Amazing.
sort of conversation, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, from the time that you got
Hi,
home to the
Lisa.
time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, do you recall having any phone calls or conversations with anybody during that time period?
No.
And specifically, did you talk to Brian Albert on the phone at any point between the time you left his home and the time that you woke up the next morning to his phone call?
No, I did not.
Now, the
Hi,
previous
Miss
day,
Noma.
over the course of it, we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the hillside and going to the waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house. Had you and Mr. Albert communicated via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call at any point in time during the course of that day?
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yes.
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that phone call that you received from Mr. Albert, based on whatever information that you learned from that, what did you do then?
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
And when you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
And if you know, about what time or so was it that you arrived back at 34 Fairview late that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see?
I mean, I just went into the house.
As far as outside of the house, when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see outside the house?
I don't recall. Maybe a police car. I don't
Hi,
remember.
Gigi.
Now, with regard to
Wait, did I press it? No.
talking with the weather,
Hi,
when you woke up and
Gigi.
you were driving
Hi.
back to 34 Fairview, what was the weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home to West Roxbury the night before?
It was real bad.
And
Pete.
as far as when you get to the house at 34 Fairview, sometime around 7 a.m. or so, where is it that you parked in relation to the home at that point?
I might have went in the driveway. I don't remember specifically where I parked.
And as far as other vehicles there, how many other vehicles, were there more or less vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before?
Oh God, Lally.
I couldn't say definitively.
And when you come into the house, who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house when you get there?
So I saw Brian. I saw Nicole. Brian Jr. may have popped in and out of the kitchen, same kitchen area that I was in before. Jen and Matt McCabe. And then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
And Julie Albert,
With
when she showed up,
donuts.
what, if anything,
Lol.
did you observe her to have with
Oh,
her when she showed
wait.
up?
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
Muffins. It was donuts. Get the story straight. Hey, I just said lol. Lol. And there's a new emote in the chat. It says, apparently you all think I say lol, but I say lol, but it says lol. And that was requested by my mod squad. So drop it anytime I say lol. Feel free.
And as far as the house when you come in, sort of the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
Yes.
People were pretty distraught
And did you know why
Hi,
they were
Sue.
distraught?
because John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone to the house?
Did you put him
Yes.
there? Did you put him
And
there?
when you received that information or were informed of that, how did you receive that information, or what, if any, impact did that have on you?
Well,
Hi, Cambry.
If you sustain, you can ask it.
Woo, she sustained another one. Wow.
When did you first learn of Mr. O'Keefe being found on the lawn at 34 Fairview?
During the phone call at about 6:30ish when
I'm hungry,
Brian Albert,
Lois.
when I spoke with him.
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
It didn't make sense to me. I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
Wow.
And
Wow. Wait. Wow. Wait. Really, sir? What about that tall, dark-haired man you'd never seen before?
30ish when Brian Albert, when I spoke with him.
and what was your reaction when you received that information?
It didn't make sense to me. I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
And so from this time that you're in the house,
Hi, Polly.
do you recall any sort of conversation about within the group as far as what was going on?
Objection.
Did he speak to Ally McCabe?
Yes, I recall that there was conversation and it was,
Just
Like all of us,
Okay.
Bill.
questions to Ally?
Now, from the time that you arrived there later on that morning, about how long?
He is getting a little flush around the face here, just on his cheeks, that rising flush of. I mean, that collar is kind of tight.
Period
Too.
of time were you there for?
less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
I don't know if I went back to the police station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
And if you went to the police station, why would you have gone to the police station at that point?
Right, Holiday?
Because I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset.
Sticky, hi.
Those would be the reasons.
Do you recall
You're
whether or not?
wrong.
Do you recall whether or
You're
not you were at
wrong,
the police
Caroline.
station that day?
Yes,
No, I'll allow it.
yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
And do you know about how long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
No, I couldn't say specifically.
And after you left the police station that day, where did you go from there?
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury.
Right, Mrs. G?
I don't specifically remember.
Now, again, from when you went, maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes,
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I believe I was in that vehicle all day.
Now,
You believe? You believe. Were you or were you
at
not?
some point, a few
Touch
days
his face.
following this, did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state police?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Bukaki.
And were you familiar with those troopers prior to that day that you met with them?
So I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan.
Bukaki.
Evidently, I was reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made, but I didn't remember him.
And as far as you mentioned, sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Mechanic or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan
Bukaki.
on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink.
Bukaki has children.
But I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly. But I also, that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands, I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area. And that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
Now, when you met with him on this day, do you recall specifically what
Oh
day it was?
dear. Hi.
No,
If I said February 3rd, would that sound about right, or if you know?
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything, did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendant.
And how did you, in what sort of format did you provide those text messages to the troopers?
Well, they were copies. and I believe that the format would be the way to categorize it, screenshots.
And how is it that you sort of generated these from your phone?
I consulted a coworker, who's also a friend, and he has the training with the cell phones. I told him I wanted to provide these to the state police. You know, what is the best way?
So scripted. Does anybody know what's happened to this friend? Did he have any repercussions for his like breaking the law, hella law, by letting someone use the tools of data extraction from a phone for personal reasons? Anyone?
That I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement.
And why was it that you felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those with troopers?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
Now, with reference to either or both of those
Fully
communications,
transparent. Lol.
Mr.
Lol.
O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the material that you provided to the troopers, what, if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to them?
Nothing.
So as far as the material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yikes.
Yes.
There's no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
No, exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to them or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that?
Bukaki. Pausing to say, by the way, if you're new here, we are all good with all caps. Go for it. Doesn't distract me. I doesn't seem like yelling. I fucking love all caps. So if you want to type something in all caps, everything in all caps, let your all caps be free. Just make sure you turn off your caps lock when you leave the chat, and don't go into other chats with that shit, because Scotty McGuinness will wield his wrench at you if you do.
If you recall.
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Oh, so I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me, are these, I would say in sum and substance, he said, you know, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly when I captured everything is exactly it is what it is. Everything that was on those phones was provided. Nothing was deleted.
Hi, Crystal.
And as far as when you provided these text communications to the troopers, was that something that they had asked for, or was that something that you volunteered?
I volunteered that to them.
And upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have further questions beyond what?
Pause. Yes, in Australia, we do say the C word. Trying to desensitize you guys, y'all Americans. It can be a term of endearment, or it can be a hard T and zero endearment. It can be, but we have a cunt emoji here. Whoa, there goes the monetization. Drop it in the chat. Bill, feel free to desensitize all of us further. We can say that. Even my intro song says the word cunt.
What they had already asked you based on what you provided.
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to John O'Keefe and the defendant, as far as intimacy and things like that. There was more detailed questions that followed.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Hi, Fern's mum. Mom. Oh, mum. Hi, Laura. I meant to say hi before. Hi, gorgeous.
Thank you.
This guy is a hard T for sure, Joseph. Cunt.
Sure, I'm going to show you two documents. One
Yes, speaking.
is 12 pages long, one is 56 pages long. You can just look at those. Familiarize yourself with them, look up when you can.
She glares hard, doesn't she? There's Madam Court Reporter looking beautiful in blue.
Do you recognize what those
Electric
are, sir?
blue.
Sure. My apologies. Do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize those?
So those are the two documents that I provided to the troopers during the interview.
And the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe.
and the longer one about 56 pages long or so. Who, if any, one of those communications?
The defendant.
Can I approach them?
Yes.
Almost.
Yes, she'll allow it.
Okay. So we'll do them separately, please, so that the first 12-page one. Thank you.
Don't forget to hit the like, y'all. Half of you haven't hit the
Yes.
like. Yikes!
Direct
Almost.
your attention first to what's marked as Exhibit 103. And is that the communications, or the text communications that you had with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And sir, if I could turn your attention
Yay,
to
not that,
the
Auntie Bev.
first
Yikes!
sort of
Yikes!
content within that, just in reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr.
You're
O'Keefe?
wrong. Hi, Kathy,
Wednesday,
good to
November
see you.
24th.
And in general, can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about on Wednesday, November 24th?
Bum bag, a fanny pack. Wait.
He basically, it's kind of hard to read. I apologize, but it looks like he's just reached out to me. He said, "What's up, pal? Where are we going to hang local? We are going to hang local. Are you drinking?"
So he's
Okay,
out, he's trying
so-
to see where you are and if you want to meet up.
Yes.
Now, sir,
Chat, thoughts and prayers. We can do this. Listening to Higgy read out the texts, read them into the record. It starts now. And I'm sorry. This is why I haven't covered this particular testimony, Higgy Piggy, the decorated dude himself, because cringe. But we can do this. Ha ha.
sir, if I could direct your attention to the last page within those documents you have
Thanks,
before you.
Taryn. Trigger.
So with reference to, there's some conversation on the bottom of that last page from Sunday, January 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch Patriots game, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to this date that we've been talking about as far as the 28th
Sorry.
and 29th?
Yikes.
How long before?
So it was the 16th.
So
Might have been the 15th into the 16th, I believe.
so that text on the
Hey, Charlie.
16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch Patriots
Such
game?
a crumb, Kathy. Yes.
Well, with a text where I asked if I broke his nephew's toy video game would have been the next day.
Wait.
Now,
So
in reference,
this story, he tells this story like it's kind of like embarrassing and wow. The fact that he thought that maybe while drunk with John, he broke John's nephew's game thing, controller thing, just goes to show like what kind of grown man throws a controller to the point that when he's drunk, he's that aggressive. Says a lot, right?
reference to Mr. O'Keefe, you described that he was a friend of yours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, where you used to live in Canton, where was that or how close was that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe lived on Meadows Ave?
Not far at all. Several blocks.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game, at some point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th to 7th.
I even remembered that I was muted. Hey, just one thing, not to get this into anybody's head, but Taryn did drop a few more songs in sound bites in, and this one, sorry in advance, but
Shorty swing my way. Swing it over here, shorty.
And I shot him a text and said, do you want me to clear the driveway for you?
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you would offer to clear out his driveway.
Yes.
Now, on this occasion that you go over there for the Patriots game, prior to that, had the two of you had any conversation or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Yes, a number of times at the hillside, I was asked, hey, we're going to watch the last half of the house. You want to come by? Things like that. Yes.
And had you ever taken Mr. O'Keefe up on any of those prior invitations to come by the house and watch?
No.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was that you took him up on it this
Thanks.
time and went over?
I'm just
Well,
me,
I felt bad. I had never been over there.
big man.
I've been asked repeatedly. I knew it was probably going to be the last game. for the season. And I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself, and then also from the defendant on independently.
Now, in reference to you thinking it was going to be the last game of the season, do you recall like
Big
was it
mad.
regular season
We're
game,
gonna-
playoff
we have a
game?
big mad
Who were they
emote.
playing? Do you recall any of that?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs or it was just another game to me, but I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
And so, if you recall that evening, about what time was it that you stopped by Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh yeah.
And in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house on that?
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one point. I think maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe maybe Mr. Curran. I never met him before. I think they
Not yet.
introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother, and then John's nephew. And I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
Fake, fake,
the
fake,
defendant
fake
agreed to that
crying,
as well?
fake,
Yes.
fake.
And as far as
No.
the Currans are concerned, are those people you're familiar with, and how do you know that?
Again, the Hillside. I met them there, and I believe through John O'Keefe.
How well did you know them at that point?
Not very well.
Now, you mentioned that John's nephew was there. Had you ever met him before?
No.
And what, if any, interaction did you have with his nephew while you were there?
Uh,
I'll allow it.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Emotes in the chat. Yes, LA, initial twin. What happens when Higgins gets mad about something that matters, not just a game? Does he beat someone to death? Lie about someone who ghosted him by attempting to get them life in prison? Right. That's what I'm saying. If this man is while drunk, happy to throw a game controller across the room and possibly break it, knowing that he would have thrown it so hard that he could have broken that controller, what does he do when he's worried, like big mad about something that matters to him? Indeed. Right there, LA. Zinger.
we were playing video games together.
And so the text, if I could direct your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page. Specifically, there's
Yes, Christy. That's the
text
one.
exchange between the two of you on Sunday, January 16th, correct?
I see the text.
That's about 9:30 in the morning, is that correct?
Mr. Lally, on this last page, which one is it? 1, 2, or 3?
Oh, Mr. Lally, what are you doing? Lally.
Can you repeat that again?
Oh my God.
Yes.
Repeat it again or just repeat it? He is not a good person.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to read. I apologize.
Exactly. Why would you throw something full stop? Oh, I mean, I've thrown things, but
So I would direct your attention to, right about there, where it says Sunday, January 16th. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And that indicates about 9:33 in the morning.
Yes, I see it.
And if you could read from that text exchange, and if you could indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying it.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. Haha. I'm not sure.
ha ha. Ha ha.
I'm not sure who's saying that.
Not sure
Ha-ha.
who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning. But I'm not sure who was saying that.
And what, if any, other communication is there later on in the same chain?
All right, I see John.
Charlie.
Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO?
I love
Was
that.
I really playing video games? That would have been me. And then it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game. If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit?
I didn't.
And then
Ha-ha.
it says, I don't think so. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
Is that the end of that
And then
the conversation?
it appears to be it. Yes.
Yes,
And the
Lois, he
next,
was already
conversation
blaming
begins
Karen.
on what's indicated as Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is that correct?
Oh, Lois, yes. Words matter. Or just like it's misogyny, right? Sorry, guys, but this is misogyny. Man, child, man, children, whatever, can do no wrong. I blame Karen. Fuck off. Ugh, revolting.
Yes.
And is it your recollection that that was
Yes,
January 29th?
revolting. Agreed. Strongly agree.
Yes.
There's nothing like boobs.
And is that
Hi,
a
Bob.
message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I said, are you coming here with three, followed by 3 question marks.
And again, Mr. O'Keefe, based on your recollection and based on the records you have before, you never responded to that text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you never saw him after that, correct?
Never again, no.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Boobs. We love boobs here. Everyone loves boobs. And Cox, but Jim Cox isn't here. Lois Cox is here, though.
Yes.
Everybody
Please feel
loves
free to
Cox.
stand up and
Oh, sidebar. Sidebar. Who said I blame Karen? I'm pretty sure it was Higgy. Said I blame Karen, right? Chat. Obviously, these cops drink and drive. Yeah, obviously, Miss Noma. They do. They can do no wrong. Also, someone said before, like if you can get away with drinking and driving if you're a cop. In particularly in this beautiful township of Canton. But also Jim Cox. No, not Jim Cox. Just Jim. Court clerk Jim. Also, fine with him drinking and driving, hitting an elderly woman, injuring her very badly, whipping his dick out on the street and hanging a piss. And then Bev says, here, let me look after you, Jim. Come be my clerk. Jim, you special man. Put your dick away, Jim. LA says, I also put the B in LGBTQI plus. But yeah, extra worry of does she even like women like that? Makes it hard. I feel gameless. If I ever feel gameless, I just remember this man. Mate, I think Higgins is a lesson to us all. If ever we feel like we have no game, just remember, weed whacker. Well. No, this is Lois. Hi, Lisa. So many Lisas in the chat. I swear it's the #1 shorty name. Me, also Lisa. Yes. I don't have cocks on the brain, but boobs and cocks. It's a funny whole thing. It's a whole funny thing. I mean, I have many things in my brain, but maybe cocks is one of them. I don't know. There's all these different tracks in my head. I can't keep track of them. Red Metal says, Higgins is the guy I absolutely couldn't stand to take a turn reading in English class. He is a government official, for God's sake. Ha ha. Ha ha. Yikes. And some of the McAlberts did the same as Paul O'Keefe. Well, yes, they're birds of a feather, aren't they? Ha ha. I'll skip through in a second. Hang on. In his defense, his doctor says he has urinary control issues. Ha ha. Lisa. So many Lisas. Lots of Lisas. It was in the top 3 names in the 1970s for about a decade of girls' names. 69. Taryn. Thanks, Bob. Bob's putting those emotes to good use. Miss Shorty, thank you for pulling up those chats to me. I would have missed them otherwise. Still calling around, but not looking good. Oh, hang in there, love. You guys in your weather over there, wild. Meanwhile, here it's been a heat wave. Very, very hot. Very, very hot. And now it's raining and I love it. Oh, thanks, Bob. They cost me a lot of money, man. They'd want to be all right. Here, let me see if I can skip through this. What are we doing? What are we doing with our lives? Peggy. Fake tears? Just a bit of tibless sleep? Okay. Karen, how long was this sidebar? Wait, this could be forever. Hang on. Jesus, fuck chat, thoughts and prayers. Hang on, here we go. Liza. As soon as I skip it, I can do this. Oh, lucky. Fan. Oh, Jesus, lucky. Chat. Oh, well, here we go. Walk and talk. Oh, my God, it's still a sidebar. Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness.
See is testimony.
What have I done now? I'm a professional.
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
Text message.
Wait. Okay. Far out. We're professionals here, chat. All rise. Oh my goodness.
Things
Nice
easier
screaming.
for you. So it was worth the time.
The infamous fan. Thanks, Wadia. How bloody awful was it? It was still 33 degrees inside my house last night at 9 o'clock at night.
And
Chat
Mr.
is
Lally,
vague.
if you're going to start, are you going to start
That
right with
is vague.
messages?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Oh my
Folks,
God.
be mindful of the instruction I've given you on digital evidence on what you have to find before you consider them. Also, I want to tell you that what you're going to hear or see
It's so
is
cringy.
testimony about certain statements allegedly made by the defendant. You're to view those statements solely for the limited purpose of the defendant's
Trigger
state
warning,
of mind,
chat.
as it might go to the nature of the relationship with John O'Keefe and potential motive. Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, go ahead.
Can I approach the witness?
Yes.
Presenting before you now a separate
Cringe.
series of documents.
But wait, before we get going on that, thank you, Charlie Lynn. The fact that Big Hig never responds after Karen texted John died, speaks volumes. Be a man, Higgins, and tell Levi the truth, right? Thank you so much for your super chat. That's really kind of you. Wait, Taryn's put me some new sound bites here. Let me see what I got here. What's this? What's this? Where is it? Oh my goodness. This. But also this.
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
We can do this, chat.
Page number just for your references on the side there. In general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
Text messages between the defendant and I.
Oh,
You want to come up and move to introduce and admit as the next exhibit?
No, not as the next exhibit. We are going to mark that 104A. Yes.
but still Lally.
103A.
it.
John O'Keefe's texts were 103. So it's 104A. And jurors, you'll have both
Hi,
Exhibit
Dave.
104 with
Good
you
to
that was a
see
little
you.
bit difficult to read. What we've taken all this time for as counsel was great to work out a form that is
Same.
much clearer for you to be able
Same.
to read, and that will be attached or right with Exhibit 104.
Well, dear, yeah, my bedroom, even with a little mini air conditioning unit cranking, I do have aircon in my room, but it's fucking terrible. Was still, I think, 28 at like 1 a.m. Yuck.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Your Honor. Now, Mr. Higgins, first of all, may I
Yes.
request permission to
Yes,
publish
yes.
the on screen?
Yes.
Starting with page number 1.
Yes, Phoebe, 100%. 100%. Cringe alert, right? Warning, warning. Womp,
Now,
womp.
Mr. Higgins, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as Exhibit 104A?
Yes.
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and
Dave
Ms.
is
Reed.
back.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And on what dates did you first receive any communication?
We
from
can
her?
do this.
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
Weed whacker.
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022.
No, I had not.
So initially, you received a text on that date from an unknown number. Is that correct?
Okay.
Yes.
And from the text before you and what's up on the screen, as far as there are gray
Hi,
bubbles on the
Jan.
left, blue bubbles on the right, which is you and which is Ms. Reed?
The blue bubbles would belong to myself.
So the other bubbles would be Ms. Reed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m. Is that correct?
The
Yes.
fans.
And
even.
what was the content of the message that you received?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hey, Brian, it's
Welcome
Weed
to
Whacker.
Cringe. Weed whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir,
Oh,
if you
God.
can't see the screen sort of from where you are, you can read along.
we can
with,
do
the
this,
exhibit
chat.
before you.
Okay.
Now, as far
Work
as
away, Melissa. Yeah, I'm chilly.
that communication is concerned, is the weed whacker, what, if any,
Yes,
meaning
same.
did that have to you? Or
So ultimately, it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
and how did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired
Speaking of
to you
that.
that led to that?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker.
Weed
And
whacker.
I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized
Hi,
that
Michelle.
she clearly
Woo.
must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and
Charles.
as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me.
Wait, yes. Look at his face now. His ears are redder. So the flush that was in his cheeks now, all the blood's rushed out of his cheeks. But he's got red all here. Interesting. Gee, the rain's really coming down outside. Love. Oh, wow. Press play.
I was in that vehicle.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 6 within that exhibit before you.
They're not numbered, right, Mr. Lally?
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry?
They're not numbered.
Surely the
They're
slutty Sullivans
not
just
numbered?
won't
No,
be
Your
back.
Honor.
Goodness gracious.
Not that I can see.
Stay as long as you can, Charles. Amazing.
They're not, so be cognizant of that when you ask questions.
You know, I believe they are. So that's why I hesitated. It's sort of in the middle of the page, facing sideways. Front page.
Oh, my apologies. I have it now. Very small.
Look at Karen's
So
face.
just on this page, directing your attention to the bottom,
Wait.
it sort of goes on to the next
Wait.
date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Wait. Go back. Look at Karen's face. She's just looking at him going, "You fucking dog, Higgins."
Oh, my apologies.
My
I have it
apologies.
now. Very small.
Very
just
small.
On this page, directing your attention to the bottom, it sort of goes on to the next date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 7 on the screen. And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So
Thank
again,
you,
I'm in the
Charlie
blue
Lynn.
bubbles.
Welcome to Boston.
Did you try those
Brandy.
Smirnoff screwdrivers?
Yay!
I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, haha, how did
Haha. Welcome. I'm so glad when someone in the chat actually gets the membership. That's awesome. Boston Brandy. Yay. Welcome to all the emotes. Thanks, Charlie Lynn.
you get my digits?
Digits.
Defendant responded, the Melissa and Lito show. I said, haha. I thought you creeped John's phone. I said, haha, again. Defendant responded, no way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it. I responded, what, with a bunch of question marks. I said, I just don't give my personal number out to anyone.
I bet
How
he
would
does. I
Kerry
bet
had
he
my
does.
number with a bunch of question mark. And the defendant responded, Melissa had it.
As far as in those
We love you being
communications,
here.
the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and Vito show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the
Oh,
Kerry person
thank you
that she
so
refers
much,
to, do you
Miss
know who that is?
Noma.
I believe that's Kerry Curran,
What
Chris
a twat.
Curran's wife.
Twat. Haha. Haha. Yeah, he's so emotionally stunted, right? He's such a little baby
Now,
bitch
if I
boy.
could direct your attention to page 9.
Seriously. Higgy, no game.
And if
Zero
I could have page
game.
9. And again, sir, if you could read from page 9 as far as that conversation goes, and just indicate whom is speaking.
We
at
can
that
do it.
different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, I prefer a weed whacker. I responded, that's the thing about nicknames.
whacker.
Defendant said, we were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show, wanted to see if you were game. I responded, you don't have a say. And I believe I was referring to nicknames. And I said, vacation where? Defendant responded, I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house, and I believe it was supposed to say Fort.
Sorry, Chad. I'm almost starting to cry. This was so hard to listen to the first time. It was so hard to listen to the second time. I watched every day of trial twice, back to back, with Emily D. Baker and then Melanie Little. I'm going to cry. I can't. We can do this, but oh, so bad.
Lauderdale, it's abbreviated. Something quick and easy. I said, Defendant responded, I'm the queen of vacays too, always a good time. I responded, I'm going to Nashville next month, 19 to 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
No, Nick.
As
No,
far
he's
as either
awful.
one of those trips that you were discussing, do you recall any further discussion or any going on any of those trips?
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers. There may have been more
Aaron?
conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 16, and Ms. Gilman, if I could have that.
Yes, it is, Mama Cass. Hi. Ha ha.
This is on that same date of January 13th, is that correct?
I'm gonna cry.
I believe so. The date's not at the top here, but I believe it is.
And again, sir, if
There's
you
a
could
picture
read,
of a
from
weed
that page
whacker.
of communication as far as who was speaking and what was said.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker.
Weed whacker.
The defendant said,
So a lot of this stuff, a lot of testimony I listen to, I do most of my YouTube as listening, not watching. And I didn't ever see this. So wait, there's a picture of a weed whacker. That's so cute.
no, you're not a creep.
Oh, beg to differ. No, you're not a creep. Right.
I said, nope.
Nope.
She said, you're
The
kind of a
creep's not gonna
loner,
go, yep.
which I used to be. I responded, no, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out? And then I typed circle of trust in quotes.
This is so
And, sir, if
awful.
I could direct your attention to the next page, number 17.
Younger, I think, Boidia. Lower. I reckon 11.
And again, sir, if you could read from page 17 as far as what is said. and who was
Mrs. G, that's funny.
So the defendant said, yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young. And I responded, he died in March of 2020. I'm so not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant
Lol.
responded,
Lol.
no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless.
Higgy's a loser.
I'm sorry that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? I responded, cancer. Defendant responded, I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind? I responded, lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know
Oh
all
my
these
God.
things? LOL.
Loser.
I'd like to turn your attention
You're a
to the next
fucking
page.
loser. You fucking bird.
And again, sir, if you could read from that.
You're fatter than me.
In the blue bubbles is me. I said, you're funny. Defendant responded, yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus,
Yikes.
I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. I responded, don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes.
Drop a
I
yikes
always
in
figure it
chat,
out.
chat.
And then I said, who chats? Question mark. Defendant responded, life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. I responded, that's all you got? We chat? Sure. You're from Brockton. Spit it out. Defendant responded, you and I
Same,
chatted
brother.
about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door. I said, oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now. And then I believe it starts to say out of rotation, question mark.
Oh, haha. I love this. Christy says, who hurt you, Higgy? Oh, that's good. Let's psychoanalyze Higgy. Yikes.
And then, sir, if I could
Let me
direct your
slow it
attention
down a
to
little bit.
page
I don't
20.
know if can we bear it, but wait, am I doing that? Yeah, we'll do it.
And again, sir, if you
1.25.
could, read
Still, we got a lot to get through. Jesus fuck chat.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said, I just got a Saturday
Hi,
invite.
Robert.
The defendant said, did you say yes? Question mark. I said, not yet, with a bunch of periods, but did respond. Defendant said, what did you say, Mr. Elusive? I responded, no, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Aha, I'm shy. The defendant responded, we prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you. And I said, haha.
Now, sir, is that the
Ha-ha.
Saturday night that's
Fuck.
being referenced there? Is
Ha-ha.
that the same night that you had gone over to the home at some point for the Patriots game?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 21.
Oh, haha.
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that.
The defendant said, John said Brian's being wishy-washy now, in quotes. I responded, haha, did you tell him you texted me? The defendant responded, no.
Does someone
And
want
then
to
I
do a
gave a thumbs
counter?
up.
What a dick.
Then
Who
I
dat?
said, you cranky now, question mark. Defendant said, haha, no, just stop being so anti-couples.
Ha-ha.
Most couples don't even like each other. I said, name a few. Defendant said, name a few. I don't know. All of them. Question mark. They all.
Why can't he just read it with a bit of like some emphasis, some inflection in his voice? He's just reading it. Oh, it's so hard, chat. We've got
want to
this.
hang out with single people. And then I said,
Ha ha. I said ha ha.
Thank you. Sir, if I could direct your attention to page
Oh.
26.
Hi, Kings. Good
And
to
sir, if I
see
could
you.
ask you to read from that page.
Ha ha. I feel like we need a ha ha
In
emoji.
blue is going to be myself again. Foul
No
ball.
shit, man. No fucking
Defendant
shit.
responded, "You stink." I said, "You suck and you're double trouble." Defendant responded, "You're hot."
Hot.
I responded, "Are you serious or messing with me?"
Messing with you for
Defendant
sure. You
responded,
are
"No,
not
I'm
hot.
serious."
No, you're
I responded,
not.
"Failing is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that?" Defendant responded, "Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here." I responded back, "I'm fine. I have an office at the PD." You didn't answer the question.
Wait, I can't. I'm not even joking. This secondhand embarrassment is so real. I need a moment. Oh, this is so brutal. Imagine having your text messages read out in court. I mean, I've had my text messages tweeted all over the Twitter. Nice, love that. But this, wild. Okay, keep going.
And then it starts to say, defendant said, "Rather you stay here."
And is that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the O'Keefe's house.
I believe it was that night.
Now, at Mr. O'Keefe's house
Thank you,
on
Mrs.
that particular
G.
evening, do you recall which,
May
how
the
you came into
force.
the house?
Awesome.
I believe it might have been the front door.
and if you know about how long were you at Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything, happened as you were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
Bill. No.
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Absolutely, Karen.
Before you went out that way,
Look at Karen's face.
where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye to him or anything like that?
I think I said goodbye to him. He might have been in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage. I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I.
Look at him with his glasses in his hand. Shut up. NH dude, no. We're here for the long haul. Look at all that. Look at all that still left on the day of testimony to go. We've only just begun. I'm glad you did some adulting. Yuck. But glad you're here. Don't forget everybody to hit the like, please and thank you. It helps get this stream into the algorithm. Plus, I'm not sure if Charlie's here, Rachel, but we like a ratio that's up there near 100 or higher than 100% of likes to viewers.
Started to exit. The defendant told me to go a different way.
And which way did the defendant tell you to go?
Well, her way. I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the
Nikki, yay.
the breezeway or the garage.
And as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me,
And how did you?
Whatever.
not like a friend.
Whatever.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Whatever. Fuck off, Higgy. As if she, for starters, just yuck. But also, Tracy, thank you. Karen was deflecting because she was not trusting John at the time. Agree. These messages do not depict her or her daily relationship at all. She was only deflecting. This was all taken out of context. I think Karen was feeling a little bit like Taryn said before, and I pulled the comment up on the screen, but in my opinion, as a woman, I think Karen was feeling a little bit like just the glorified babysitter, like a taxi. Like John, rest his soul, wasn't treating her as nicely as perhaps he had in the past, if ever, as Karen might like to be treated. And she just wanted to feel like she still had it. She still got it, right, Karen? And she does still have it. And just, the cringe of it all. But thank you for your super chat. Thank you so much. Here, what do we got? I'll give you this one.
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
Like a romantic kiss.
That's the way I interpreted it.
And were you still inside the house at the time that this occurred, or were you outside the house, if you know?
Not sure if we had just got to the outside or not. It might have. I'm not sure if it was close proximity to leaving.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Was that something that you were expecting?
No.
And about how long was it between when the defendant kissed you and when you left?
It was excited, Campbell.
Oh, almost immediately.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27.
It's so bad, Kings. I can't.
Yes.
I'm almost crying with the
From that
embarrassment.
page, and who's speaking?
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning, question mark. Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you? Question mark. Hello. And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach
Exactly.
out to me? And I
Exactly,
think the
Stan.
defendant put a question mark on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
Now, that conversation, as far as you asking her about why she reached out to you, how often was that question asked by you through the course of these text communications?
Well, the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent the text, as we spoke about before when we were at the waterfall. That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once. And during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me?
No, man. She was just having a light flirt. I don't even think hi, by the way. Good to see you. I don't think she even wanted a quick hookup. I just think that she was just sending out some feelers, no pun intended, to see whether she could still get a man to respond to her in a flirtatious way, because clearly there wasn't much of that going on by all accounts in hers and John's relationship. I think the text messaging, the way it was only a little while, and then I mean, I've been there. You're like, oh no, this guy, no, and she backed right off. I honestly don't think she ever even necessarily wanted to hook up. Just my opinion, but definitely a bit of flirting to boost her ego a little bit, because John wasn't doing that for her, in my opinion.
In the middle, there was numerous things that were going
Go
on.
back. Shut up,
Yeah,
Higgy.
I asked it more than once, and during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous things that were going on, and that's what I was trying to vet out,
like
or suss
murder,
out, or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time accepting what was happening.
And sir, if I could direct you to the next page, page 28.
Absolutely, voir dire. Hot on the heels of
And
the
again, sir, if you
Aruba
could read
trip.
from that page.
So
Yeah,
I'm
you're
in the blue
treated like
bubbles.
shit. Yes, you are.
Shoot straight with me.
Fuck. Higgy,
Defendant
fuck
responded,
you.
I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree. Now
Okay.
what? Defendant responded, I don't know.
Nothing.
I said,
nothing.
Shouldn't you know? Defendant responded, do you like me? I said, yes, from jump. Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, Hillside for your shore.
If I could direct your attention to the next page,
Yes,
29.
that's Charlie. Yes, good.
If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
Great way of putting it, Charlie. She was checking her market value and dropped him quickly when she realized that he was cashing checks he could not. He was writing checks that he could not cash. She's so far out of his league.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Hillside for sure. When were you interested? Defendant responded, I don't know. You're just my type. I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, question mark. Defendant responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed. Defendant responded, are you hard to handle? I may have put a question mark. Then I said, what do you like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. I said, yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
And if I could
Hot.
direct your attention to the next page, page 30.
And wait, guys, for the record, you know what a woman likes to hear? Maybe you're hot every once in a while, but tell us we're beautiful. Saying we're hot is just like, okay, 12y, thanks. Beautiful. Smart, funny, intelligent, motivated, inspirational. Hot? Nah.
If I could
Not a
ask you to read from
compliment.
that, sir.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that?
Yes,
I
you
have
are,
always
you
thought
idiot.
that about you. Defendant responded, what? I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty. I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
Ha ha.
Sir, if I could turn your attention, to the next page 31 and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad
Hot.
I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? Then I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no.
I'll write it down, Laura.
I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the
Yes.
communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was
Yes.
basically begging you.
Yes,
what do you take
Nicky,
that to
yes.
mean?
That you wanted me to come over?
Absolutely,
And
Taryn.
if I could turn your attention to the next page 32. If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed LOL. So now what? Question mark.
Lol.
Defendant said, yes,
Lol.
you should have. I responded, that would have been
Lol.
distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded,
God.
balls in your court.
Ball.
Defendant said, what do you want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark. Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
If I could turn your attention to the next page 33.
Hi, Sleuth.
If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? Question mark. Defendant responded, where are you? Question mark. I said, Canton. Defendant said, where? Question mark. I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Are you going to Mansfield? Question.
Holiday. He was probably already on Amazon ordering a new mattress. Oh, that's so good. That's great. I love. Oh my God.
Question mark. Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
She's like, ew,
If I could
no,
turn your
because you're
attention to the
gross. I
next
hate
page
you already.
34, and
Fuck
ask you to
off.
read from that, sir.
Defendant starts off and says, do you like me? Question mark. I responded, yes, clearly. Defendant said, come over my house. I responded, when? Question mark. Defendant said, when works for you? I said, whoever, and then whenever, when works for you? Question mark. The defendant said,
Never,
I asked you
never.
first. I responded, I think you're messing with me. Defendant said, I'm glad you came over tonight, with some type of face. I responded,
Some type of face.
me too, balls in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight.
Karen.
If I could direct your
I'm
attention to the next
sorry.
page 35 and the last or second to last blue bubble down the bottom, starting with, are you glad? Do you see that?
And Jameson.
Page 35?
Yes.
And where is it again?
Second to last blue
Hi,
bubble,
Diane.
starting with, are you glad?
Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, are you glad
Oh, I'm
you
in
walked
the
me
blue
out?
bubble.
Question mark.
And what did she respond?
Defendant said,
What an idiot. I'm in the blue bubble like every single time. Yeah, we got it, man. We got it. Do you have to keep reminding yourself?
yes, with like semicolon, some type of remark there. Are you? Question mark. And I said, DEF for definitely.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page 36. And if you
Oh,
could,
it's
please read
so
from that.
painful.
So at the top,
It's
I'm in the
so
blue bubbles. It says yes. And then I said, are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? Defendant texted, we kissed, comma, right? Question mark. So then I put a question mark on her question and said, is this a trick question? Defendant said, I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house, with what I think is a smiley face. What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this. Defendant responded, I live here, but I have property in Mfield. I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. I responded, you started this, right? Question mark. Why did you get my number? And it says each out to me. It meant to say reach out to me. I then said, still have not told me.
Wait, he's going to
And
say
sir,
it
if I
again.
could direct your attention to the next page 37 and ask.
Oh,
you to
no,
read
no
from that.
bubbles. Oh, my God. I almost fell off my chair laughing.
Defendant said, sorry, should I not have? I responded, I'm fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. Defendant said, you're mad at me? I said, OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly. Defendant said, I told you, exclamation point. I just think you're like me and I'm attracted to you. And then she said, a lot.
Oh, no.
I responded,
He
feeling is mutual.
wasn't.
I just never saw this coming. Defendant
Oh.
said, why? Question mark. I responded, because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. Defendant responded, I was, but things have deteriorated.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page 38 and ask you to read from that, sir.
There we go.
I said, why? Question mark. How so? Question mark. What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? Question mark. Defendant responded, it is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. I responded, he seems very into you. Defendant responded, I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it. I said, that's cute. She wasn't suspicious? Question mark. Defendant responded, no, she's great. I responded, does she know you like me? Question mark. Defendant responded, she's a sweetie. We just agreed. You are great, with another smiley type face.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 40 and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple years and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. I responded, are you breaking up or staying together? Defendant responded, I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I'm very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. I responded, when was that and how did you find out he hooked up? Question mark. I don't want to complicate your situation. Defendant responded, we went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel all over one of our friends. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I responded, it does matter.
Now, as far as that indication that she made to you, either through text communications or in person, did she indicate at any point in time where that occurred?
So there was an occasion that the defendant stopped at my house. And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in relation to, again, sussing out and trying to figure out if this was everything that I stated before. Like, was this legitimate? Was she seriously interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? And during that, there was touch on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence.
This was something that she brought up not only in the text communications with you, but in person in communication with you as well.
It's so
Yes,
bad.
I mean,
Mr.
outside
Omar.
of
So bad.
being over there for the game, there was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page 41 and ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, did they bang? Question mark. The defendant responded, does that matter? Question mark. I said, sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure
He just said, did they bang? Oh my God. Again, chat, boys in the chat. No, don't be texting that. No. It's just a no. It's just a big no.
that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page. 41
swing
and ask
my
you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, did they bang? Question mark. The defendant responded, does that matter? Question mark. I said, sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. Defendant responded, it doesn't really matter. I said, okay, I won't ask again. Defendant said, I don't care, with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I responded back, okay. hear you loud and clear, Karen. Defendant responded, okay. I responded, why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? And then I typed on. Defendant responded, I'm not. I am, question mark. I responded, you're kind of getting defensive. Defendant responded, not at all, with an exclamation point.
I'm in the blue
If
bubble.
I could direct your attention to page 46.
Oh,
Ask
I'm
you
in the
to
blue
read that.
bubble. Say it. Say it. Say chowder.
Defendant is in gray. She said, we did kiss earlier, comma, no, with an exclamation point. I responded in blue bubble, I think you initiated that, no, question mark. Defendant said, yep. Do I owe you an apology, question mark. I said, OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive? Defendant responded, I'm not. I responded, kinda.
Oh, my cheeks
The
hurt.
P and a FFT, never, responded by the defendant. What do you want from me, question mark. I responded, what's on the table, question mark. Defendant said, what do you want ideally, question mark. I responded, the real deal. Defendant responded, it doesn't exist.
Not with you, Higgy. Fuck. Jesus, fuck.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, my cheeks hurt so much from laughing. Oh.
I could direct your attention to page 57, sir.
Oh,
And ask you to read from that.
hang on, chat. I need a moment. Wait. Oh, Paul, are you okay there? Paul O'Keefe, I need a moment. Take a moment, chat. Let's take a moment. I just need it. I just need a moment. Purely for me.
It starts off in blue. I said, I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom and Bedford are down to the Cape. Defendant responded, which base down the Cape? Which branch? I said, Army. Defendant said, I'm not abnormally sensitive. I responded, Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Defendant responded, OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I responded, I was just playing with you. Defendant responded, you weren't, but that's okay. I responded, stop being sensitive, please. Defendant responded, I'm not.
Now, sir, in reference,
Wait, pause. In reference to the ads, you should only get a one or two every 30 minutes at most. If you want to override them, all you do is completely X out of the live stream, like just like shut it down and go straight back in, and you won't have an ad and you'll go back to exactly where we are. So that's another hint. Or premium for the win.
in that page of text communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape, is that right?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to where you live in Barnstable County?
So I can utilize one of the gates to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop. I then can hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would use that as a cut through at the time when I was splitting my time between two different properties.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the text communications, did you offer to pick something up for the defendant from that shop?
I believe so.
If I could direct your attention to page 60. And ask you to
Hi,
read from
Kat.
that, sir.
Defendant said, I don't know, question mark. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms with kind of an emoji. I responded, more than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton, question mark. Defendant said, I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. I responded, a lot, why, question mark. Defendant respond. I then said, do you even know what you want, question mark, or who, question mark. Defendant responded, because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine, and I never wanted kids. I responded, I thought you were happy in this. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Defendant responded, everyone is happy at the hillside.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 61, and ask you to read from that.
Yay, Simi. Hope you come back. We
So it
have fun
starts off
here.
with the defendant. It said, everyone is happy at the hillside, exclamation point. I responded, oh God, you avoid things. Defendant responded, it's just very, very complicated dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I responded, I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Defendant responded, well, of course he is, but his heart
Yes,
isn't in it.
McCringe.
It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I responded back, I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. Then I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids.
If I could ask you to turn to the next page, 62, and ask you to read from that, sir.
And still nobody wants you.
I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and I have no kids. Defendant responded, I try very hard, but they are very spoiled and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me. I responded, what did he exactly do? ? Defendant responded, I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids with an emoji. I responded, why don't you tell me? ? Defendant responded, he was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. I responded, oh God, did they bang?
Oof. Oh,
And ask you to turn to the
fucking
next
hell.
page, sir,
Higgy.
page 63, and read from that.
You said,
I'm in the
did
blue.
they bang
I said,
twice?
did they bang? ?
Oh my
Defendant
God,
said,
3 times.
So I was the kids celebrating New Year's. I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. I said, was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? Defendant responded, I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere. Without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant, and it feels like a lose-lose. I responded, You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you. Defendant responded, yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. I responded, or began to respond, you can vent, babe.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 64, ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin and sometimes it's thankless. I responded, Defendant responded, you probably felt that way too. I responded, I did at times. It was 1, not 2, thankfully. Defendant responded, want to grab a drink? ? I responded, if you gave me some notice, I could have.
As if you, what?
Defendant
Wait,
responded, you in capital letters said you were adaptable. I responded,
exactly. He's just sitting on his couch in his jocks drinking Jameson and ginger. Come on now, Higgy, you pussy.
am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? Defendant responded, that sounds like an excuse. I really get my way.
Now, as far as her invitation, is that something that occurred on one time or more than one time?
I believe it was more than one time.
And at any point in time, other than the two you've already recounted, as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game, or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury, were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
No, never.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 74. Ask you to read from that.
It's all right, not that Nicky. I like Miss Shitty and Miss Shirty as much as I like Miss Shorty. Call me Lisa.
Defendant said, are you single? ? I responded, yes. Defendant said, I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? ? I responded, you getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me? ? Defendant said, and on vacay and probably a few other occasions. I responded, you didn't really beg. Defendant said, I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? ? I responded, why would I have thought you had any interest in me? ? Usually do it when they do live with, do it when they do live with someone. And then I said, do not do it.
Oh my
Defendant
God.
responded, maybe, maybe not.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct you to page 77. And ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, I could go on, but I do not want to pump. It should say your shit up too much. Defendant responded, thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside. I responded, you know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. The defendant responded, John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you.
Oh my God, we'll go back a bit. Hey, Jim Cox, good to see you. Everybody loves Cox. That's all right. 1.75x speed to get up to speed if you want. No need to go slow through the Higgy texts. I'm going to eat cheese. I will mute myself to eat the cheese, and then I will 100% forget that I'm muted and I'll talk. So it's a whole vibe. Thanks, chat.
You out on Saturday in my. It should say your shit up too much. Defendant responded, thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside. I responded, you know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. The defendant responded, John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly, with an emoji of somebody throwing up. I responded, what? Defendant responded, yeah, he has cameras everywhere, you cops, with another emoji. I responded, Jesus. Defendant said, he's like Christ. Are you guys hooking up? Question mark, question mark. And I said, OMG, great.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 78, sir.
I
I'm in the
responded,
blue bottle.
I don't need
I'm in the
drama,
blue bottle.
dude. Defendant said, no, it's fine. I responded, seriously? Defendant said, I'm serious, with an exclamation point. I said, you legit planted one on me. Defendant responded, I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. And then it was OMG Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, so your slick move isn't on there, with some question marks? Defendant responded, course not. I responded, oh my God. And then I said, I almost, an emoji with somebody throwing up. Defendant responded, it was a peck anyway. I kissed Kerry and gay Jeff too. I responded, yeah, weak. I agree.
Now, as far as cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house, is that something that you were aware was there prior to that conversation with the defendant?
No, not that I recall.
I'd like to turn your attention to the next page, 79. Can I ask you to read from that, sir?
Defendant said, LOL, funny. I responded, so now he is jealous of me, question mark. Defendant said, no, with an exclamation. I told you, he likes you a lot. I said, which makes this worse, question mark. Defendant said, you said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I responded, I think he's a good dude too. Defendant responded, yeah, he is. I responded, funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse it should say the shit out of yourself, because I'm a lot of fun.
Now, sir, the he that you're referring to in those text communications, who was that, just for clarity?
John O'Keefe.
If I could direct your attention to
Officer
page 84.
John O'Keefe.
And ask you to read from that page, sir.
I said, it was fun. Defendant said, I've complimented you today too, with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, and kicked my nuts in. Defendant said, OMG, how? I responded, if I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere, so I'm all set with that's, and then I said, in quotations, that's fine, but I am not asking again.
Hi,
Defendant said, well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool, so right now I'm asking again, with some type of I think it's a smiley face. I responded, coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. The defendant responded, now equals not. That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why, question mark.
And if I could direct your attention to page 90. Ask you to read from that, sir.
9-0.
90, yes.
Yes, Debbie Blair.
The defendant
Cheers.
said, no, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. I responded, no, you are sent.
But were you in the blue bubble, Higgy? Debbie Blair, did you have the orange gin over the Christmas period? Have you got any left? I've still got some left. Cheers. Bottoms up, girl. You deserve it.
Sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it up. Defendant responded, I've been.
Oh, fuck. Can't. Sorry, chat. Wait. Standard. Walk and talk. Hang on. Fuck. Nick, I was coming to stop the cheese slander. And I did that. So that. Hang on. Fuck. Chat. Hi, welcome to me. Hi, it's me. I'm Shorty. No, Alan Jackson Cross. Wait.
They do live with, usually do it when
Okay, so we're fine. We're good. Chat. We're
said,
professionals.
I've complimented you today too.
Wait, we were back a little bit too far. I'm just gonna play this, and then I'm gonna have to stand up for all cheese. Cheese is cheese, Nick. No cheese slander ever. Nick, I know you're talking about Higgy and his cheese. I love triangle cheese. I love government cheese. I love brie and camembert. I have a wheel of brie in my fridge at the moment. Please, sir. Cheese is cheese. We love all the cheese. Please, for the love of cheese. Cheese is my birthstone and my birthright. No cheese slander.
With a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, you don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away.
Boom!
Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant
Vito.
responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for
Vito.
a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it up. Defendant responded, I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset, and then said, been through.
We have a cheese channel in my Discord,
I'd like
obviously.
to direct you to the next page, 91, sir.
Defendant said, what am I avoiding? ? I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded, some of my questions. Defendant responded, okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids. Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up.
Lol.
I responded, okay. Defendant said, I can't say that? ? I said, of course you can. Defendant said, did I miss any other questions, sir? ? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? ? Defendant said, yeah, on my second. I said, show me what you got.
And if I could direct your attention to page 99.
All cheese. There's room in this world for
That's the
all
reason that's right.
cheese. I'm just saying, all cheese. No cheese slander. We do not discriminate.
Defendant said, none of that is true! ! I'm not talking to other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, neither are you, neither is John. I responded, was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? ? What do you want from me? ? Defendant said, that's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Thank you, sir. If I can now direct you to page 102 and ask you to read from that.
Cheese and anything.
Defendant
Cheese
said,
and
my only,
Vegemite. Cheese and tomato. Cheese.
I'm assuming point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating other people, ? Defendant responded, and I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. I responded, okay. Defendant said, you don't agree with me? ?
If I could direct your attention to page 107
I'm in a blue bubble. Ha ha.
and ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, at a bar? ? I responded, I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Defendant said, probably after 8. I responded, okay, if you don't wanna, that's fine, no pressure. Defendant responded, I will a drink. It looks like I tabbed the bubble with a question mark. I then said, what do you drink? ? Are you out now? ? Defendant responded, sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. I responded, haha, send me a pic of you two.
Now, you had testified earlier about some occasion prior to the 28th.
Yes.
When the defendant had
Oh my
come
God, yes.
over your house in
Yes.
West Roxbury,
All
correct?
of the cheese.
Yes.
All the time.
The page that you
Cue
just
the
read, as well
sirens.
as some of the successive pages after that, is that
Cue
sort of
the
arranging for that to
sirens.
occur after she goes out or leaves from a friend out in Boston.
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend. Yes.
And that evening when she came over your house, about how long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk about?
It was kind of more of this. It was a kind of a, wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, you know, I'm not proud of these text messages.
no,
it is
Tim,
what it is.
stop
I
talking
take
about
responsibility
cheese.
for them.
Cheese.
But, you know, John was a friend at the same time. And I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of their relationship. But I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked. And it was just a weird experience. It was, I don't even think either one of us finished a drink. It was, like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Now, that evening or at any other point, in your friendship or your relationship, whatever, however you want to term it, was there any other sort of intimate contact beyond what you've described occurring as she walked you out that night you were over Mr. O'Keefe's house for the patron?
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing, any sexual relationship, anything at all between yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to my residence when she stopped by, it was just, I was very
Yeah, because you
uncomfortable.
got no game.
And
Whatever.
it was just an uncomfortable situation. Just a weird vibe. That's the best I can describe it.
You're a weird vibe, man.
And lastly,
you
sir,
are a
turning-
weird vibe.
lastly, as it applies
You
to
are
this,
the
turning your
epitome
attention
of
to the
a
last
weird
page,
vibe.
number 118. And there's a couple different dates from the middle to the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
There is.
So
I'd ask you to
embarrassing.
start reading from, excuse me, where it says Sunday, January
Cheers,
23rd,
Lynn.
9:40 p.m.
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m., defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways.
Right. Yeah.
And I responded,
Loud.
thought you were all set,
Arrows.
question mark. Defendant said, with talking, question mark? No. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond. And I believe I said, that was it for that, the 23rd. I'm sorry.
So then the next date that any text communication was sent
She was
between the two of
super
you would have
direct.
been
Very
Friday,
direct. I love
11:32
that for
p.m. Is
her.
that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
He is. just
Well,
That's from you to her, is that correct?
Well.
Yes.
Wait.
And then the next text communication
Wait. I talked over the top of it. Of course I did. Standard. And we'll slow that down because let's hear him. Let's hear it. Oh, I can't
well,
tell you. Thanks, Taryn.
is that correct?
that's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well,
That's from you to
How many M's are there? We need to remember 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 M's. Well, one more time, and then we can just play the soundbite because Taryn's got it for us.
Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
that's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well,
That's from you to her, is that correct?
yes.
And then the next text communication is the following day, or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes. Well,
And who is speaking in that communication and what is said?
Love.
that is the defendant, and
That's
the
regular
defendant
speed.
said John died.
And did you respond to that at all?
No.
Right there. That just shows you're a cunt. Hard T. You're a cunt. That just shows if he was not involved, he would have replied. The end. Period. Full stop. But also, aren't you glad we didn't do this whole thing at regular speed?
And did you have any other communication with Miss Reed following receiving?
We might have died just from that slowness. Back to the regular speed. I mean, the speed we had it on. Well, John died. Case closed. Higgy was involved. If he was really wanting to white knight into Karen and sweep her off her feet and have the full relationship, he would have been on that.
That text message on January 29th.
No, I have not.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take it. Sir, if I could, a couple more questions for you, taking you back
Colors.
on
Hi.
the early morning of January 29th, when you had come from Waterfall to Fairview and then you were leaving from Fairview. If I could turn that. sort of
He
portion
knew.
into your
He
mind.
did it.
When you're pulling away from the residence, the period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and scraping a little bit on the ground, do you recall that?
I do.
About how much distance are we talking about with respect to that?
Distance less than a foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then as far as when you familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview where there is a flagpole and fire hydrant?
I do know where that is. Yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to that part of the yard?
When I drove away,
Yes.
Pausing to say, digitally, facts. Man, boys do not react well to women who just want friendship without benefits. It's the same guys that say you're hot.
well, I might have been in the. I was in the street. I pulled away, so that area would be on my passenger side.
And so what I'm asking, sir, is as you pulled away, did you pull away alongside the curb? Did you pull to the middle of the street? Or where did you direct the vehicle to go as you were pulling away?
Like any other time, I pulled away from the curb, and
Hi, Britt.
that's
good to see
that's kind
you.
of a.
You
I mean,
missed
it's a
all the
one-lane
cringy
street, so to
texts.
speak, and nobody was coming towards me, so just pulled out into the street, drove away.
You're boring.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You may have a moment. Yes.
No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Oh, thank God.
Before we begin.
Please,
feel
thank
free
you,
to stand up
God.
and
We
stretch.
made it. We made it, chat. We made it. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We made it. Thanks, Taryn. She's so much faster than me. I was going to do that too.
Well,
Shawty, swing my way. Swing it over here, shawty.
So many sound effects. Okay, we're going to skip through this. Oh, not that. Not that.
Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Who
Oh.
did you come here today with?
Wait,
Mr.
wait,
Higgins?
wait, wait, wait. Sorry for yelling. Just excited. We got through Lally. We'll go to normal speed and then we might speed it up just a little bit. Let me just go back just a smidgen. Okay, chat. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking
All
go.
right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Who did you come here today with, Mr. Higgins?
who did I travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where's your attorney?
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Hi,
in the
Christy.
building?
See you next time.
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay. Without telling me anything that you said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break? In your again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No.
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
One.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half
In person or over the phone?
in person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
Listen to how fast AJ is firing those questions at him. Amazing. Wait.
I did not. I called Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody
Hi,
taking
Jim.
a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything having to do with this case?
Oh, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr.
Exactly,
Lally?
Michael.
No, I turned it over to state police.
Your Honor, may we approach for a second?
Yes.
Yes, you may approach. Not that Nikki says, I just love me some AJ in the morning. At night, doesn't matter. It's like coffee on Christmas morning. It is. AJ's cross is fire, Shelby. Yes, yes, yes. He lives in a blue bubble. Phoebe Mac, we're still in the bubbles. Oh my God, I lost my ever-loving mind over those bubbles. My cheeks are going to hurt tomorrow from all that laughing. 100%. Yep, says Kim, he doesn't give Higgins a chance to think about him staying on script. Higgins does try to slow the pace down. I look forward to seeing how his face continues to redden and redden and redden. Simi says, AJ is popping his bubbles, right? Hopefully not his blue balls. Ew. Ew. The blue bubble. Thank you, Digital Lee, for gifting out a membership. Cindy Lagas became a member. Yes. What are we saying here? Like, let me scroll this shit up. This. Will we ever see the sidebar transcript? I guess one day it has to be released eventually, but after everything's all said and done, I'd say 100% love to see that shit. We'll be FOIA requesting the shit out of it. Miss Noma says, motion to scream. Now I know I'm being used. Oh no. You've got no self-esteem? No self-esteem? Oh, my words have gone. How long are we in? Coming up to 3 hours. That's about on case. On point. See? Words. Let's get the testimony going again. Hey, Jim Riddle from the snow. There's a lot of people with snow. Not blue bubbles. Blue balls. Moon goddess. Yikes. Hang on. Let me get here. Oh, fuck. Of course. Chad. This is
Tully, was there any other exchange?
Madam, a court reporter, looking gorgeous in blue today.
Other than that piece of mail that you
We're on
handed
normal
to
speed.
Lieutenant Tully, was there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Were you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairfield Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to they were put into another format, so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you just described on the
Yes,
exhibit.
Well, as I
screenshot.
said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment?
Never assume, mate. It makes an ass out of you and me. Did you see him glance at Bev there just to make sure he was doing okay? Just a bit of reassurance? Well, she probably nodded at him and gave him a bit of a, yes, you're going well.
With the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain,
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes,
In June of 2023, right?
yes,
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
I did.
It was born out of
Tragedy,
a
Yikes,
family
Taryn, that's
tragedy that he
bold.
was aware of.
horrible tragedy,
Naughty.
yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's called, I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you
Pausing just to say, Nikki, not that Nikki says, I love Karen and I hate how people talk about her facial expressions in the courtroom. I mean, they just, her attire, her facial expressions, unless you've lived with a chronic illness, please do not judge. Agree. Also, if you're like me and you can't fix your face, did my face just say that out loud? Yikes. It's hard for lots of people, neurodivergent folk. I believe that maybe Karen's a neurodivergent, highly intelligent, always on the outer, it seems, in friendship groups, or at least in that friendship group. Very intelligent, just my opinion. But so also chronic illness, pain, being framed for murder by these motherfuckers, and possibly even can't fix her face because she's very expressive for whatever reason.
You had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. The friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having
And under
that office
attack,
there,
right?
correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes.
You had ingress and egress to the Canton Police.
Heidi,
Yes.
hi.
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
Good
I
to
could.
see you.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes.
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
Yes.
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that garage, those 2 bay doors at your leisure.
Well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like
Hi,
that. I didn't have
Paul.
access to those places.
Right. But the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd had that office for what? Back in January of 2022, probably had that office for more than 3 years?
I would estimate probably
Andy,
sometime
hi.
around
Yay.
2018.
2018. Okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years, 2018.
No, 2018. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yeah, maybe
You will be sorry, mate.
close to 4 years.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
Am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am. A
Okay.
special agent. Yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is
Jackson.
that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay, what does that mean?
That's,
You're taken out of the field?
was I taken out of the field? Yes.
Are you no longer in the field?
Objection.
Yes.
Move to strike.
Sustained.
No speaking, no grounds for your objection. I suppose move to strike is different. Yes, Taryn, this is it. It's at the very end when Higgins is being put under the fucking screws. Yes, and also, can you answer that? Did she ignore you? Oh, let's go. I love this so much.
Let's move on. You may be able to come back to this.
He's pissed.
Thank
Look
you,
at him.
Donna.
Look at his face. Look at his
I want to turn
face.
your attention now to January 28, 29 of 2022. You recall those dates?
I do.
You've been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
Like a nightmare.
Nightmare.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You've previously testified
Yes, I put
that
him
on
there.
January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
Funeral service. Yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial. You separate the two.
So, well, the wake would be the night before funeral. I call them the services. It
All right.
wasn't a memorial. Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the
shut
services.
up.
Understood.
Just want to be clear.
Splitting hairs. Shut up.
So you
Shut
went
up.
with
Shut up.
Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez. Is that right?
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Yeah,
Go to some of
murderers.
the same holiday parties, for instance.
Yes.
Go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise.
Retirement parties. Yes. Things like that.
Might meet up at a bar and have a
Berkey.
social drink together.
Yes.
Might share a meal together, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community?
Could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do.
You're pretty good friends with, as a matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
Yes.
You know his brother and work with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right?
Well, I think that comes with working with people. Yes.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you've even given
Pin him down, AJ. Pin him
a
down.
personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
Ooh, I forgot about this.
Chief Berkowitz, yes.
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct?
Objection.
That was a joke.
Did you say that?
I don't
Did you
recall
say
that.
You don't remember
You
telling
said
that
it.
joke in front of
Where's
a
the
room full of
footage?
folks?
I don't.
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
I don't.
You fucking liar. Where's the footage? Why was whoever, what was it, the Canton cable cast, whatever, why are they instructed to cut that footage out, Higgy? Where's the footage? Where's your speech?
You will agree that some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
All right. And that
Lovely
was the
to have you,
same
Christy.
event that you gave
Yay.
either a keynote
Probably
speech
the
or some
Glera.
sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty
Don't
much
apologize.
through my
You're among friends.
entire career at ATF, you know, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Yes,
Well, I've been with
Jenny, I
ATF
love
now
that.
for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say, yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
We have drank together. I wouldn't say
course, Christy.
frequently, but yes, we've drank together.
Break bread together, have meals together?
Absolutely had lunch.
I joke.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert, and you said somewhere around 50 or something like that? Or under, actually you said under 50?
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
Best mods. Best
And that was
mods.
in 2 years,
100%.
correct?
Yes.
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship, a 15-year relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023. In those 2 years, met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
Was that a question?
Yes.
Hi, Jenny. I hope you're feeling
Could you
better.
rephrase it?
Sure. Is it true that you testified, answer, quote, I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50, end quote. That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay. So my question is, well,
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized. Absolutely.
that's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here. He's my
No,
friend.
Mr. Higgins,
Oh,
let me ask the questions. I get it.
That's fine.
I get it.
Oh, let's calm down, Higgy. There are a lot of secrets here, sir, and we're going to uncover some of them. Okay? Good. Carry on.
You also know Brian Albert well enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that you traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, or Officer Hernandez.
Objection,
before you
Your
ever
Honor.
knew-
Jackson, Your Honor.
You knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
Yes.
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
Yes.
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your
Brian
Honor.
Albert and Eddie
Objection, Your
Hernandez that
Honor.
you're aware of, correct?
The objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you at a
Jackson.
Christmas party?
Look at Higgy's forehead. Yes, face is getting redder and redder. Up here on the temples now is red. That white patch that was in his cheeks for a little while when he was having to read those cringe texts where he was in the blue bubble. All around here, his tips of his ears are red. Even the sides of his nose are getting red. Yeah.
When that happened.
Objection, Your
Big
Honor.
mad. Big mad.
Sustained is to that form. You can be specific. Paul.
Have you ever been at an event with Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight?
Objection.
Christmas 5 years or so before 2022.
Okay, the objection sustained.
You do know that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
Look at him.
You were asked in a formal interview. Do you recall? I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview
Right.
some
If
folks
anyone who.
prior
Hi.
to your testimony at a prior proceeding. You understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay.
Oh.
At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that,
Okay.
the formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was
Objection.
quote, a little afraid of Brian Albert.
All right, so that is the objection sustained. That's stricken. I'll see you at sidebar.
Sidebar. Nick says, great questions, all objections, but getting shit heard and out there. Yes, absolutely. On cross-examination, it doesn't really matter what the answer is. It really doesn't. If you watch EDB, Emily D. Baker, she says it all the time. It's once the shit's out of the horse and the inference is there, doesn't matter what they say. It doesn't matter whether it's objected to and that objection is sustained. It's the inference in the question. 100%. I suffer every day from fibromyalgia, osteoarthritis, IBSD, and neuropathy caused by cancer and chemotherapy. Kim, I'm so sorry. Thank you for being here. That must be a fucking rough ride. And girl, you must be a strong one. I'm sure it sucks having to be strong all the time. I'm sorry you're always in pain. That's awful. If you want to join our Discord, we've got a really supportive crew in Discord. Beautiful, kind, supportive people. Just an idea. But thoughts are with you, girl. Thank you for being here. And then Tracy, sustained. Talk about PTSD. Thanks, Tracy. Love your laugh, Miss Shorty. Please keep laughing us through this, man. What can we do? It's either that or like cringe, secondhand embarrassment. But thank you so much for your super chat. That's awesome. What do we got? We do this. I've been honing my grifting skills. Am I going okay with it so far?
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
Shit. Thanks, Lizzie. You came up with the words when I played the soundbite. AJ did just go right in for the jugular, right off the bat, and never let down one bit. It's up there with the Colin Albert testimony right here. Let us get through this a bit. Love you, Karen. Free Karen Reid. How long does this go, though? I think there was a lot of sidebars. Here we go. Boom. Boom.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you, you're also relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother, Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years.
Physical building.
Physical building, that's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally. Is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him,
Yes,
gone out to bars with him. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
I would say that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside. Is that right?
It'd be Jameson and ginger, not whiskey soda.
My mistake.
Get it
Jameson
right.
and ginger. Jameson is Irish whiskey,
It is.
and ginger is ginger ale.
Yes.
Okay. What was Brian Albert drinking?
Oh,
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking.
He was
something?
drinking something.
Okay,
God damn it.
alcoholic.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you. Finish it, get another round.
I don't think no, I wouldn't say we were going round for round.
So he was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons?
Well, it would have taken, say that again?
He was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons? What you said?
No, he was maybe he had more beers than I had Jamesons is more what I would say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
More than what?
More than you.
Maybe. He wasn't there that long.
So evasive. A
Well, it
beer.
doesn't take that long to
Beer.
drink a beer, does it? And if you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry,
Is that a question?
everything I say up here is a question.
Beer.
Okay.
Just presume that.
All right. So
Well, that wasn't. So
Let's. Yes.
Drink a beer, does it? If you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry,
Oh, so good.
is that a question?
everything I say up here is a question.
Okay.
Just presume
Well,
that.
all right. So
well, that wasn't. So
Let's. Question. Yes. Mr. Higgins, that was a question.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had those 3 to 4 Jameson and Gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping track.
He left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking and decided to go over to the waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show up and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day. And I decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there
Yes, I did.
after
Not
having
tonight.
as many as 4 whiskeys?
Yes.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in Boston PVD district down there in Charlestown. And I'm assuming he drove back towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else.
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside Bar and then got in his car and drove over to the waterfall as well.
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did. Yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did.
Oh, it's more than friends. She likes me. Do you like me? Yes or no? Nick, an Irish exit is where you leave without saying goodbye. You just like dip and you don't say goodbye to anyone. That's an Irish exit.
Describe it as a peck, didn't you?
When?
When you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a peck, and then you texted back, I agree,
Figure of speech.
or the truth, right?
Figure of speech.
Big sniff of
After that
defiance.
incident, it's safe to say, we've just gone through a number of them. You exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed. Is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying.
Oh my
after
God, he loves
after
that
that
kiss.
incident. Yes, after the Patriots game,
Okay. Yep.
you exchanged flirtatious texts
We did.
with Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a few weeks, couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the 28th, she didn't respond. And the 29th, she sent that last text that John died.
Well,
Those
actually,
weren't,
You've looked at the text, right?
I have.
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right? Almost a
Well,
week.
I think the text,
Almost a
I think the
week.
text on the 29th, John
Hi,
died,
Kelly.
there's substance there.
Okay, I'm not suggesting, I'm talking about after you said, well,
Yep.
28th, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
I think it's right here, Mr. Jackson.
We've got these texts.
The exhibits right there.
Ha
Thank you.
Ha,
May I
ha.
approach?
Yes.
I don't think John would have been the kind to take his weapon out with him on, civilian times out. A week. I think he's still playing
Thank
with himself, Jim Riddle. Yes, Nick.
Okay, are you directing me to the 23rd?
I'm directing you to the last page. Just look at everything on it and tell me if that refreshes your recollection. This is the last substantive
is
text
fake,
about you and Karen before your well.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
Okay?
Yes.
So it was 9 days of texting between
Scott's
the two,
back.
correct?
Woo! Just in time for the good
I believe
stuff,
so, yes.
Scotty.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one another,
Do you mean intimate? When you say physical?
correct?
Yes.
I'm talking about shaking her hand, Mr. Higgins.
Well, I want to answer your question truthfully.
I would like you to too. You didn't have any physical intimate contact with Miss Reed, correct?
No, I did not.
There was no other hugs or kisses or certainly no sex.
No.
Oh, my cheeks
And when
again.
she said, "I'm glad you came over tonight," in one of those texts that you just read a few minutes ago, she was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
Over the course of that week or so, Miss Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of our communication, she did express, yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to
Hi,
someone and dating
Daisy.
someone,
Good to
etc.
see
We saw
you.
those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal.
No
Correct.
game, Scotty. No game.
It was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, "I don't care too much about that other girl," right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
Right.
Oh.
She said something along the lines of, "I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect." Is that right?
I think that's
John's
something she
here.
texted.
All right. And you'll
John's
agree
here.
that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her. Were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times. You
Yes.
saw it, correct?
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer you, correct?
Right, Debbie.
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, "Why won't you answer the question?" And she would parry and not answer that one either, correct?
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question. I'm asking you whether or not she would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
Right. And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
Pussy, right, Scott?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like, "Why did you get my number and reach out?" That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, "Now what?" Is that right?
Yes.
You texted, "So now what?" Correct?
Yes.
You texted, "I would hang out," meaning with you,
Oh my God.
Yes.
correct? You were showing interest in her.
Yes.
You're showing romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was
Oh
trying
my
to vet
God.
it out.
Well, you weren't you weren't seeing if she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out was her interest in me legitimate. It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind when I didn't initiate this, she did. And I think it was a fair question just to try to find out.
You were showing romantic interest in Karen Reed, weren't you?
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay. When I say romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
Sending somebody flowers?
Dating?
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean, it's kind of hard to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Mr. Higgins, well, not if both people are dating other people, right? Happens all the time, doesn't it?
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest in my client. Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted.
I thought she was an attractive woman.
Romantically
is.
attractive.
I'm not going to go there. No, I don't agree with that.
Of course, you're not going to go there
Liar.
because that would put you in a very awkward position, wouldn't it,
Yes,
sir?
it
Objection.
would.
Not at all.
So the objection sustained is to the form. You can ask it differently, and that answer will be stricken now.
I'm sorry about that. May I?
Yes.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Sexually attracted to her was my question.
God, this is hard.
Well, I think in the text I said you're hot.
Okay. So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my question. My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
Okay. You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
And the real deal with you would be to date her, to get involved with her romantically, correct?
Did
No.
she ignore you?
The real deal was what? What did you mean by I want the real deal?
Like a relationship.
What kind
That's
of relationship?
romantic,
A buddy-buddy
you idiot.
relationship? You just want to go like
The same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
a romantic relationship, Mr. Higgins?
It's possible.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Ah.
And she was answering with things like, when you said, now what? She answered, I don't know, correct?
Yes, she did.
When you asked, so now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what? Correct?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Well, you just read it about 10 minutes ago. Would you quarrel if
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
you were given
Fuck's
portions of it
sake,
by
Higgy.
Mr. Lally as well?
Okay.
Right? Did you text something like, now what? And she
I-
responded something like, now what?
I think on one occasion she did. Yes.
Okay.
Free my boy Billy Tibbetts.
And you remember you just read a text where you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
Nothing. She wanted
I think
nothing
that
to
was
do
one
with
of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme. No,
Well, didn't you just say she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
it.
I did. But as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all about.
Right. So when you were sussing it out and determining whether or not you were going to advance this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's
Just a minute. We're coming up to my favorite spot in the whole trial. The whole trial. But also, wait. Tracy. For fuck's sake, Higgy! She was so out of your league and you loved it. I can think of someone in my life recently that was so far below my league, just saying. Thank you, Tracy, for the super chat. And yes, hard yes on that. Hard yes
I'll
on
take
that.
any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
Wait, one more thing before we go back into it because I like these.
Shawty swing my way. Swing it over here, shawty.
Thanks, Taryn. I love it.
You were going to advance this romantic interest. She was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
well, not one person advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
When you texted,
Insufferable, right, Bill?
you want the real deal, she responded,
Clown.
it doesn't exist, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And she never once in any of those texts expressed anger or hatred toward John Hickey, correct?
No, not at all.
Matter of fact, she texted more, she indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
And then on January 23rd, as you just saw,
Write that
she
down,
just
Taryn.
stopped communicating
We need to
with
get
you
jiggy with it.
altogether, correct?
Until the 29th, yes.
Correct.
All right,
Do you know what the
pause.
term ghosted means?
This bit is my favorite bit in the whole trial. So good. We'll go back a bit. So good. Clip it, someone. But also, Paul asks, why is the romantic interest so important in this trial? I'm too tied up in the cringe to see the importance. So if Higgy admits that he actually had more skin in the game, foreskin, if you will, then that's admitting that he would have had a motive to shape up with John, Officer John O'Keefe. So he's resisting, like, just kicking and screaming to admit that, because that's the motive, right? That right there would be a motive. You know, it's people are like, that's not a motive. Come on now. People have killed over jealousy and since time began, since humankind ever. So that's it's a whole lot of cringe, but buried under the cringe is the motive for murder. Absolutely. And now, chat, we're going to watch it about 65 times, 69 times, if you will.
She just stopped communicating with you altogether, correct?
Until the 29th, yes.
Correct. Do you know what the term ghosted means?
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you, didn't she?
I wouldn't agree with that.
That was frustrating to you, that she just stopped communicating with you.
I can't breathe.
No, not at all.
So good.
You'd been moving through this mindset of exploring a romantic interest with a beautiful woman, thought was interested in you, just like that.
Boom.
Right?
No.
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry,
that.
No, more of it,
after
please.
the 23rd,
Wait.
or up to the 23rd, I don't want to keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry.
that.
Zing, zing, zing.
After the 23rd, or up to the 23rd, she had been texting back and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped, didn't she?
Well, the texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep going, did they?
Well, John passed away.
You know they didn't
Ooh,
keep going.
you killed
because
him.
The 23rd, onto the 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, all the way to the 29th. She never texted you, right?
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your
She
texts,
did it, man.
correct?
Well, she didn't respond to the text on the 28th Friday.
Any of them, dude.
All right, why don't we take our lunch and recess?
Fuck off, Bev.
What I'm going to ask the jury to
Fuck
do
off,
is,
Bev.
can we do a 45-minute lunch instead of an hour's lunch
Oh,
today?
I can't breathe.
And
I needed a
also, You
break.
don't have to answer me now, but maybe we'll
I
go
needed a break.
4:30. If it doesn't work for any one of you.
All right, chat. Oh my God, I love this so much.
Jury's leaving
Make
your
it all
notebooks
worthwhile.
on your kids. All right, follow me, here we go.
We have to eat a salad and a ciggy. I think Karen was wearing her just someone pay attention to me, but goggles. She looks so tired. Oh my goodness. Free Karen Reid.
So why don't I see counsel over here at Sidebar?
Sidebar. Let's do that. Okay, bye, OnlyFan. Wait. No, sidebar. Sidebar. Okay. OnlyFan. Zing. We zoom. Whoop. Chat. This is so good. This is so good. I love her face. I love everything about Karen Reid. I love her. NH Dude says this is the part I felt bad for Karen. No need for this, but get it. Bev wanting to go to 4:30 on this day. It must not be a Friday. We partying. I'm in the blue bubble. Ha ha. Oh my God. I love it. I mean, all that cringe, like the painful cringe of it all, the secondhand embarrassment for, we made it. I can say some things very well, like park the car. I've just got to open my mouth up a lot wider and put the corners up to say Boston accent. Mass for Wisconsin. You got to put it down a little. Man, I hear enough of all the accents. Funny though, someone said that they heard me in another video, heard my voice, and they sent me a link, and I watched it. I'm like, that's a British accent, man. I can tell Florida from Chicago. I can tell obviously like Rhode Island from fucking Mass. I can tell California from Ohio, but y'all Americans just think me New Zealanders and British sound the same. Come on, man. Oh, who's sniffing? Park the car. No, that's not very good. Wicked kisser. I can't say that. No, I don't know the Alaskan accent, but I do know Israel Keys, so there's that. Yikes. Yikes. Here we go. Let's fucking go, chat. This is what we're here for.
All right. Can we have Mr. Higgins, please?
Mr. Higgins, please.
Mr. Higgins, please.
You are unmuted. Oh,
Let's get ready to rumble.
I'm from Melbourne. I'm actually from everywhere, but actually, you know what, chat? I've said this before, but I lived in Needham for about 3 years of my life, from 6 months to 3.5. So I'm really an honorary Needhamite, if that's what you call a Needham person, Bostonian. Canadian originally, moved back to Australia with my expat parents, adoptive parents, when I was 3.5, lived just 2 hours north of Sydney. Then I lived in South Australia, in Adelaide for a while, and now I live in Melbourne. Soon to be back stateside one day. Soon, one day.
And just a reminder, you are still on road.
I'm a gypsy.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Higgins, before we broke for lunch,
Needhamite.
we were talking about the text exchanges and the communication that you were having with Miss Reed in the days leading up to January 23rd. You recall that?
Yes.
It's fair to say that her text communications with you started to dwindle off in the days before the 23rd, correct?
They lagged.
Hi, Mama Sheila.
As a matter of fact, you reached out to her in an effort to try to prompt the conversation to continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you
No.
texted her, stranger, didn't you? Not once, but twice.
I believe so.
Take a look, if you don't mind, at, this is a page from what you've just seen.
So he needs the.
I'm sorry. That was right in front of you. May I approach?
Please.
Thank you.
Please, let's get this fucking show on the road.
Easy to
Maybe
find.
that should just stay with Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. That's easy to find. It's literally the last page. With court permission, may I publish?
Yes.
You're good, Amy. Thank you for popping
Does
by.
that look like a fair
Huh.
representation of what you're looking at, the last page of that series of texts?
Yes.
And at the very top, could you read what you write in the blue bubbles, starting at
The
the
blue
top?
bubbles? So it's the blue
Ha-ha,
bubbles?
Stranger.
Aha.
And then what
Oh,
was the
God,
response
wait.
from Miss Reed?
Wait.
Hey.
At the very
That's what
top,
I'm
could you
talking
read what you write in the blue bubbles, starting at the top?
Ha-ha, stranger.
And then what was the response from Miss Reed?
Hey, I was at the Hilly all weekend.
And what did you respond at that point?
I have not heard from you.
And by the way, if you look at the next date down, what's the date underneath I have not heard from you?
The 23rd.
So this would have preceded the 23rd, correct?
Amy, that's amazing.
Yes.
Okay. Then on the 23rd, and by the way, after you texted, I have not heard from you, she did not respond, correct?
She did not respond.
Then on the 23rd, she did respond with phone works, correct?
In the arrows, like both ways.
Right.
Yep.
And then what did you text after that?
I just said, thought you were all set.
You're
And
all
How did
set.
she respond?
She said, with talking? No.
I love this.
No, that's all I have for that.
Okay.
She's fucking over him.
lights
She's
back
like,
up.
you're an idiot.
So
Fuck right off.
clearly,
Fuck
with
right
that
off.
last text, her response was, in response to you saying, thought we were all set, she said, with talking, no. Correct?
Yep. Yes.
Did that
But
indicate
there'll
to
be
you
no
that
kissing.
With flirting, yes, we're all done.
No, I didn't read anything into it.
Okay.
Oh,
But you did read
whatever.
what she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, how?
I said, are you sure?
Did she respond?
Oh, my cheeks. I love this.
No.
As a matter of fact, the next time you saw or communicated with her, she was walking into the Waterfall Bar on the 29th, late night hours of the 28th, going into the early morning of the 29th, with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe,
Her
correct?
boyfriend?
Yes.
Oh, he put his head down in shame. Yes. And then I fucking killed him.
Now, you had discussed your flirtations, if I can use that word, that you had with Miss Reed with your friends, at least some of them, correct?
I don't recall that. No.
Do you recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Miss Reed with your work supervisor at the DOJ?
Well, that was after I shared what happened, that she kissed me. Yes, I did share that with her.
And that was with
That was the first time.
That was with
No
a person by the name of Kate Dowd. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was before January 29th.
Yes.
I don't think so, Starfish and
And that's
Coffee,
because
no.
your
I don't think
interest
so.
in Karen Reed, whether you call it romantic or sexual or whatever, your interest was something that was at least occupying your mind at that point, correct?
No.
It was occupying your mind enough to share it with your boss.
Ooh, I forgot
No,
about this too.
what I shared with my boss was the fact that she kissed me. That was it.
Did you discuss your flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed with Brian Albert at any point?
No.
Never.
No.
So you were on a 4-hour drive in a snowstorm back from New York with Mr. Albert, and your interest in Karen Reed never came up.
No.
Even though he's a good friend.
Yes, just something I wouldn't talk about.
You'd been drinking since about what time? What time? That's a bad way to ask it. What time did you start drinking?
When are we at, Mr.?
I'm sorry, on the 20.
What a loser.
20.
What a loser.
When you got back from New York, when did you start drinking?
Well, it wasn't until I swapped out vehicles and I went up to the hillside.
Okay, that would have been. Give me a time frame. 9-ish, 8-ish.
It was dark. It was maybe in the area of 8 o'clock.
And what time do you think you got to Waterfall?
I couldn't say. I don't. It was after the hillside.
Did before Brian Albert left?
Getting jiggy with it.
John O'Keefe had been invited over to Waterfall?
No.
How long does that go, Taryn? Wait, sorry.
Left Hillside. Did he tell you that John O'Keefe had been invited over to meet them at the Waterfall?
No.
Loser.
Is there any particular reason why you changed your mind and left the Hillside to go to the Waterfall?
Well, I think, as I previously
Loser.
testified, that it was because I didn't always take them up on their offer, and I usually did the Irish exit, and I decided because of the weather and everything else, and it had been a long day,
It was
that I
snowing.
would go down there and join them.
Didn't have anything to do with you knowing that Karen Reed might be at the Waterfall.
It couldn't have, because I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there. I didn't know who was going to be there other than Brian's
Of
wife.
course, Robin.
Do you have any text messages
Thanks,
with
Taryn.
Brian about going to the Waterfall?
I don't recall. He told me about it at the hillside.
And once he got to the Waterfall obviously before you did.
He did, I think, shortly before, yes.
Any text communications between you and Brian Albert about who was at the Waterfall or who was expected to come to the Waterfall?
Nope.
No,
Nope.
not that I recall.
Unfortunately, we
No.
don't have our phones anymore, so we can't prove that. Look at him like, that's uncomfortable. Go away. Wow, it's a shame that they don't they got upgraded their phones, dropped their phones off at an army base, just like the day before the preservation order. Eee.
Before, yes.
Any
Watch
text
him.
communications between you and Brian
Watch
Albert
him.
about who was at the Waterfall or who was expected to come to the
No.
Waterfall?
No, not that I recall.
Watch.
Now,
Got that lie
you've
through.
already indicated, and I don't think we need to go into a lot of detail about this, but I want to ask you just in general, the mood at the Waterfall was good spirits, correct?
It was great. Band was
Right.
playing.
You did not see any sort of tension between John and Karen.
I did not.
Nobody seemed overly intoxicated.
No.
You had had several drinks before you
Yeah,
even
that's
got to the
awkward.
Waterfall, right?
I think it was 3 to 4.
Did
You
you
drank all
drink
day, you
additionally
fucking
at the
lying
waterfall?
I did, yes.
Did you drink whiskey or beer or what?
Whiskey.
Okay. How many do you think you had?
I couldn't put a number on it. At least a couple.
And ultimately,
least
you left
all
from
day.
there in your.
Wait, pausing to say, Amber says, I used to work on a Navy base. There is no shortcut facts on a base. You have to sit in line to get in. You have to sit in line to get out. There is no shortcut. It's not a shortcut by any means. I mean, right? Just even if you had, like, it's just, people don't be driving through army bases to, like, turf their trash. Please.
Personal vehicle and drove over to, that's the Jeep, drove
The Jeep,
over to
yes.
the waterfall, correct?
I drove over to the waterfall.
I'm
I
sorry.
was at the waterfall.
Left the waterfall, drove over to 34th Fairview.
I did, yes.
When John walked in to the waterfall, were you already there?
Yes.
He greeted you, you indicated, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him.
Yes.
But she did not greet you, did she?
I think they kind of went like that in different directions.
Right.
Yes.
Did she greet you?
No.
Right. So she walked over toward the corner of the bar, and John came
Wait.
over and greeted you, and then walked over and joined her, correct?
Wait. Catastrophe K8 says there is indeed a shortcut. I live next to it. Please do tell. But then Simi Sharp says, I grew up on an Air Force base. Amber is right. It's a hurry up and wait thing. Uncle Brian, we like Dunkel. We like Dunkel for Brian. Amber asks, is it not secured? Catastrophe? Let's get to the bottom of this. He's an ogre, but not a nice one. Possessive, controlling, and a short fuse, in my opinion. Waterfall video tells the story. Kim says, exactly, Amber. I worked at our military base and had to sit in line and show my ID, etc., to even move forward just to work there. We like Dunkel. Dunkel. Military and ATF, I may get you through. ID may get you through the gate fast or around it, possibly. It's just a weird way to say. He could just, I went to the base, but then that suggests that he was going there with intentionality, right? Okay. Well, we still don't know. But if Catastrophe lives next door to this particular base, then they know.
Yes.
Yes. Thanks, Brian.
Karen
Brian
didn't
Higgins.
stop what she was doing once she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you.
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening, once she was sidled up next to John O'Keefe or the friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask
Here
you
we
how you
go.
interpreted it.
Here we go.
I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
Oh, I love it. That's my all-time favorite Karen Reid trial or Auntie Bev quote. We listen to it again, chat. Beg the chat's indulgence.
It's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
No.
So she paid attention.
So good. So good. Look at his body language. Oh my God, so good.
Did it? I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
Did you see him hang his head in shame? Like, fuck yeah, she ignored me, motherfucker.
No.
So she paid attention to you.
One
I asked
more.
you what she did. Did she
One more
ignore
time.
you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
Oh,
No.
So she paid attention to you. Came over and said hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug.
Well, just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those three things?
Oh, my cheeks.
Hug? What was the other
Did she
thing?
say hello, shake your hand, give you a hug?
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
My
No.
cheeks are so sore
But you
today.
didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
Give you hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug.
Well, just because somebody
Watch
didn't come
him.
over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those three things?
Hug? What was the other
Did she
thing?
say hello, shake your hand, give you a hug?
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
That's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
Shake your hand, give you a hug.
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic.
Oh,
No, I don't look at it that way.
Did she ignore you or not?
No, she did not ignore me.
So what did she do to not ignore you?
She was
What's her interaction with you?
Can I answer now?
Sure.
In my opinion, she was working the room, talking to people, saying hello, catching up.
Right. The one person she didn't come over to talk to and say hello to and catch up with.
I think you're right there, Holiday.
Well, I don't know that I was the only person, but I was one of the people that she didn't say hello to. Yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel that.
Oh, I think you might be right there, Holiday. I hadn't really thought of that. In his mind, she did play hard to get. I think you might be right there. Even though he just couldn't, like Amber said, his ego couldn't handle looking at it that way. Where's my mouse? Mouse. There it is. True. And guys like this guys like this turn into stalkers because they're like, no, she fucking wants me. She wants me. But at the same time, knowing she never wants me. She never wanted me. Oh, so good, chat. So good. I love this.
That way, no.
Thank you for being
She
here.
actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night. No,
Did
I
that
don't know.
upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It
Well,
bothered you enough to send her a text that said,
well,
with 6 M's behind it.
okay.
And, well, correct?
Well, it wasn't like that. It was, well, that's it.
Just, well, like a well in the ground.
Well, I think you know what I mean.
I
well,
think you do too, sir. You meant,
Wait, I missed that bit.
Well,
Sorry, my bad.
just, well, like a well in the ground.
I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think you do too, sir. You meant, well, when are you going to pay attention to me?
No, that's not correct.
Well, why are you ignoring me?
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained, Mr. Jackson.
Bev loved it. Bev loved it. We're going back. Bev loved it. Hear the smile in her
Well,
voice.
am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained, Mr. Jackson. Let's move on.
Again.
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained, Mr. Jackson. Let's move on.
At the end of the night, the group basically discussed going back to Brian Albert's house. Is that right?
There was discussion at the table of like, were we going to go to the pizza shop or were we going to go somewhere else?
Go
And
kill
ultimately
someone?
it was 34 Fairview.
Before you left, just so we're clear, when you texted, well, she ignored that text.
Oh, my cheeks.
Can you say that again?
When you texted her, well, at Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her. Yes.
Okay.
She didn't respond.
That wasn't my question.
What,
My question is she ignored the text, correct?
well, I don't know if I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text
Yeah.
or she didn't see it, I don't know. I didn't
She
read into
ignored you,
it.
man. Ghosted.
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
Did
I
she
don't
ignore
know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
Got it.
you?
Correct.
So good.
Well, I don't know
So
if she,
good.
I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely
Look at Alan
ignored the
laughing.
text or she
Look at
didn't
Alan
see it, I don't
laughing.
know. I didn't read into it.
Did she ignore the text?
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
Got
So good.
it. So when everybody was leaving,
Ooh.
did you leave before they did, John and Karen, or did they leave before you did?
I don't know.
You said you were the first one back to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes,
Safe to say you were one of the first ones to leave.
I was the first one to leave
Waterfall.
the waterfall. Probably.
I mean, if you're the, if everybody's herding out and you're the first one to get there, you're probably among the first to leave, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. You never personally discussed going to 34 Fairview with, certainly not with Karen Reed, did you?
No.
And you never discussed it with John O'Keefe either, did you?
No.
You didn't say goodbye or walk over and give John a big hug or anything like that? An
No.
acknowledgement, did you?
No.
You just left.
No, just gonna
But
like,
that's what everybody was doing, just leaving.
Okay. You too. Correct?
I did leave, yes.
And all you knew that at that point, all you knew was that you were going over to 34 Fairview. You did not know who else was invited over to 34 Fairview.
My impression was that it was an open invitation, and I planned on heading over there.
But you did not know who else was coming.
I had no idea who was coming.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk
Top
to him
one.
about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No.
Yet at 2:20 in the morning, you texted John O'Keefe, you coming here, correct?
At 2:20,
Sorry, 12:20.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes.
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
No.
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were to getting Karen to come to 34 Fairview.
No, that's not how I would describe that.
But you didn't text Karen, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you did text John.
Yes.
they did play it. No, they played Robin. They played the video, but with no narration, right? And remember, in AJ's closing arguments, he implored the jury to watch a particular part of that video, and that was the part he implored them. But it was too late. I'm pretty sure it was True Crime Kangaroo, Aussie girl, Lily, who discovered that. Yes, Microdots has made a video out of it, but it was True Crime Kangaroo who noticed that shaping up, that sizing up, and passed it on. Well, I think tagged Big Yannetti Energy on a tweet. So I guarantee you, in the next trial, they will absolutely highlight that part of the video, because it was all that AJ could do in his 60-minute closing arguments to say, please, jury, watch this part of the video, because it had already, case closed. They'd already finished their case in chief, the defense.
You've indicated that you took your Jeep, your personal vehicle with the plow on it, over to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
It was a sweep of the driveway. Yes.
And then you indicated that you parked in front of the house. correct?
Well, I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm going to ask you one final time so that it's completely clear. Exactly where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Okay. Can we have, with the court's permission, Exhibit 66?
Okay.
This is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview, not a photograph. Just to orient you, do you see what's depicted in Exhibit 66?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
Do you see the mailbox, which is about right there?
Yes.
Okay. Where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of the Jeep, the rear, would have been about around equal with the mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you would have been about there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox.
Shelly, hi.
You would have been about right there on the street, correct?
I
Well, that
saw
would
you
have
here
been the front
before,
of the
but I
Jeep
didn't
where
say
your
hello.
laser pointer is. It would be the front.
Okay, so the front of the Jeep is facing the flagpole.
Hey, chat. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to speed it up just a little bit because we're what are we? Wait, what did I just look at? Close to 4 hours in. Time flies when you're cringing with Higgy, and we've still got a fair way to go in this testimony. So if you're happy to stick around, we're doing it. But I'm going to speed it up just a little now that part's done. All right. Go to 1.2 speed. It's not going to help much, but here we are. Lucky we started at 4.
towards Chapman Street, correct.
And the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or
It,
stanchion.
it was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Okay. You indicated the plow was a 6 foot, what inch plow?
I think it was a 6'8", 6
6
foot,
foot, meaning the width.
meaning the width, yes.
How deep is that plow?
How deep? Like,
2 foot, 3 feet, 6 inches?
I mean, it's probably a few inches.
Okay.
It's light duty. It's on a Jeep.
Okay. And it's obviously curved and
Curved.
canted to the right.
No, it wasn't canted at all. It was straight down.
Okay, so it's not like I guess I'm picturing in my mind, I don't know that I've ever seen one, that the front of the Jeep is not parallel to the plow. In other words, it would plow stuff off to the right. Is that not right?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to communicate to me.
How is the plow positioned as it relates to the front end of the Jeep? Is it perfectly parallel to the front end, or is it canted one way or another?
So when you're driving straight locally, where you're not going to have to worry about overheating the Jeep, I would just have the Jeep plow straight. If I was on the highway for a long distance, I'd be worried about overheating. So I would canter the plow, tilt it up so that air could get through the front grille.
So in other words, you can control it.
I can, yes.
How was it that night?
So
How was it canted that night? Was it straight or canted?
it was straight and straight on.
All right. When you walked into 34 Fairview, you indicated that there were people congregated basically in the kitchen area, correct?
There were some people in the kitchen area, yes.
With regards to the video, I dare say, I mean, Microdots is the one who the reason Microdots sort of started helping the defense team. That image of that's a computer generated image of the front of 34 Fairview. Microdots did that image, and then he started doing videos. Well, he was already doing videos, but more and more videos. I think I'm right. Scott, correct me if I'm wrong. I guarantee you they wouldn't be able to introduce Microdots video, but they can focus in on, perhaps with narration, the raw footage. Perhaps they can get a slightly enhanced version in if it's stipulated to. But I don't think anything with like music and shit can be. But it would be Microdots, Richie, who would enhance that video because he does all that stuff for the defense team, I believe.
How many people were at the high top table that you described?
How much
Initially, when I
longer is
walked in,
this?
I believe there was
This much
Brian
longer.
Jr. and
All
he
of
was
that.
flanked by
Could be a break
one,
in there.
possibly two females.
And you indicated that basically you were positioned in that area with your back to the
45?
door for most of the evening.
I was like I would describe this diagonally
Yeah, 2.5
across from
hours.
him and had
Yikes.
my back to the door that I had
That'll
come
be a
in, which
break.
would be the breezeway door.
But at some point you had moved out of that kitchen area with Brian Albert, correct?
Well, I briefly went and looked at some photos.
Right. So you moved out of that area with Brian Albert alone to go to a different room.
Yes, and I think his wife, Nicole, might have popped in the room for a second, but it was brief.
Did you have anything to drink while you were at 34 Fairview?
Well, when I got there, they didn't have any whiskey. I believe they might have put a beer or something else in front of me. And, I knew it was going to be a short night there because I just wasn't going to, I'm not a beer drinker.
There's photos of him with beers in his hand, but okay.
You've indicated in a prior testimony that you've never been upstairs in Brian's house, correct?
When you say upstairs, like you're talking like second floor?
Correct.
Yes, no.
Okay.
Yeah, tell us.
You testified to that in a prior hearing. Is that right?
Yes,
In May of 2023.
yes,
And you said specifically, quote, "I've never been upstairs." Is that
yes,
right? All right. You understood when you gave that statement that you were under oath.
yes,
You were telling the truth.
yes,
Same oath that you took here today, correct?
yes.
You indicated that the photos that you saw were on the first floor living room area. Is that right?
I believe that's where they were, yes.
So the only floor downstairs from the first floor would be what?
The basement,
And the only floor upstairs from the basement would be what?
the first floor.
So if someone were to describe going upstairs to look at the photos that you've described on the first floor, where would they have to be to go upstairs to look at those photos?
Are you saying on the first floor?
Correct. If the photos are on the first floor,
Yeah.
and someone said, we went upstairs to look at those photos, where would they have to be?
I guess upstairs.
The people would have to be upstairs?
Well, the photos would be upstairs. Is that what you're saying?
Where are the people? Where would the people have to be to go upstairs to the living room to look at the photos?
I'm not understanding the question.
If the photos are on the first floor, Mr. Higgins,
Yes.
the only floor beneath it is the basement,
Okay.
and someone says, we went upstairs to look at the photos, where would they have to be?
Well, who said they went upstairs?
All right, so
Well,
Mr. Jackson, you can save this for argument. Next question, please.
No, you can't.
If Brian Albert said you went
he had an
upstairs to
hour.
look at the photos, where would you have to be?
Objection.
Sustain.
Now, Brian Albert had a weight room someplace in the house, right?
Yes.
And a gym.
I guess he called it a home gym
Where was that?
in the basement.
Had you ever been down to that basement before?
Yes, one time.
When was that?
That was during the twins' graduation party. Summertime.
Summertime before,
Summertime before. Yes.
summer of 2021?
Maybe.
So if Brian Albert testified
Or
that
could
you've
it-
never been in the basement, that would not be accurate.
Objection.
Sustain.
Now, you do recall giving testimony at another proceeding on June 1st, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the same thing applied. You were under oath. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that it was a crime to lie under oath
Yes.
in that proceeding. During the course of that proceeding, you were asked who was in the house and who you saw come into the house, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of that testimony, you admitted that you observed a tall, dark-haired male enter the Albert house that night, correct?
I believe that was in reference to ask to somebody's brother in a pickup. I don't know if that was during.
All I'm asking you, Mr. Higgins, is did you say that? Did you say a tall, dark-haired male entered the house while you were there?
I said they might have.
Did you say they might have?
Yes. And that was in reference to
You may have
somebody's
just a moment,
brother.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Free my boy Billy Tibbetts.
Shorty, swing my way.
Swing it over here, shorty.
Isn't it true that you indicated that a male showed up who may have been Julie Nagel's brother, correct?
I said might have, yes.
Right. But there was no question in your mind that a male did in fact show up, and you described him as tall and dark-haired, right?
Yes.
You were asked, a male showed up where? And you answered, quote, showed up at the house that I didn't know. I think he was there very briefly. I was half paying attention to it. Question, did that male come inside the house? Answer, I believe he did. Do you remember that?
Yes.
We've reviewed Ryan and Juliana Nagel's testimony. In fact, it was Amy Boston and I did that one. It's in the playlist of all these We Need to Talk testimony reviews. Check it out when you've got nothing to watch sometime. That playlist is full of this stuff. Full 21, 22 videos.
So a male did come in the house that night, correct?
No, I said I believe he did. I wasn't sure.
Well,
I think it's a cop term.
when you testified at the prior hearing, you were asked, so you saw someone else come? Question. Answer, somebody else. Yes. End quote. That's what you testified to under oath, wasn't it?
Is that in reference to that?
What page are you on, Mr. Jackson?
Page 485, 486, I believe. Yes. If I may, Coach.
Yes.
Yes. Come closer, AJ.
Thank you.
Look at the top part that I highlighted.
Do you know what annoys me? His fucking haircut, his part. What the fuck, man? Have you noticed it? So annoying. Night, Robin. Thank you. Enjoy the TV. Shorty on your big screen. Lol. Lol. Come on,
Mr.
man.
Higgins, do you have that in mind?
I do.
May I approach?
Yeah, I do. Did they? I missed that. I can't stand it.
You were asked the question, quote, did that male come inside the house? You answered, I believe he did. Question, so you saw someone else come?
Hi.
Answer,
Hey, dude.
somebody
Thanks
else.
for joining.
Yes, correct?
Hit the like on your
Yes,
way
but I
out.
also said that I wasn't paying
Mr. Higgins,
attention.
I realize that you want to explain your answer. I've asked you a very simple question. Was that your testimony in front of another proceeding?
Yes, it was.
At another proceeding, which you were under oath?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You also said that you only remember seeing that person come in briefly. And it looked like he was having a conversation with the two girls, briefly, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how long was the person in there roughly, and you said it was quick. Less than a couple of minutes. I mean, it was quick, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked what he looked like.
We hate his
And you
tie
said,
too. We
I
hate
feel
him.
like they were a little bit taller. They had dark hair, correct?
Yes.
So you testified that a tall, dark-haired male came into the house, at least briefly, in your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Approximately when in the timeline of events did that unidentified male
Concentrating so hard.
enter the residence?
I don't know the time frame. It would have been while I was there.
When you
No
gave your
shit.
statement to the Massachusetts State Police, you didn't tell them about a tall, dark-haired male coming into the residence at 34 Fairview, did you, on February 3rd?
I don't recall.
Bill.
You were
He
specifically
needs them
asked
to
by
balance
ADA
out his
Lally
fault.
when you testified before the state court grand jury on April 28th, 2022, who else was present, correct?
Yes.
And you never mentioned a tall, dark-haired male coming into the house, did you?
No.
However, on June 1st, 2023, at this other proceeding, you were specifically instructed at the start of your testimony that it was a crime to give materially false statements in that proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And that's the proceeding in which you admitted that there was a tall, dark-haired male who came in the house.
I
Yes
said
or
I-
no? Yes or no? Is
Can-
that the proceeding?
Can you answer that, yes or no?
No, I can't, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
The quotations or the quotes that I just read you and that you just looked at,
Yes.
that was from the June 1, 2023 hearing, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Jack, I'm just going to stand up for a second, stretch my legs. I've been sitting here for 4 hours on a stool, not super comfortable. BRB.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
That's what was just read, and that's another page. Just take a look at that page and see if you see a date on it, the first page.
I see it. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What's the date, sir?
June 1st?
2023?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the Albert residence in total? From the time you got there till the time you left?
Maybe like a half hour, less than an hour.
And what time did you leave? Say 12:30, you said?
I think I said between 12:30 and 1
Okay.
a.m.
And you indicated that you pretty much didn't say goodbye to anybody, right?
At the house,
Correct.
I just kind of left. I said, see you later. Turn around, left.
As a matter of fact, at that same hearing that we just looked at, your statement was, I made a beeline out of there, correct?
I don't know if that's the verbiage I used, but I left
Why the rush? Why did you leave so quick?
because it was a long day and I just wanted to go home.
Except you didn't go home, did you?
No, I went back to Canton PD.
Right. So it wasn't such a long day that you actually drove home. You went back to the Canton Police Department at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, correct?
To move vehicles, correct.
Well, let's talk about you leaving. You walked out the side breezeway door, correct?
Yes.
You walked down the driveway.
Yes.
There's nothing obstructing your view at that point of the lawn to your right, correct?
I didn't look over there, but I would not think so.
Between you and the flagpole, in other words, there wasn't some mound of dirt, something obstructing your view. You could see straight across if you wanted to, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
It's just basically a flat grassy lawn with a light dusting of white powder snow on it, right?
I don't know how much snow was, but there was snow there.
Yeah, you indicated that it wasn't even enough to stick to the pavement at that point.
Well, that's when I got there. Yes,
Well, you only stayed less than an hour, right?
that's correct.
So I'm assuming it didn't dump 3 feet in an hour, correct?
I think we can both agree that it's not free. It wouldn't have been 3 feet now.
Right. So it would have been a light dusting of snow.
More snow than there was there.
Right, Nick?
How far would you say it was from the edge of the driveway over to your
Hey,
Jeep?
Caroline. Good work on the cooking.
From where the back of my Jeep was parked,
Correct.
Grab acid.
maybe a foot or two, or it could have been even with the edge of the driveway.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's probably a bad question on my part. When you left the house, as you started to walk down the driveway toward your Jeep, how long of a walk is that? Across the yard to down the driveway to get to your Jeep?
Short. Well,
30 feet?
maybe.
Okay. During the course of you walking out the door, heading to your Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No,
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
of course not.
Now, you get in your car, and it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's
Here we
facing
go.
directly up the street, the flagpole
Here
would be
we
off to
go.
1 o'clock.
Right. So
Wait.
just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole is, correct?
Chat.
It's off to the right.
Where's all my Wendy Adelson folks at? Where's all my Wendy Adelson folks at? The hand gestures. Let's go back and watch that. I know he's demonstrating something, but they always fucking do the hand shit when they're lying. Oh, dirty paws. Lol.
No,
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
of course not.
Course not.
Now, you get in your car
Course
and
not.
it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's facing directly up the street, flagpole would be off to the 1 o'clock.
Right. So just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole
And
is,
he
correct?
touched his face.
It's off to the right.
Just a few degrees.
I don't know how many degrees, but it's off to the right.
Well, you just said 1 o'clock. You're
Yes.
a former military guy, right?
I am.
Okay. 1 o'clock means 1 o'clock on watch. 12 o'clock is due north or right in front of you. 1 o'clock is just a few degrees to the right, correct?
Look at his
That's what
face.
you meant.
At the 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. So you didn't see a body when you got in your Jeep.
No, I did not.
Then you turned the engine on, correct?
And the wipers, yes.
And the lights.
And the wipers.
Yes.
And the lights lit up everything in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Still didn't see a body, did you?
No, I did not.
Sitting in the driver's seat, you put the car in gear and you begin to roll
Weird,
forward, right?
huh?
Yes.
But there was a plow on the ground that scraped for a foot, right?
Yes.
So you picked it back up,
Yes.
looked out the windshield to make sure the plow was situated, and continued to roll forward, correct?
I knew it was up and I continued to drive.
And as you continue to drive, you're looking ahead of you and probably to your left to make sure that there's no oncoming cars, right?
Well, I knew there was no oncoming cars. I was just driving forward.
Right. So your focus is directly in front of you.
On the road, yes.
And everything in your peripheral vision is right in front of you as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing obstructing your view.
I mean, other than snow on the car.
Nothing obstructing your view outside toward the lawn. Wasn't another car parked there.
No, I didn't. There was no vehicles in front of me, no.
It was the roadway was relatively empty.
There was no cars.
And you didn't see a body then either, did you?
I did not.
And as you drive past that flagpole with everything lit up and everything in your peripheral vision, you still didn't see a body on that lawn, did you?
I did not.
Weird.
Well,
You're a former firefighter, is that right?
yes.
That puts you in a position of being a first responder.
Yes.
And you're currently a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
That puts you in the position of being a first responder, correct?
I'm also a tactical medic, yes.
Which means that you have training to be an observer. You're a trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look for things out of the ordinary. You look for things that don't belong. As an investigator, and former firefighter, first responder, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road in the lawn or in the yard, just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't
I
ask
would
you
have
if
done
you
something
did.
to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did not.
And that's because there was no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
Because if there was a body there, you certainly would have seen that.
Objection.
Where exactly did you go when you left 34th
Right,
Avenue?
Simi, right?
I went back to the
Lousy
Canton
cop
Police
too.
Station.
When you were asked that on direct examination, you said you weren't sure where you went when you left 34th Avenue, either home or to Canton PD.
No, that's not what I testified to.
Did something jog your memory
That
about
is-
where you went?
That is not what I testified to. That was in relation to where did I go after I left 34 Fairview the next morning.
Huh.
Why did you go to Canton Police
Splitting
Department
hairs,
that,
huh?
night, that morning?
What's the question?
Ah!
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left 34 Fairview, the Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
to move 2 vehicles.
There's
Hmm.
been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has there not?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. You had an initial interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022,
Yes.
correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? You later said, when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 28th, that you went to Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned,
I said administrative things.
you said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay. Can we agree, Mr. Higgins, that you didn't mention anything about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
So
chat, pausing just to say, Taryn has programmed, excuse me, wait, excuse me, we have a sound effect for that too. Taryn, best production assistant ever, has programmed into Stream Elements that if you want to be here but just lurk, if you type !lurk, you'll get this notification that says, well, I'll go to my other screen, wait. It says, oh, it doesn't say me though. Stream Elements is here but lurking. Thank you for being here. Come back soon and bring cheese. I love it. Might need some tweaking, Taryn, because it doesn't come up as... Anyway, if you want to say that you're here and just go and lurk, it's a cool prompt. So that's for everybody, I think. Try it. Aqua E is going to try it. I know Brandy Churchwell has it. Oh, look, didn't work for Aqua E. So we'll tweak it, but that's coming. And we'll also do a here, like a, hey, save a seat. I just thought of it because my brain is wandering at 4 hours and 9.
When you say I went to Canton PD to do administrative work or administrative obligations, you meant moving your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Although you didn't say.
So Michelle's worked. Okay, wait.
No, I said I didn't move my personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
Michelle's worked because she's a moderator. So we might have to, Taryn, give access to all subscribers or something. So stay posted for that. We're still working on Mr. Stream Elements. He's such a helpful bot. He might need a little bit of grab ass and to get him to be behaving all the way.
Or either one. You just traded off vehicles, moved them out of the way, right?
I moved the purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you had gotten Canton PD
Hey, some people
earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
Yeah, it's an exclamation
correct,
point.
yes.
So you didn't move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later,
I
right?
was more concerned to go eat and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go?
Sorry, we'll go back a little bit, but also Taryn doesn't seem to, on my YouTube chat, it doesn't seem to show who's typed in lurk. So somehow it needs to say like Simi Sharp is here. Thank you. That lurking. Bring some cheese. I love the cheese.
Go all the way back earlier in the afternoon and actually move some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew.
No,
a
it's
blizzard
to
was
just
coming.
say, hi, I'm here.
That
and
is
I'm
correct,
lurking.
yes.
So you didn't move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later.
I was
right?
more concerned
Yes.
to go eat and have a
Yeah.
drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back to Canton and play, parking lot with these cars in the middle of the night?
Not really.
Mr. Higgins, you weren't actually at Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30 in the morning, were you?
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
And we'll talk about the video in just a second. You entered the Canton Police Station through which door?
I believe it was the door to the right of the Sally Port as you come in the main entrance.
Yes.
And you
that's
made
what
note of who was on duty that night, correct?
I didn't make
Ha-ha.
note. I walked by, I saw somebody sitting in the control room and then just went about my business.
So you immediately knew that your friend, Officer Good, was working dispatch, right?
So do you need to hear something or? It's really hot over there. So why don't we take a 5-minute recess?
5 minutes. He was moving blue bubbles. Yes. 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 Hey, Cameron. Yeah, good question, JM. Did he plow the parking lot too? Wait.
Nancy, are you going over here?
Okay. Let's get through this. Oh, wait. Silence. The fan. We're doing it, chat. We're getting there. Ooh, ooh. So it starts to get spicy now, right?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Let's get ready to rumble.
You are unmuted. Thank you.
All the sound effects.
Let's bring Mr. Higgins back. Thank you.
Shorty, swing my way. Swing it over here, shorty.
Getting jiggy with it.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Getting jiggy with it.
Mr. Higgins, if you went back to Canton PD at 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, you would certainly be in a position to monitor anything that was happening at Canton PD at the time that at least you were there, correct?
No.
Good idea,
You would
Mama
be
Shee.
inside the building, correct?
Oh, I've got it down already. We need more members.
Access to dispatch and anything else that was happening around that floor, that area, correct?
I did not go into dispatch.
You would have access to the interior of the police station at that time if you went back to Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
I'd have access.
You could see if there was any activity going on, any calls, call
Town will
outs, things of
fix
that nature.
I didn't have access to that, and I wasn't looking for it.
Not that you were looking for it, Mr. Higgins. My question is more simple than that. If you were there, you'd know what was going on inside the building.
No.
So if you walked in, you would just be
Slow it down a little
completely oblivious to anything that was happening. For instance,
Ew,
if
oblivious.
troopers started amassing to go out to a call, you wouldn't see that.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
If you were able to monitor, you'd be in a position to monitor what was happening at the station around 1:30 in the morning when you were over there, correct?
No.
Amber, can
So,
you please drop the
um,
link?
How long did
iPhone
it take
link?
you to get home from Canton PD?
A little longer from after I moved the vehicles.
Correct.
I don't know.
Correct.
I mean, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 20 minutes.
Could have been an hour and a half.
You live alone?
I do.
You did
Suck
then?
it.
Yes.
Oh, same. Wait.
What did you do when you got home?
I think I had something to eat, maybe a couple more drinks.
Then you went to bed?
Was either on the couch
Sorry, that was my earbud. Start again.
or in the bed watching the news.
Too fancy.
In any of the prior testimony that you've given in this case, have you ever indicated, ever, that you slept on the couch that night?
I don't know.
Well, you reviewed your testimony before you
Well,
testified.
those would be the two options.
I didn't ask you about your options. I asked you if you reviewed your testimony before you testified today.
Did
Yes.
you bring your lawyer?
Okay.
Yes.
When you reviewed your testimony previous to coming in here today, did you ever testify that you slept on the couch that night?
No, I slept in my bed, but I could have started somewhere else.
Did you ever testify in the previous hearing that you started somewhere else?
Not that I know.
Did you ever mention a couch in any of your description about what you did when you went home that night?
Not that I recall.
As a matter of fact, what you did mention under questioning in a different hearing was that you may have gotten something to eat. You then went to bed, put your stuff on the nightstand next to your bed, correct?
That would be the routine, yes.
You did not make or receive any calls after returning home that night.
No.
You were clear when you went to sleep in your prior testimony that you
Oh.
put both your work and your personal phone. You had two at the time, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Welcome, Mama Shee. Yes, thank you for joining. And Amber, that's good to know that that link works for an iPhone. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Joseph spends so much money at the strip club, not the actual strip club, the Shorty strip club, that he hasn't been gifting any memberships today. Don't worry, if I don't work tomorrow, we'll be back on the train. Well, I'll gift out some more as well, and we'll get enough members to add a few more emojis. YouTube's mean. YouTube insists that we have certain numbers of members to add new emojis. I've swapped out a couple of emotes. They're from existing ones, but all the ones we've got now are pretty much ones we want to keep. So, yay, we'll get there. Thank you for joining.
A personal
Now you
and
can use
and
the
a work
emotes.
cell phone,
Woo!
right?
Yes.
You put them both on your bedside table because that's what you do every night. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked whether or not you have a charging station, and you said, "Yeah, it's right
Candy.
on my bedside."
I don't know that I don't have a charging station.
Right? You said no, bedside. In other words, you keep your phone by your bedside on your bedside table.
Usually.
You also testified that you did not use your phone that night to go on social media, correct?
Oh,
That's
Cheryl.
You indicated that you don't go on,
Thank
you
you.
know you didn't go on social media because you don't
Yeah.
have social media. You don't use it that much.
I don't.
You said I don't have the gram. I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't use Snapchat, and you quote don't do those things, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So you testified that the first call you received after
Nobody
returning
in
home
chat.
on the 29th was a
YouTube.
call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which
Here we
woke
go.
you up. Is that right?
Wait, Here we go.
It was around 6:30ish, I
wait.
think.
Okay. The
Important.
gram, I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't use Snapchat and you quote, don't do those things, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So you testified that the first call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up. Is that right?
It was around 6:30ish, I think.
Okay. Your testimony previously was at some point before 7 a.m., that call was the one that woke you up.
Yes.
And it turns out, Mr. Higgins, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a lie.
When you were asked that question at a previous hearing, you didn't know that the person questioning you had your phone records, did you?
I assume they did.
And you were thereafter confronted with those phone records, correct?
I was asked about them, yes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually
Yes,
exchanged
Michael.
not one, but 2 phone calls at 2:22 a.m. that morning at a time when you claimed you were in bed asleep, correct?
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Please.
She's A-OK, the old
May I approach
Katie
you?
McLaughlin.
Thank you. Take a look at those 2 documents and tell me if you recognize at least the top one.
Right, JM?
Do
Seems
they have a
random.
page number for me to follow or no?
I was just asking Ms. Little, I don't think we've introduced them, and no, they don't have a page number, but I'm going to ask that they be marked for identification at least at this point.
I don't think those channels are bots. They're just people not in our chat. They're just subscribers. Could be anyone.
Do you recognize
Like-
those?
Yes.
I literally got gifted a membership the other night to a channel that I was subscribed to just because they're an Australian channel, and I'm like, yeah, I probably should. And I watched like 10 minutes of their stuff. I'm like, it's not for me. And then within the last with a week later, I got gifted a membership. So these are just subscribers. I have like almost 7,000 subscribers. So it's going to happen occasionally. It's just better when someone in chat gets them.
May I approach?
Yes.
These are, you know what, I'm going to, if it's okay with the court, maybe witness maintain those documents?
Sure.
Just a second.
Cheryl. It was a different Cheryl. It was a Cheryl
I'd
with
like
a
to have
Steve.
those 2
Hi.
documents marked only for identification with the court's permission.
Okay.
They're good emojis, aren't
As
they?
one exhibit?
Lots of
We
fun.
can do it as one exhibit, that's fine.
Okay. Could you please hand those to Madam Clerk?
Yes. Your Honor.
I reckon you might be right there, Cambry. He probably does wear a seatbelt.
Sorry, what was it?
Oh, do I? Do I?
Thank you.
Oh, yes, 7,000.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, you see the document on the lower right, it has a page number or there's a numeric indicator 01770. In other words,
Yes,
1770
7,429.
On the lower
You're right.
right-hand corner?
in the right. I mean, in the red.
My brain. We're 4.5 hours in. My brain's
It
mush.
says 01771.
Look at the next page. I think they're just out of order.
Why don't you come show
Am I
me?
missing something?
Yeah, you're missing your fucking game, mate. And your integrity. You're missing the truth.
Oh, this has been marked over.
You're missing a murder charge.
Sorry.
You're missing your phone.
It's okay. It's
So
okay.
many things.
I'll use the one with QQ and the one with
Oh,
1771.
nice.
Because the
Nice.
other
Emma.
numbers-
When you're referencing them. When you're referencing them?
when I'm referencing them.
Okay.
Yes, man.
Take a look at
When he's
the one
referencing
that's
them,
marked with the QQ.
I see it.
You've seen that document before, correct?
I think I've seen it maybe on a screen, not in my hand.
That was these were the records that were shown to you at the prior hearing.
Yes.
And you acknowledge that at least the one marked QQ is a record of your calls, correct?
It has my name, my telephone number, correct?
Woo,
And
Taryn
it
fixed
indicates
it.
that on
Wait.
January 29th, 2022,
Chat, try it now. Try exclamation point lurk. Yes, Taryn. Yes, Taryn. You're the fucking best production assistant ever to walk the earth. Ever, ever, ever. Try it now, chat. Try it now. Try it now. We're going to just have the chat's going to go fucking wild. Here we go. Here we go. Let me look at it in YouTube's. Wait. Yes, smoking. Yes, it works. That's so cool. Oh my God. I'm so proud of you, Taryn. Thank you so much. Oh my God, Zach's here. Yay. Hi, Zach. Just in time to say lurk. Smirk. You're an idiot, Zach. Oh, wait. I've got a bumper for that. It's exactly how I say it.
You're an idiot, Zach.
Now we can do here. We can do so many. Woo! Look at us go. Look at us go. Not us. Look at you go, Taryn. What a fucking, you're a sick bitch. I fucking love you. Hooray. Hooray. We haven't got here yet. Here isn't done yet. Oh, wait. No, here's a new one. Here, we're doing another one, which if you want to take a seat and you don't want to lurk, we're going to do one that says here. So you can say, hi, I'm here. You know, if you watch Brandy Churchwell, she has a few cool ones. Zach has his own in Broken Baker, I think. What is Stream Element saying now? Wait, what's this one? Stream Elements, we broke Stream Elements. Wait, what? Oh, that's just a joke. Wait, how did that work? Is that Zach? How did that work? Yay! Crystal has heat. Yes. See how much good stuff's happening because we're manifesting it. Woo! That's an Easter egg dag joke. Oh, I love it. I didn't even know that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I love it. Yeah, chat is bay. Chat is bay. Chat is bay. Best mods, chat is bay. Chat is bay. Wait, where is it? Best mods. Oh, Tim wants to come in. It's all fucking happening. Tim, my cat. Okay, let's go back to the testimony. We can do this. What does Zach have? Oh, chat is bay. And your slay. Bill's slay. Come on to see a new thing. Robin G, you put exclamation point and then the word lurk, L-U-R-K, all lowercase. And yes, Timmy coming. Tim wants to come in. It's raining. Hang on. BRB. Back to the testimony. Whoa, this is so cool. Love you guys. Love you, Taryn.
At 2:22 and 35 seconds, you received a call from Brian Albert, duration of 1 second, correct?
Yes.
In other words, Brian Albert called you at 2:22 and 35 seconds, but it looks like you missed the call, correct?
I see the 1 second call. Yes.
There's a second call just below that. On the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds from you to Brian Albert. Do you see that one?
Yes.
And the duration of that call is 22 seconds, correct?
I see that. Yes.
So 17 seconds after you missed a call, according to these records, from Brian Albert, you called him back.
So
there was a
cool.
call lasting 22
Look at us
seconds.
go.
Is that right?
Yes.
That's what the records say.
May I approach?
Yes.
So can I say my cat? I've got a wet pussy. Jimmy just came in out of the rain. Sorry, chat. Sorry.
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night,
TV. Bye, Robin.
approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
Copy.
And that was 5 minutes before 2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in cold, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then, of course, you lied about that under oath in that prior proceeding by
Hi,
saying,
Gypsy.
I don't remember this phone call.
Objection.
So stick around now,
Did
Gypsy.
you, in fact, tell the
Hanging and
truth
banging.
at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Did you lie under oath, sir?
No, I did not.
Did you tell us if you did?
Wait. Did you hear that, Chad? He just said, I always tell the truth with such defiance. Emphatic denials. Well, it's not really a denial. It's not an absolutely not. Wait. Oh my God, it's so good. He's not really happy, is he?
And then, of course, you lied about that under oath in that prior proceeding by saying, I don't remember this phone call.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, in fact, tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Did you lie under oath, sir?
No, I did not.
Did you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Free my boy Billy Tibbet.
You acknowledge that there's a 22
Look,
second
he
phone
laughed.
call in your phone records, correct?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You acknowledge that there's a
Oh, his ego. His ego is just, oof. He doesn't like getting his balls handed to him, his blue ball bubbles, or handed to him on a plate by AJ. Oh, so good.
22 second phone call in your phone records, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is
Fuck
quite
off.
an amount of time. Would you agree?
It's 22 seconds.
As a matter of fact, that
You're wrong.
this long, with the court's permission,
The court does not give permission. That's argument, Mr. Jackson.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, that's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
It
No.
really is.
Long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
It really
I didn't
is.
have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
No.
A human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
Sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
I don't agree with it. No.
Chat, I know you remember, but remember how hilarious it is that how long? What are we up to? 6 minutes, within an hour and a half, his own attorney is saying, I only need 10 seconds with my client to have a very important conversation about whether he needs to plead the fifth or answer the questions. Lol. So good. Fuck, so
Now,
good.
when you were asked about this and you were shown these records at prior hearing, you had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
Reading. Awesome.
So you think it's possible that you may have butt dialed
Awesome.
Brian Albert for 22
So what do we
call that
type?
You're not aware.
Exclamation point what?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
You have an iPhone at the time.
Yes.
Matter of fact, that number for reflecting those records is in fact, or was in fact, an iPhone. Is that right?
Scott, we've got a new thing. Type in exclamation point lurk, L-U-R-K, and Stream Elements will say, hi, you're here, lurking.
Yes.
You already indicated under oath that you don't sleep with your iPhone. You keep it on your bedside table. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
There's nobody else in your room. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer on because you were awakened the next morning by a call from Chief Berkowitz, right?
Yes, the ringer was on.
When somebody calls you and you
You're an
miss the
idiot,
call, there's a notification that shows up on that iPhone. Isn't that right?
I don't know how mine's set up at the time. I don't know.
If you open up your phone app and you go to recents, it shows all the missed calls, correct?
I think you can get to them, yes.
And you know that the iPhone does not automatically call people back. That is not a thing, right? You miss a call from someone, it's not just going to automatically re-ring them.
Yes, I think we both know that, yes.
So to call somebody back, you have to go on your iPhone, open it up from a locked position, navigate to a phone application, then navigate to a contact, and then make a call, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break it down.
Sure. In order to call somebody back, if you've missed a call, you first have to unlock your iPhone.
You would have to, yes.
You can do that either through Face ID or through a 4 or 6 digit passcode, right?
Yes.
Don't tell me the code, but did you have a 4 or a 6 digit passcode locking your iPhone at the time?
I don't know if it was a digit code or Face ID.
Well, if you have a
Be
Face ID, you
engaged.
have to have a digit code as well, right?
Focus.
I guess so.
Okay. Did you open your phone with your Face ID or a multi-digit code?
I have no recollection of answering the phone or calling anybody back.
You also have to navigate, once the phone is unlocked, you have to navigate to the phone app, correct?
I don't know necessarily if you unlocked it with your face, if it would be right there. I've never thought about it.
Once you unlock that phone app, you have to
Not
manipulate
face,
the phone
Candy, I
on
was
the
about to say
screen
the same
with your
thing.
finger in order to make a call, correct?
You would have to hit at least one button, I guess.
At least one, right?
Yes.
So that's 3 or 4 interactions with the phone that have to be physically undertaken to just make one call, right?
Karen is concentrating so hard. This is so important. So important. Hey, thank you, Mama She, for the super sticker. Thank you so much. Welcome to being a member and super stickering. I'm glad you're having a fun time. And this. Oh my God, there's so many sound effects now.
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
But I didn't make any calls.
So how'd you butt dial?
I didn't
How
make
did
any
you butt
calls.
dial?
I have no recollection of any calls, nor did I speak with anybody.
After you were shown these phone records at that prior hearing, in that hearing at least, you finally admitted that you did in fact call Brian Albert back, but this time you claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it appropriately, Mr. Jackson.
Ask
Did
it differently,
you
Mr. Jackson.
Ever
Wait.
previously tell
You can butt dial on an iPhone. You can, Nick. Just need to make sure that you haven't locked your phone. Like I've butt dialed many times. I used to butt dial, like pocket dial, the pedo pirate all the time at work because I'd be in WhatsApp talking to him, and then I put my phone back in my pocket and it'd call him all the time. I've pocket timed out like 6 or 7 chatters when I used to moderate for Roberta Glass at work. It is possible, but you need to have not the way they're talking about it, but yeah.
Testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation during the course of the call.
What I think I testified was something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
Do you remember being asked, quote, did you call him back, end quote, and you answered yes. And then there was a question.
There was a series of questions there. That's only a fragment of what I said.
I'm not done yet, Mr. Higgins. Can you answer my question?
Yes.
To the question, did you call him back? Your answer was yes, correct?
I think it was kind of I must have.
Then you were asked, well, the answer was yes. And then there was a colloquy back and forth where you spoke over each other's words, right?
It was
Taryn, we've created a Taryn monster. Now if you type in, if you're lurking and you're doing stuff and then you come back into the chat, you just type in unlurk and you'll get this. That's so cool, Taryn. Look at us. We're going to have so many prompts. People are going to be prompting like a motherfucker.
dialogue back and forth about this whole thing, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
You see the pink highlighted question and the pink highlighted answer.
Yes.
What's the question? Please read it for me.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Everyone's mama. I love it. Everyone's doing it. You guys are the best. Thanks, Shorties. Thanks, chat.
You then said a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not have a conversation.
Always been
correct.
I did not have a conversation with anybody.
And the question following that was, you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call, end quote. That's what you said at the other hearing under oath, correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
Sure.
Unlike.
Ma'am?
I'm going to assume that's a typo. Hello, hammies, homies.
Thank you.
hammies.
The bottom portion in pink. If you could read that answer to yourself, please. You have that in mind, sir?
No, can I have a minute, please?
I got you. I got you. You're going to put an exclamation point behind it, in front of it. Exclamation point and then lurk, or exclamation point unlurk. That'll work it. I'm going to go out, Busty.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
You may. Of course you may.
Does that refresh your recollection about how you answered that question?
Yes.
And your answer was, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call. That's the only thing.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert,
I
correct?
did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
You've had some time to think about this 2:22 a.m. call, correct? Since that last testimony.
Some time to think about it?
Yeah.
I haven't really thought about it, no.
So for over a year, you haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone record lying about not having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
Mr. Higgins,
So
what was
mad.
so important that you and Brian Albert needed to discuss something at 2:22 in the morning?
There was no discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert.
Just pull the
And why
microphone
the
towards your
22-second
dipshit.
phone call, sir?
Objection.
Wait, I
System.
talked over top of it. Wait.
You haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone record lying about not having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what was so important that you and Brian Albert needed to discuss something at 2:22 in the morning?
There was no discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert.
And why the 22-second phone call, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about what you did after you woke up on January 29th, 2022. That was obviously a memorable day in your mind, correct?
It was a sad day.
The very first person you spoke to after waking up was who?
Well, I believe I said I got the call from Chief Berkowitz.
That's not my question.
Say that again?
Who's the first person you spoke to on the phone that morning when you woke up?
Brian Albert.
Hey, puppy.
Whose idea was it for you to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning?
It was my idea.
Was it important to you
You
to
stayed
speak
awake
with
so
Brian
long,
Albert in
Jenny.
person
Thank
rather
you.
than over text or phone call?
No, it was important to support the people that were there.
So of course you drove over to his house, you had an opportunity to speak to him in person without any law enforcement presence, correct?
I was there with everybody, not just Brian Albert.
And Brian Albert was in the house and you were in the house, right?
That's correct.
So you had access to him and others without any law enforcement there. Is that right?
That's correct.
As soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert that morning, who did you call? At 7:22 a.m. if you were.
I think I might have called Chief Berkowitz back.
So as soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert, first thing in the morning, the next call you made was to Chief Berkowitz. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yes, because he had called me first. Yes, I called him back.
Did you request from Chief Berkowitz any information that he may have had concerning the investigation surrounding John O'Keefe being found at 34 Fairview that morning?
No,
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about what happened so that you would know what happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that
No,
what you were trying to do?
no, Your Honor.
What did Chief Berkowitz tell you about his knowledge of John O'Keefe's body being found just after 6 a.m.?
Objection.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe and you were at the crime scene the night before?
Objection.
Sustain, you can answer that differently.
Did you inform Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe the night before?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I believe I may have told him at some point that I saw John at the waterfall.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been at 34 Fairview?
I believe I did.
Did you tell him that your vehicle was parked just feet away from where John's body was discovered?
No, because I didn't know where he was discovered.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you and Brian Albert had had a call at 2:22 in the morning?
Objection.
Sustain.
Hi, Edward. Good to see you.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been flirting with John O'Keefe's girlfriend in the weeks prior to his death?
No.
Whatever. Just going to say there's a few people stopping by to watch again. Feel free to drop an exclamation point and the word lurk, L-U-R-K, in the chat just to say you're here and watching, and you can go back to lurking. Just a suggestion. Don't forget to hit the like while you're at it. We're on the home stretch now. We've only got, an hour and 15 minutes left of this fucking cringe fest.
Did you ever tell Chief Berkowitz about the nature of your interest in Miss Reed?
No, I don't believe so.
Good
Did
one,
you tell
Bill.
Chief Berkowitz that you had seen Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed the night before and that Miss Reed had ignored you?
Objection.
Sustain. You can break that down, Mr. Jackson.
You can break that down,
Thank
Mr.
you, Your Honor. If I
Jackson.
may have just a moment.
You may, Alan. Of course. Of course.
You indicated just
Or
a
is that
second ago
like-
that when
Yes.
I asked, did you tell Chief Berkowitz that your Jeep was parked just feet away from where John O'Keefe's body was found, you said, I have no idea where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
That's correct.
You had just spoken with Brian Albert, right?
He said in front of the house.
All he said was, John O'Keefe was found in front of the house. He didn't say, right outside on my front lawn.
I believe he said he was found out in front of his house, unresponsive.
Okay. If he was out in front of his house, then you would know, because your Jeep was also parked out in front of his house, your Jeep would just be feet away from him, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had texted John O'Keefe
Yes, Laura. Always cheese.
to have him come over to 34 Fairview just hours before he was discovered dead in the yard?
No.
Oh my God,
Did
Bussy.
you
I
think
just opened
any
the
of that
door.
was important when talking to the chief?
Prince Lover. Try a new thing, Prince Lover. Type in exclamation point and unlurk, and it will tell chat that you're back. Try that. We've got new prompts. We've got lurk, exclamation point lurk, and exclamation point unlurk. Love it.
Chief of Police of the Canton Police Department.
Wait.
I'll let him have it.
Wait, we're going back a little bit because I talked over top of it.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had texted John O'Keefe to have him come over to 34 Fairview just hours before he was discovered dead in the yard?
No,
Did you think any of that was important when talking to the Chief of Police of the Canton Police Department?
100% Larry Marie.
no, I didn't. There was no reason to tell him.
You've been an investigator for some 15 years and you were a firefighter for years before that, correct?
Yes,
You're very familiar with some of the tools that are used in conducting modern investigations, correct?
yes,
You'd agree that searching electronic devices and phones is an incredibly important investigative tool that modern investigators use, correct?
Objection.
Objection.
Are you aware that searching electronic devices is an important part of investigations?
Objection.
Are you aware of that, sir? Do you agree with that?
I've utilized phone data during the course of my investigations at times. Yes.
Okay,
Stop
so another
talking
way
to
to put
Bev.
that is obviously phone data and electronic data is an important part of investigation. right?
Objection.
Sustained.
What time do you believe you got to Brian Albert's house that morning when after you received the phone calls and woke up? What time did you make your way back over to Brian Albert's house?
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Was there
Shifty character. I just want to go back because Laurie Marie made a really good point. To be honest, the first time I watched the trial with EDB, I felt like he was a hopeless, unfortunate clown. Give me 12 watches and 120 analyses later, and I see the anger, shame, violence inside him. There's indignation and defiance also. But yes, that's why we do this, to watch them over and over again. Well, we don't watch them over and over again, but we're coming back to it, knowing what we know now, having the dust having settled. What do we see? And we see those things very strongly.
there any law enforcement presence there when you arrived?
I can't recall specifically. There could have been one police car. I'm not positive.
Did any officer ever ask you to take a look at your vehicle?
At what time?
That time? Actually, at any time.
No, to my knowledge, nobody from law enforcement associated with the investigation had ever asked to take a look at my vehicle.
So they certainly didn't ask that day, correct? On the 20.
What I'm saying is, to my knowledge, nobody has ever asked me that.
Right. So that's my point. I'm just trying to break it down.
You want to tell me every instance when somebody could have asked me.
Correct.
Okay.
Were you
Fuck's
asked
sake.
whether or not your vehicle could be searched?
Searched or inspected? What do you mean?
Either one.
Well, I would consider a search the inside of the vehicle more so than the outside. I would consider the outside more of an inspection. I would have been happy to show them it.
I'm sure you would.
I'm sure you would have. Yes, Zinger. Opal Gypsy, rewatching these makes me so angry. Bev sustaining every objection to a pertinent question is infuriating. We need the truth for Officer John O'Keefe. Agreed. Just remember that on cross-examination, it's the question. It doesn't, whatever they say isn't necessarily, I mean, of course we want the truth, but for the jury and for the attorney doing the cross-examination, it's the question. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it gets objected to in a sustained. In fact, that speaks volumes to the jury in theory. And the things that, like, things that the jury wants answers to, excuse me, vapes, they're good for you. They'll be like, yeah, why is that objected to? And why didn't we hear that answer? But to quote EDB, once the shit is out of the horse, you cannot put it back in. You can't unring that bell. And so while it's infuriating, it does speak volumes.
I'm asking, did they ask?
No.
They didn't have to search it. They didn't have to inspect it.
No.
When you met with troopers, who was it that you met with on the 3rd of February?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Did either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan ask to inspect the vehicle, otherwise search it?
Not to my recollection.
And to this day, nobody from Massachusetts State Police has ever indicated that they would inspect your vehicle.
No.
No.
When you entered the house that morning, Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert.
No, I'm not coming down with a cough. I've been talking for 5 hours straight now. So that's just me. And vapes, they're good for you, I tell you. It's the 5 hours talking. It's normally I don't say anything to anyone when I'm not streaming. I talk to the dogs, but that's about it. So when I have to be talking 5 hours straight, it strains my voice a little bit. And this is night 17 of 16 nights of Shorty. We're on bonus night 1. Who knows? We could have bonus night 2, 3. Fingers crossed.
Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr. and when you entered the house that morning, Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr., and
Mr. Real
Julie
High.
Albert were all there. I'm sorry, had Julie Albert gotten there yet?
Oh,
She came
Mr.
after me.
Meathook.
Okay, so at some point, all the people that I just tipped off, they were all inside the house. Right?
Brian Albert Jr., Nicole, Brian, Matt, and Jen.
You all discussed the incident together, correct?
I wouldn't describe it that way. No.
Did each of you discuss your own perspectives about what had happened the night before in the early morning hours?
Objection.
People were in shock at the table trying to figure out what happened. The math didn't make sense. John and the defendant never showed up. People were in shock.
Trying to figure out what to say, right?
No,
And you were all talking within earshot of each other, right?
Puppy.
we were all there in the kitchen talking together.
At this meeting, and these were friends and family, correct?
Excuse me?
These were friends and family amongst themselves, and you being a friend, these are friends and family inside that house discussing this incident, correct?
Yes.
So at this meeting, you actually instructed Jennifer McCabe.
Definitely his concentrating face, Cheryl with an S. Definitely. And when he puts his chin back a bit and does it, he's like, oh my God, you can read him like a book, this buffoon.
To call Canton PD and ask some of your friends and family inside that house. And these were friends and family, correct?
Excuse me?
These were friends and family amongst themselves, and you being a friend. These are friends and family inside that house discussing this incident, correct?
Yes.
So at this meeting, you actually instructed Jennifer McCabe to call Canton PD and ask someone to come back.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form. You can ask it differently.
At some point, did an officer come back to re-interview Jen McCabe?
Yes.
Right.
Jen McCabe
How's
had
that
told
ratio,
you
right?
that she had information about something that Miss Reed had said, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow
Objection.
it. Tell you that morning.
She
Did she
didn't
ignore you?
specifically tell me anything. She made a statement at the table to the group of people and she clearly seemed like she was in shock. She was upset. And she made a statement, something to the effect that Karen had opined that she had hit John.
What she actually said was, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
Objection.
It's not what I heard. No.
That'll stand.
Who did you ever tell this to?
I've reported that.
That she said, I hit him?
Yes, I've reported it.
Whatever.
What it was, she said, Karen said, I hope I
Guys.
didn't hit him. And you said, oh, you need to tell Canton PD that. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think that's what I said. No.
Does.
You're sure about that as you are about that 222 call, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh my goodness, this
So Higgins, what time did you leave Brian Albert's house?
Boy, you crazy.
It would have been, I believe, when Sergeant Lank arrived, and I think Lieutenant Gallagher might have been with him.
You weren't scheduled to work that Saturday, correct?
No.
Matter of fact, you weren't on duty at all.
No, I wasn't.
No.
But you didn't go home and get some sleep or run errands. You went directly to Canton
Well,
PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't you?
who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
Did you go home? Or did you?
I don't believe I did, no. I believe there might have been a stop at Canton PD before I went home.
As a matter of fact,
I don't believe I did. I believe there may have been a stop. Sir.
you didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD on the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there, no.
Well, you've got a key card, right?
I do have a key card.
And that key card logs swipes.
That's correct.
So it logs where you go, access to, and access inside the
Yes.
Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
When you got to Canton PD, and you're telling this jury, you don't know how long you spent there.
I don't know how long I spent there. I don't know if I left and I came back. I don't recall.
So
My
if the records
skills are always
indicate
broken.
you were there from 9 a.m.-ish, after 5.
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Brian Albert?
I don't remember.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Chief Berkowitz?
Most likely.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak
Most
with Brian Albert's
likely.
brother, Kevin Albert?
Hi, Gingy.
I don't believe so.
Don't believe so. He's got the diabetes.
Well,
Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Shorty, swing my way.
Swing it over here, shorty.
This particular area, but I just want to see if you recognize. May I approach?
Yes.
Yes.
thank you.
It's a 167-page document. Just take a glance through. Obviously, don't read the whole thing. Just glance through it and tell me if you recognize what
I
that is.
thought JFK might have just finished. Hi. Madam Court Reporter is iconic. Looking gorgeous in blue today. Electric blue. Love, 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 love. 10-10.
So it says Canton Police, all events logged by day.
So don't read it out loud, please.
I'm sorry,
Just
Your
do you
Yeah, no
recognize
Yes, I
it?
more reading.
May I approach?
No more
Yes.
reading.
This appears to be a log of key swipes in and around Kenton PD, correct?
Yes,
And it's in reverse chronological order, in other words.
I didn't note that, but okay.
We have a new prompt chat if you're just coming in.
You acknowledge
Try
that that is
typing
a
this.
record of the key swipes that everybody uses moving in and around Kenton PD, going through doors. Every place that needs a key swipe is logged.
I would assume that's what that
Might
is.
not have
Yes.
worked with the capitals. Yeah, there.
It shows that you entered Canton
If
PD
you're coming
for the
back in,
first time on the
type
29th,
unload.
1:27 a.m. Does that sound about right when you got there? You say to move your cars.
It's possible.
It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to the second floor.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You can do lowercase, by the way. I just have my caps lock on because all caps are life.
By the way, did Brian Albert ever mention what time the officers cleared the scene?
No,
Without telling me the substance of the conversation, did he tell you when he talked to you at 7:20 or?
not that I recall. No.
Amber, I think it's so they can talk directly into it without it coming out and making noise for the rest of the court. It doesn't disrupt anything. I think it creates a seal, I presume, and just looks fucking hilarious too. That's why.
But you remember by the time you got there, the
That's what I
scene had
believe.
basically been cleared. There wasn't a bunch of emergency vehicles, crime scene tape, nothing like that.
I didn't see fire trucks. I might have saw a cruiser. I can't be sure. I don't recall.
You're not sure about that even.
Sorry, I'm
You're
not
not sure about even seeing a cruiser, correct?
not 100%. No.
Certainly, we're not contacted by a law enforcement officer who took your name and ID or anything like that.
No.
Parked and walked in the house.
Yes.
Oh, yes, yes, good point. Good point. Yes, Lisa Mal. Hi.
Your Honor, may I approach one more time?
So many
Yes.
leases. So many leases.
Same thing.
So many leases. I love it.
I like how that document marked as next in order base pages. It represents base pages 2850 to 3016.
All right. So marked for identification. Is there an agreement this is coming in, Mr. Lally?
There is not, no.
All right. So that's marked for
We
identification.
still got an hour
not
to go,
next in order.
chat. Yikes. An hour. With a little bit of sidebar. Sidebar. Lynn, don't put a space. Just put no space between your
Thank you.
exclamation point and your word, and it'll work.
Mr. Higgins, if you will,
Like
I'm
this.
sorry, are we ready? Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, if you'll look at base page 3015, which actually is in
Sidebar.
order, that's not reverse chronological. It's the second to the last page.
See? No space, Lynn. Karen, she can't believe it. She cannot believe it. Lynn.
I have it.
One for a second.
Why? Because if people were doing stuff and they said they were lurking like this,
Can you take a look at the 8
and then they
inches
come
from the
back and
bottom?
then they go, we're back, like this. Me.
I see it.
It's just fun.
Does that indicate that this all occurred on 129/22? This entry at least?
Well, I mean, I only on that 8th entry, I see
What
that
do you want?
that's associated with my name. I don't know
Wait.
what the other ones are associated.
I have so many sound bites, Mr. Meat Hook. Thank you so much for your super chat. Wait, that's important. This one. This one.
Shawty swing my way.
Swing it over here, shorty.
Or this
I'll
one.
take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
Or maybe this one. Thank you. I'll play all of them.
Did with.
Right. It would be other.
I see it.
Shawty swing my way.
Swing it over here, shorty.
2922. This entry at least.
Well, I mean, I only on that 8th entry, I see that that's associated with my name. I don't know what the other ones are associated with.
Right. It would be other individuals in Canton PD. I mean, this is the entire log
Nice,
for 129, right?
Okay, but what all I'm saying is that just my name is next to that. I don't see any other names. So
Right.
okay.
So on 129, 2022, I'm just trying to orient you. At 127 and 52 seconds,
I see it.
access granted, Brian Higgins, rear entry to secure corridor, rear entry to secure corridor, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that appears to be what the log entry or the key swipe entry looks like when it's logged, correct?
Yes.
If you look
Change
at page
Karen.
2967,
Here we go.
I'm sorry, I said it backwards, 2976.
69. 69.
Okay.
Take a
Okay.
look at
So you said
time.
2976?
That's Bates page 2976. That's the bottom right hand.
I see it. Yes.
Look at the time entry for 9:23 and 39 seconds.
We always save you a seat, Rach. Save everyone a seat. Joseph, type exclamation point Joseph and see what we get.
923 and what?
39.
And that's on 2976?
Should be.
Give me the time again, please.
Oh my God.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yes,
Is that
just
copy?
know this
this
fucking
time's
idiot.
all over the place. My apologies.
No, it's
Okay.
not. You're
All
an
right.
idiot.
Thank you.
At 9:23:39, I'm sorry, if you got that in mind.
I do. I see it. It's highlighted.
At 9:23:39, that shows that you were granted access to the Sally port to front exit, front entry to
Joseph,
Sally
you
port,
must have to
correct?
do a lowercase.
Yes.
There's only one Sally
Lowercase.
port at Canton PD, correct?
Yes. And there's a door on each side of the Sally port. Yes.
Two bay doors, right?
2 bay doors on each side.
And
Yes.
then there's a
Pass through.
personal pass-through door as well.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Lowercase, Joey.
I want
It
to try to
has a
speed
5
this up
second
just a
cooldown.
bit
Okay.
because it's small print, reverse chronological order.
Charlie
On
wants
page 2976, there's also an entry, same page, should be right above that, 92350, showing that you were granted access from booking to Sally Port as well, correct?
Okay. 2976. And what was the time?
Page,
Yes.
it's about maybe 6 entries above, 6 entries up. You'll look for time 9:23 and 50 seconds.
I see. Yes.
All right, and that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port and then from Sally Port to booking, correct?
Sirens.
It says booking to
Always
Sally
the
Port, Sally
sirens.
Port to booking.
Okay, so that's a key swipe. You were entering into the Sally Port, from booking or from booking into the Sally.
Hi, Liz.
Yes.
Sirens.
Could you repeat the question?
Of course, of course.
Michelle. It's a big one. That's a big one. Goodness me.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
That indicate, I have no idea what the last question was. I'll see if I can make a new one up.
No, that was
At
a long one.
9:23 and 50 seconds in the morning, you were granted access booking to Sallyport and Sallyport to booking, meaning swiped the key card in the door going from booking to Sallyport.
No, we all thought that was yes. Wait,
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to believe.
pause. He doesn't want to belabor the point, but I need a latte. I just need a latte. Just out of curiosity, has anyone else found it odd that the sirens came on during certain testimonies, or am I looking into it too much? No, I think that at certain times people like to think that it was Officer John O'Keefe up there from above. But I think that those ones like that, they knew that Higgy was testifying, and it was a show of solidarity from those other first responders, in my opinion. Wait, I don't know if they'd still do that with everything that's gone on, knowing what we know now, but that.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to belabor this because we could get bogged down into it all day long. Would you have any quarrel if those logs indicated that you were moving in and around
Hi,
Canton
Glennon.
PD at 9:28, 9:53, 9:53, 9:54, 9:54, 11:40, et cetera? We can look at every one of them if you want to.
Well,
That doesn't refresh your recollection.
it would not be uncommon for me to move around Canton PD at various times of dates,
Right.
middle of the night, during the day. But just because I swiped in somewhere and then you have a swipe at the end of the day doesn't mean I was there the whole day. I could have left, I could have come back, and I truly don't have a recollection, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't there all day.
Fair
Yep,
enough. If
I
we
agree.
moved from 11:40 to 11:44, 11:45, 11:47, 11:51, 11:52, and then jump to 2:05, would that be an explanation where you might have gone out for lunch, 11:52?
Could have.
Okay, come back. If
Yes.
there's a 2:05 and 56 entry, then obviously you're there, right?
If the card was swiped, I was there.
I mean, you're not giving that card to anybody else.
No, I'm not.
No way, right? Let's just look at 2905 because I want you to be comfortable. Page 2905, and let's look at that 2:05 and 56 entry.
Oh, no, there's no such thing as a dumb question. Always ask. This is our hive mind chat.
I'm at 2905. Where would you like me to look?
About right there. Basically middle of the page. May I approach? It's just like a little easier. Highlight it for you.
I see it.
Okay. So that would indicate that you were back at Canton PD at least 2:05:56, and you were granted access Sallyport to front door, correct?
Fuck, I'm muted. I'm not now, but I was. So that's awkward for everybody, but mostly me. Wait. I don't know how old Higgy is.
You are unmuted.
Sorry, I was just dying because vapes are not good for you. Neither is talking for 5 hours and 7 minutes and counting. We've still another hour to go. Lol. Does anybody else know? Joseph, developmentally, he is 4. Agreed. Wait. Back to it. I don't know how old he is. Someone? Anyone? 40 something? 44-ish?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. At 3:10 p.m., you called Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, correct?
I don't know.
Oh, Cheryl. Older than
It's
me.
possible.
I'm 75.
If
I mean, I don't remember every phone call I made that day.
understood. Do you remember talking to Kevin Albert?
I don't.
So you don't remember what you discussed with him?
No.
Do you remember that it was a 12-minute phone call?
No, I don't remember having any phone call, but I'm sure it's possible that we spoke.
Do you remember Kevin Albert providing you any information about the ongoing investigation into John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Did you ask him about additional information concerning John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Were you providing details back to Brian Albert that you were receiving while at Canton PD?
Absolutely not. No.
Do you recall that 2 minutes after you cleared the call with Kevin Albert, you then called Brian Albert?
It's possible.
So I think the question was, do you remember? Do you remember that?
Your Honor, there was a lot of phone calls made that day. It was an
Yeah,
upsetting
buckeyes.
day. I spoke to multiple people at multiple times. I don't have a recollection. I'm sorry.
Interesting. Come on, man. Let's get this rumble started.
Yes.
Yes. Bev's like, I need a fucking mojito. Same girl. I need a wine. It's not even 1 o'clock. But dials. Right. Oh, maybe.
Thank you.
KKK, Dave. I'll think about it.
Just to close this loop, that appears to be your phone record, correct?
Yes.
And it appears that you made a call at 3:10 for 12 minutes with Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
1 o'clock.
3:10 plus 12 is 3:22.
1 o'clock somewhere.
Correct?
Yes.
You cleared the call about 3:22. Is that right?
Yes.
And then it shows a 3:24 phone call to Brian. Brian Albert then calls you at 3:24, correct?
Yes.
And you two speak for 6 minutes. Is that right?
6 minutes, 5 seconds. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you made those calls?
I'm based on the record. Yes.
Was that just a coincidence that you were talking to Brian Albert and Kevin Albert within minutes of one another?
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot going on that day. People were upset. And I don't remember the phone calls. I don't deny making the phone calls. I just don't remember them.
Do you remember providing information that you were learning from Kevin Albert to Brian Albert?
Absolutely not. Well,
And then
It's always 1 o'clock. I love wine. Hashtag I love wine. Joey loves the jokes.
may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Same record. Look
Maybe.
just below those phone calls to Kevin Albert and Brian Albert, there's 2 additional phone calls that you had with Chief Berkowitz and then Brian Albert again, correct?
yes.
Mr. Higgins, it looks an awful lot like you're gleaning information from Canton PD. Were you doing that?
Objection.
Oh,
So I
snap.
sustain the objection in that form. You can ask one part of that question.
Sure.
Oh,
Were you getting any information from Canton PD?
No, I
leaning
wasn't.
in.
Did you provide any information to Brian Albert
No, I did not.
based on
No.
any conversations or conduct at Canton PD?
No.
Fair approach?
Yes.
Non-contracted denials, leaning in, menacing. Let's watch it again. That was fantastic. He's fucking, look how pissed he is. Look how mad he is. How dare you challenge him, AJ? How dare
You
you?
doing that?
Objection.
So I sustain the objection in that form. You can ask one part of that question.
Sure. Were you getting any information from Canton PD?
No, I wasn't.
Did you provide any information to Brian Albert
No, I did not.
based on any conversations or conduct at Canton PD?
No.
Fair approach?
Yes.
But you were, in fact, on the phone with all of those interested parties throughout the day, you'll agree.
I was
Answer that.
okay.
There's
Yes,
no
Your Honor.
objection. You can answer it.
Yes,
I would-
Nicole.
yes, they're
eat the
friends, and I
cheese.
was on the phone
All
with
the
them, yes.
cheese.
And sir,
We love
you were not
cheese.
on duty that day, correct?
No,
You are not a Canton police officer, correct?
that's correct.
You were not assigned to this investigation in any form of capacity, were you?
I was not.
As a matter of fact, you're a witness in a homicide investigation. That's your only role in this, correct?
That's correct, but they're still my friends.
And
Yes.
yet you're
Wait, right. Okay, he's got a little thing there. Debbie, I only ever have, like, I like to think I have 1 glass of wine. However, maybe very sometimes 1.5, but it's half a bottle. I don't get hangovers, but I think it's because of only how much I drink, not necessarily the sulfates. I drink red wine, not white wine, because I can't. So I don't know. And when I was in Italy last, I was 10, so I didn't drink any wine then. So I can't say. Get me to America, get me to the States, and let me drink a lot of red wine, and I'll let you know if there's a difference.
you're still having conversations with Kevin Albert at Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
Not about this.
And you're having conversations with Chief Berkowitz of Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
I had conversations with them, but not about this.
And
No.
you're consistently through the day calling Brian Albert, aren't you?
I had conversations with Brian Albert. John was found on his lawn. Yes, of course, I had phone conversations with him.
I want to take you back for a second to a couple of other Sally Port entries, including one at 3:57, one at 3:58, and one at 4:07. I'm going to draw your attention to 28:85,
Thank you.
28:86. Once you have the pages, I'll give you the times once again.
Doot, doot.
2885.
28:85
Love you,
and
Dave.
28:86. We'll
And
start with 28:86 and then work backward.
Okay.
First entry is at 3:57 and 54 seconds.
Doot, doot.
3:57 and 54 seconds. I see it.
Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport, correct?
It says Brian Higgins,
I'd be fucking under the table,
communication
mate.
to pedestrian Sallyport, communication to pedestrian Sallyport.
Look at the one just above it. That's 3:58:24. Look at 3:57:54. But the one it probably is going to be just below it because it's reversed.
You said 3:57:54, correct?
Correct.
That's what I just read.
Oh, he's so difficult. I've got Higgy fatigue.
Got it. Look at 6 entries below at 3:57:36.
3:57:36.
Oh my god.
I see it. Access granted. Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport, Sallyport to booking.
How much longer, chat? This is a long
There's
one.
one more on page 2885. Look for 4:07:47.
How much longer indeed? 45 minutes? Or there's some sidebar?
4:07:47.
Correct.
I have it. Access granted. Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport, booking to Sallyport.
And there's no record in that document of you exiting, correct? That's just booking to Sallyport.
Yes. I don't. Yeah, there's no record. I don't know if it records you going up. That's fine.
There's no record, correct?
Nick,
Not that I
I
can see
can't
it,
with
no.
his hair. I can't with his part.
I'm sorry.
And you're aware that that's about 90 minutes before Karen Reed's SUV was delivered to that Sallyport, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Liar. I don't know who's more exhausting, Rach. Who is more difficult? You mean difficult for? I think. Chat. What do you think? Who's worse? Jen McCabe, Devil McCabe, Chad, or Higgy? I don't know. I'm tired. This should be dragging me. It's not because of the duration. It's because of the witness. Ooh, dirty pause.
Are you aware that her car ended up in that Sallyport where you were at 5:36?
I'm gonna say that Higgy's more exhausting because at least Jen McCabe is like diabolical and like entertainingly evil and over the top. Higgy's just like bleh.
I'm aware her car ended up there. Yes.
Are you aware that there was other evidence that was also being held in the Sallyport?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see any other evidence in the Sallyport related to this case?
No.
Did you see a bag, grocery bag with 6 solo cups?
For me, at least Jen is entertaining in her diabolicalness. She's like so over the top. I think also because he's a revolting pig of a man. Like I fucking hate his face. I hate everything about him. I hate his misogyny. I hate all of it. The texts. Oh, the text. If you were dipped for the text, well played, chat. Jen McCabe obviously is more. She's more diabolical in her inserting herself in things. I mean, in my opinion, Higgy dealt the blows to the front of John's face, so that's pretty diabolical. But if we're just going on watching the testimony, like Jen's kind of entertaining in a weird way. This man is just a drag.
That was there.
Objection.
Did you see anything that seemed out of the ordinary there?
All I would do is use that as a cut through. I did not see anything.
A lot of very, very leaner people.
Well, let
agree.
me ask you this. You and Chief Berkowitz were moving in and through, at least in some parts of the day, in and through
Thank you,
Kennedy
Scott.
together, correct?
At some points we might have been together. I'm not. I mean, we weren't together all day.
Matter of fact, he was also in the Sallyport around the same time you were, correct?
Correct.
I don't recall that. No.
Correct. Liar. Hi, Lisa.
records will
Another
reflect that.
Lisa.
Right? The records that are in front of you.
Objection.
Love.
You were in the Sally Port the last time you're logged into the Sally Port. It's 4:07. Do you remember seeing Chief Berkowitz at the Sally Port at 4:14?
No. And if that says that I'm logged, that could be me cutting
Mr.
through.
Higgins, all I'm asking you, I'm not asking you what you did. I'm
Another
asking
cut
you where
through.
you were.
I don't know where I was at that specific time.
Well, you walked into the Sally Port. We know that.
If I walked in, I
Correct?
cutting through. Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
Was Chief Berkowitz in the Sally Port at 4:14?
Not that I recall. No.
Was he there at 4:30?
I don't remember ever seeing him in the Sally Port. No.
Was he there at 4:33?
Thank you.
I don't remember ever seeing Chief Berkowitz in the Sally Port.
At 4:50?
He was there.
Objection.
Sustain. Let's move through this, please.
Finally, was he there at 5:36 and 37 seconds at the same time Karen Reed's vehicle was delivered?
I don't remember.
You wrong, Les. You wrong.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz, or were you with Chief Berkowitz when he made a call to the front desk?
No, I don't remember anything like that. No.
Do you remember Chief?
I don't think anyone's going to fold, unfortunately. Every single person, if anyone's going to fold, it'll be Sarah Levinson, in my opinion. That's it. That's it. The rest of them are complicit in this. No, they can't. They're all protecting their own asses. No one will fold. I don't think anyone's going to fold. No one. My opinion. I don't think anyone's going to fold.
Chief Berkowitz calling the front desk at 5:42 and saying, "Shut the barracks."
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any kind of call shutting the barracks, meaning shutting the Sally Port?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember anything like that, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
Such a fool.
You didn't leave Canton PD until close to 6 p.m. Isn't that right?
I don't know what time I left.
Could it have been 5:50, 6 o'clock?
I don't recall what time I left.
You're aware that there's video surveillance feeds in the Sally Port garage, correct?
That's correct, yes. Around the building.
Were you in the Sally Port at 5:36 when the car was delivered?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
Right?
It's one thing to say I don't remember. It's another thing to say, no, I was not there.
I don't remember being there, no.
Is it possible that you
What?
could have been there when that car was delivered?
I don't believe I
A
was,
loser.
no.
You don't believe
He's
you
a
were?
I don't believe
Loser.
I was, no.
You're aware that the video surveillance feed from the Sally Port garage at or around 5:36, the precise time when the car was delivered, it's just missing, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'd be suspicious of that later. Mama She, there's always paint going on in my chats. Poor Taryn had a painted
Did you
table
receive a
last
flurry
night.
of phone calls from Brian Albert and Chief Berkowitz indicating that some taillight pieces or a taillight piece had been recovered at 34 Fairview later that evening?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a call at all, without telling me what the conversation consisted of, around 6:12 p.m. from Brian Albert?
I don't know what day you're referring to.
The 29th.
No, I don't remember any phone calls like that.
Could
Do
be
you
then.
remember 3 minutes later getting another call from Chief Berkowitz at 6:16 p.m. that lasted about 5 minutes and 15 seconds?
No.
Hey, Grandma Bell. Wait.
Approach?
Yes.
And chatters, if you come in and you're watching for a bit and you want to tell us that you're here but you're just lurking, there's a new prompt. All you do is type in the chat. You can do lower or uppercase. Here, I'll type it and show you. With no spaces, just type in exclamation point and LURK, lurk, and it will say, hey, I'm here, but I'm lurking. I mean, you can still say hi, but it's kind of cool. Taryn programmed it for us. So that. See? Like this.
You look at the entries for 6:12, 6:16. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Are you referring to the,
6:12 and 6:16.
okay, I see those, yes.
There was a call at 6:12
Yes.
that Brian Albert made to you for a duration of 1 minute and 7 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And right after that, there was a call from Chief Berkowitz to you at 6:16 that lasted 5 minutes and 15 seconds, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
They telling you that taillight pieces had been found at the location.
Objection.
He knew he was going to object then. There's also, if you come back out of the lurk, you can type in exclamation point back like this. And it will say, hi, I'm back from lurking. I've cleaned the paint off the table, or I've cooked the dinner, or I've taken the dogs for a walk. So that's kind of fun. We're doing a few more.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Oh, puppy. Hi. Oh, sidebar. Wait. Guys, now's not a good time. I'm trying to be professional. Lol. Guys, I can't reach the mouse. Hi, I love you. What was the chief saying to Higgy? Yep. Oh, Gwenwyn, it's 2:30 a.m. here, and I might soon be dozing. That's all right. You can go to sleep to the dulcet tones of Shorty and AJ and Higgy. Don't have nightmares about Higgy. Buster. Hi. Yes, it's a cool thing, right? Charlie, we need to get Charlie a prompt. Charlie needs to have a prompt about the ratio, the statistics. Definitely. Colors is back. Yes. Sidebar. Speaking of dog walks, says Dave Channel, I bought these really cool mini pre-roll joints called dog walkers. Awesome smoke. That's good to know. Here, I've got something for that. You know that. Perfect timing. We're back. Hi, puppy. Hi, puppy.
So, may I inquire?
Yes.
Puppy,
Your
of
testimony
course
is
it's
you
sharp.
don't recall the substance
Guys,
of those conversations
the dogs
at
are going
6:12
wild.
and 6:16.
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you were asked about those phone calls at another hearing?
I might have been. I don't recall.
And did you testify at the other hearing that, in fact, what was discussed was the substance of the taillights being found at the location?
No, that's not what that was in reference to.
Were you being provided information from your friend,
Cheers,
Chief Berkowitz,
Dave.
about
Cheers.
the progress of the investigation?
No.
Were you providing your friend, Brian Albert, information about the progress of the investigation or what you perceived it to be?
No, I didn't have any information on the investigation. Well.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
You may.
Well.
Free my boy Billy Tibbet.
Hang on. Go let the dogs out.
You
Just
were not interviewed about
lurk.
this case in
Just
any formal
lurk.
capacity until 5 days later, correct?
LURK.
That sounds about right.
February 1st, Trooper Proctor?
I'm not exactly sure the date, but it was several days after. Yes.
I'm sorry, I said February 1st, maybe it's February 3rd.
I don't know the date, but we were into February.
Where did that interview take place?
Sharon, Mass.
Sharon.
Sharon, Mass.
At what location?
Sorry.
What location?
Objection.
I remember when everyone was like, oh, what about Sharon Mass? Scott, who's at Sharon Mass? Because we never find out. I'm pretty sure there's like some shady shit going on here, like with all the other shady shit.
I'll see counsel very quickly at sidebar.
Sidebar. So you just type in exclamation point lurk, LURK, or exclamation point back, BACK. Scott says dog walkers sound like something from Mike from the Young Jerks would partake in. Just saying. Yes, he walks dogs and he walks the weed too. I think he might like them. Dave, maybe you should tell him about those papers. Here, let's keep going. Because we're so close to the home stretch, chat. We've fucking done it. Almost. Sidebar.
Okay, the interview was not at the police station.
It was not. No.
Yes,
By the time
Sharon
you
Mass.
interviewed with Trooper Proctor, you had already had numerous conversations with Brian Albert. Is that safe to say?
Yes, but what happened there?
Well, the interview was with both Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Buchanan, and of course I've talked to Brian Albert because of what took place.
Higgins,
Yes, but what happened there? I know
Yeah, of
it
course
is.
I've talked to him. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, thank
agree?
you.
The answer is yes.
Thank you. By the time you
I'll
spoke with
skip back.
Trooper
Wait,
Proctor,
I'll skip back. So the FBI headquarters are in Sharon, Mass. Thank you, What the Duck. Thank you. Poppy, your claws are very sharp when you get so enthusiastic about it. Thank you for that. You get a applause for that. Boom.
Well, the interview was with both Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Buchanan,
Bukaki.
and
Bukaki.
of course I've talked to Brian Albert because
We murdered
of
someone.
what took place.
Higgins, that was yes or
Because
no
you
question.
murdered someone.
Yeah, of course I've talked to him. Yes.
Okay, and the answer is yes, right?
Hi,
we
Boston
agree?
MA. I'm
The answer is
say
yes.
hi.
Thank you. By the time you spoke with Trooper Proctor
Yes, Grandma Bill.
and
you
Trooper Buchanan, you'd already had numerous conversations with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You had already had numerous conversations with Kevin Albert.
Oh.
Yes.
You had already had
Walk.
this meeting with the Alberts and the McCabes over at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
I went to the house.
And discussed this case, as you earlier described in your testimony.
I discussed what we were trying to figure out what
You
happened.
discussed this case, Mr. Higgins.
Well, at that point, it wasn't a case.
Okay, I'm not parsing words about what
Oh my
case is versus
God.
a matter versus an issue.
It's the
You understood my
worst,
question,
Scott.
Didn't you?
Jesus
Yes.
fuck.
Is there a reason you don't want to answer that question?
I don't have a problem.
Objection, Your Honor.
Nice work, Michael. You're back.
Well, I feel you're trying to make it sound like something it wasn't. It was.
I'm not trying to
It,
make it sound like anything, sir. I'm asking a question. Had you discussed this case or the issues surrounding this case with those folks?
I did discuss things when I went back to the house. Yes.
And that was before you met with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
You already
Bukaki.
spent an enormous amount of time at Canton PD. We've just gone through those records. Is that right?
I have been at Canton PD. Yes.
And you had been able to talk to, you had access at least to all the officers, correct?
What do you mean by? Can you
Anybody that was coming and going at Canton PD.
access for what purpose?
Just to walk by them, hear what they were saying, see what they were doing.
Yeah, it's not what I was doing. No.
I'm not
No, I
accusing
was-
you of doing anything. I'm saying you had access to the individuals within the Canton PD, correct?
To interact if needed. Yes.
And very obviously, you had access to the Sally Port
I had access. Yes, and that's a cut through I used all the time.
and anything that was in it.
Absolutely, Lisa Mel. Absolutely.
I wouldn't need anything in it.
Oh, wait.
It was only after all that that Michael Proctor thought
Hi,
that
LJ. Good to see you.
you were worthy of a conversation.
Objection.
I'll rephrase it. It was only after all of that that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, correct?
I wasn't interviewed to the following days. That's correct.
I've gone a little bit
At
crazy.
some
We're
point
5.5
on
hours
February
in,
4th,
LJ.
Chief Berkowitz called you to personally inform you that he had personally found taillight at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
He did tell me that. Yes.
And to be clear, that's the same Ken Berkowitz that you were with in the Sally Port.
That's yours, Charlie.
I don't recall being in the Sally Port with him. No.
What did you do
Oh.
with that information when you learned from Chief Berkowitz that he personally saw a taillight piece as he drove by?
I didn't do anything with the information.
Did you call Brian Albert?
No, Brian Albert called me.
You were asked a specific question in the other proceeding in June of 2023, correct?
I don't know if it was a specific question. I was asked a series of questions on how the phone calls came in. That's what I was asked.
And your answer was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that, meaning I told Brian Albert about my conversation with Ken Berkowitz, correct?
It's possible.
Was that your statement or not?
It was my statement then, but I've thought about it. Yes.
And you've changed your statement somehow?
I don't know if I changed my statement, but I think the way the phone calls came in is Brian Albert told me, you're not going to believe what was found on the front lawn. And then I believe Ken
What
Berkowitz
was found?
told me he found the taillight, and I'm referring to the taillight from the both of them. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Well-
Information was provided to me.
What you actually said was,
That's a lot of word salad right there, isn't it? Methinks the man, the piggy, the Higgy doth protest too much. Wow.
it's 100% probable that I told him about that. Yes, 100%. I'm not hiding that fact. But you're asking me if I
Lying
recollect
meetings.
specifically. I know I called him after
Objection,
that
Your Honor.
call.
All right, so too many facts. Go slowly.
Sure.
Go
You said-
slowly.
Yes, 100%, correct?
In that testimony, I did, yes.
And then in that testimony, you went on to say, I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically, correct?
I don't have it in front of me. That's what you're telling me.
You went on to say, I know I called him after that phone call, correct?
I don't know.
And you went on to
That's gonna
say,
be a long one.
if that's when Chief Berkowitz told me listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, end quote. That was your statement
Objection.
prior hearing, correct?
So I'm going to strike the end part.
Objection.
John
Objection.
Mann,
Yes.
5.5 hours, actually.
you said you don't recall that entire testimony, right?
Not that portion, but I know I was asked about how the phone calls came in and what was said.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to see a transcript of your answer?
Is this it right here?
That's it.
I'm going to read it.
You're here now, Megan. That's the best thing. Yay. Here, wait.
Shawty, swing my way.
Swing it over here, shawty.
Well,
Getting jiggy with it. Getting jiggy with it.
Wow, he's reading for a long time. That's a lot of sound bites. He's still reading, for goodness sake.
Yes.
Yeah, finally. Jesus.
That refresh your
fucking-
recollection to what your testimony was under oath in June of 2023.
I do.
And you said, if that's what Chief Berkowitz told me, if I listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, correct?
That was the statement I made. Yes.
Thanks, Mama She. I'll see you on the next one. Maybe
Why
tomorrow
did you
night.
say, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this?
Objection.
Why'd you say that?
'Cause I
Why'd
felt
you
they were
say
being
that?
accusatory, and I was trying to explain what was going on. And what I had said over that was, I believe what I said, something to the effect, I can't be 100% positive. And then when I went on to say, it's probable. But I felt like they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain how the phone calls came in. I've had time to reflect about it after that, since that testimony. And both that information about the taillight that was found was provided by each person. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Free my boy Billy
Thank you. You said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this because it looks like you and Ken Berkowitz were colluding to provide information to Brian Albert, correct?
We know, Bob.
Is that correct?
Absolutely not correct. That's
And
wrong.
you knew that was going to look like collusion, which is why you said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this.
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Night, Dave. Mwah. Love you.
Mr. Higgins, if you wanted to get rid of, and you've dealt with cell phones and electronic devices in your career many, many times, correct?
Over my career, yes.
You've probably even written search warrants for them, things of that nature, right?
Go let
Yes.
the dogs out. BRB.
If you wanted to destroy evidence on your cell phone, what kind of steps might you take to do that?
Objection.
If you wanted to just get rid of information on your cell phone that would be unrecoverable, what steps might you take?
Objection.
Do you know how to get rid of information on your cell phone?
Objection.
That's a lie. You can answer that.
Do I know how to get rid of information?
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's different
Army
ways.
base.
You could wipe your phone.
Anything else?
Chuck it in the army base.
You could wipe your phone. Factory reset.
Factory
Check into
reset
the
might be
army
one,
base.
wiping your phone, taking the SIM card out.
I don't know that the SIM card's going to take information that's on the phone out.
Cut it in half.
So that
If I
might be
did,
one avenue. You could break the SIM card in half or
It could,
snap it.
it
correct?
could, yes.
You know, the SIM card stores an enormous amount of data that the phone's just a brick.
No, I don't know that.
Okay. You could also, if you take the SIM card out, you just get rid of the phone somehow, right?
oh my
Just
God,
destroy
you
it.
two.
Yes.
You idiot dogs.
Might even consult with some kind of an expert to help learn how to permanently erase things from a phone, like a forensics expert, for instance.
Objection.
Sustained.
On Saturday, January 29th, you spent much of the morning rather, at Brian Albert's house, and then the rest of the day variously at Canton PD. You would agree with that, correct?
No, you said I spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house.
Correct. In other words, you went over there at whatever it was, 7:50, 8 o'clock, something like that, and then until about 9 o'clock.
No, I got over there around 7 o'clock, and I was there less than an hour. I wasn't there most of the day.
Okay,
I never
fair
went back there.
So you spent time at Brian
Nice.
Albert's house, then much of the rest of the day at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And
Yes.
then the very
what the fuck,
next day,
yes.
that Sunday, you called a friend of yours, a guy named Matt Kelch, didn't you?
Yeah, he's my best friend.
And
Yes.
he's a special agent with the FBI, isn't he?
No, he's not.
Was he then?
He's never been a special agent with FBI. He's a special agent with ATF.
My mistake. My
Ugh.
mistake. I thought he was with the FBI. He's a
He-
federal special agent,
He's a coworker of mine. Yes.
which makes him a federal special agent, right?
An ATF agent. Yes.
And does he work for or have access to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes, he works over there.
Okay, that's the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
That's how I got my mistake. I apologize.
Well, I just want to make sure the record's reflected correctly.
You and
Oh
me
my
both.
God.
So you reflected it correctly. So Matt Kelch is an ATF agent who works at the
Fucking Kelchy.
FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
And he's an expert in digital forensics, is he not?
He has a level of
good, Nick.
expertise more than myself.
And
Yes.
he's one of your best friends.
He is my best friend.
You spoke to him about the death of John O'Keefe, did you not?
Yes.
And you asked him for a personal favor, sort of off the books, correct?
Objection.
Objection.
That form of sustaining.
Did you ask him for a personal favor?
No.
Did you ask him to show you or consult with you how to pull things off of your phone that you decide to get off your phone?
I asked him how I could pull text strings off my cellular telephone for the purpose of providing them to law enforcement.
This was not in connection with any case that he was working, correct?
Sorry.
That's correct.
It was not in connection with any case you
God
were
damn
working,
it.
correct?
Objection.
Objection.
Objection sustained, but you already answered. I'll strike that answer. Second question you can answer. Is this in connection to any case you?
No, Your Honor.
Next question.
But you asked your friend to utilize his resources to teach you how to extract certain information off your phone? Is that what you did?
I asked him if it was possible to get this off, if there was a method to get this off my phone so I could provide it to law enforcement.
Today,
And that information
Junior.
was selected by you, correct?
Two particular text threads, yes.
Right. In other words, there was nobody else that was picking and choosing what to get off your phone. That was just you.
It was me, yes.
And the reason you did that, Mr. Higgins, is that you wanted to control and limit the amount of information that was pulled off your phone, right?
Objection.
Is that why you did it?
Objection.
No, I did it because I wanted to provide it to law enforcement, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
Lol.
But you could have just provided your phone to
Whoa.
law enforcement and let them image the entire thing,
Whoa.
correct?
I guess that was an option, yes.
And you knew that was an option at the time. And you're a trained ATF agent.
What's the question?
You knew it was an option to just hand your phone over. Just
And-
pick it up and give it to them.
And there was also an option to provide it to them as well.
Right. But you chose the one that you got to select the information, not the one where they would get everything, correct?
Objection.
Sustained is the
Objection.
platform.
Oh my God.
Did you actually go to the FBI computer forensics lab?
Yes. Let me correct that. I didn't go to the lab itself. I went to a kiosk, what they refer to as a kiosk on the first floor over at FBI.
Okay.
And all local PDs, law enforcement have access to that.
And that's obviously,
It's an unrestricted area. You can be in there, as I understand it, unaccompanied if you're local law enforcement. It's on the first floor.
that is a federal facility, however.
Yes, it is.
Did you utilize any computer or any data extraction machinery, if you will, a computer or something to extract this data?
Well, it was a machine. I don't know what it's called.
Okay, fair enough. I'll use the word machine. I don't know what it's called either. So you hooked that phone up to a machine, correct?
Yes,
And that machine belonged to the FBI. It didn't belong to you. Is that right?
that's correct.
So
Yes,
that was a
it is,
federal
Taryn.
resource, not for anything having to do with any official case that you were working. Isn't that right?
Objection.
He knew that objection was coming. Sorry, just pausing to say that's pretty cool, Taryn. It is 13:57 here right now. That's kind of cool. Go Stream Elements. Go Taryn. Taryn's a whiz. Production assistant extraordinaire. Amazing.
So I need to see you. I know this is time-consuming, but I need to see you.
I don't think you suck at coding, Taryn. If you suck at coding, then I suck at everything. Pretty fucking cool. Sidebar. So what do we got? Apparently, Alan Jackson is unaware that this witness is a decorated dude. Mr. Meathook, I think we were all unaware until he so kindly and emphatically informed us. Awesome, Taryn. You're so clever, Taryn. You're so clever. Okay, I've changed my mind, says Laurie Marie. Watching him as a witness is infinitely more insufferable than watching Jen McCabe. Yes. Yes. Yes, because he's tedious. He's dragging on. He's sucking the energy. So does Jen McCabe, but at least she's kind of like, what the fuck, entertaining. Secret bubble, man. He's giving you a bubble and taking away his phone. Yeah. You know what? Yes. Motion granted. Wait. Motion granted, Amber. She's gone from production assistant to executive producer. Hear ye, honey pea.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
They're rising. The jury's leaving. Well, let's scoot through this. No, wait. We back, chat. What's the idea?
Let's get ready to rumble.
Let's fucking go, chat.
While we're doing that, counsel, come on back.
Come on, back.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Taryn doesn't suck at anything except, I was going to say except 69, but I don't know. Maybe she's good at that too. Oh, what do we got? Ha ha ha. No, just ha ha. Ha ha. Higgy is forced, Scott says, Higgy is forced to admit he wrongfully utilized federal facilities in order to cherry pick his phone. Are we kidding? Right? And what happened? Who knows? Color said, I put Australia in my clock app, so I know what time it is for Shorty. Yes. Production S. She's way more than a production assistant. She's the fucking tits. Lots of people have my time in their clocks these days, in their phones. It's so cute that you all care about me. I love it. Congratulations on your promotion, Taryn. There's no pay raise, but you now have clout. When we have merch, y'all moderators are all getting merch. Like, I don't know if that's like a gift or a punishment, but yeah. Wait, Ask Bob says, I've been to Australia 5 times. I love Australia. Do you know what? Apparently some people don't love Australia. It's funny. Apparently there's a website specifically created by friends of the channel, aka Flying Monkeys, called Australia Sucks. Imagine living so rent-free in people's heads that they decide to create websites to perpetuate their fury. I mean, okay. It's so cute. It's so cute. Hang on, let's skip one.
I was trying to figure out.
There
how
we
we
go.
do
Here we go.
Is that in
We're doing
reference
this,
to
chat.
police
We're
officers?
fucking doing it.
Yeah, I don't know.
25 minutes left. Booyakasha. Game on, Moles. Me free with the time. Taryn, you're the tits, man. Also me on the time clock. Bill says she's a glorified producer, babysitter, weed whacker. Weed whacker. Bev is terrible at her job. Fucking Bev. Amber says, me too. I have Melbourne and London in my world clock. My besties live across 2 giant ponds. No. Australia is the bomb. We
You
prefer
may as well
Australia
use
as
this
the
time
tits.
with me asking
Okay.
counsel a question at sidebar.
What the duck says, I always wanted to go to Australia until I saw Aussie's clips of those damn birds, and I quickly changed my mind. You mean magpies? Magpies are pretty hectic, but we have a lot of hectic shit. I'm here. I'm hectic. Nick's in Australia. Nick, I think it's fuckaustralia.com. I think it's Australia sucks. Oh no, my earbuds are dying. They go, wait, what are you doing? I don't know. Something. Hang on. Oh, and it paused the video and everything. Jeez Louise. I'll have to get my other earbuds. I just thought they were going to die. Yeah. Close that. Hopefully I'll get a little bit more time out of them. 25 more minutes, earbuds, please and thank you. Say bye. Okay. Oh,
Counsel,
Mr.
why don't
Inetti.
you come on over,
Drop some big
please?
emotes in the chat.
Mr. Conley.
BYE.
If you just go and just stand next to your client, Mr. Jackson's going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask
Yeah, that giant school
your
thing. What
client,
was
or a
that?
couple of questions he's about
I
to
don't
ask
know.
your client. Doesn't make any sense to me that somebody has counsel and the counsel is not aware of a
Didn't change a thing.
potential issue. So you'll hear the offer of proof. I'll
the
let you
funny
speak to
counsel.
Mr. Higgins before this actually happens.
There it
before the
is.
jury.
Could I just
Thank
have him identify?
Yes, I was just going to ask you
Yes.
to identify
It's
yourself.
all the big Unetti energy.
Sure, my name
Boom.
is William
Boom.
Connolly. Spelled
Sweet Caroline would like to go opal mining. Okay, here we go. Shh.
Connolly.
All right.
I'm pausing for a
Yeah,
minute, chat.
Yes.
The witness has indicated that
Okay, so this is great. We love this. Let's just reset. Eyes off, fingers off the emotes. This. And let's fucking go.
he utilized federal
Why is it quiet?
resources for personal gain. The specifics of that testimony have
I got
been
one
as
earbud in.
follows. He indicated that he contacted Matt Kelch, a federal agent. He indicated that he utilized a federal facility. He called it an unsecure facility, but it's a federal facility notwithstanding. And that the two of them, he and Agent Kelch, utilized federal resources in the form of some kind of a machine, as the witness indicated, for his own personal gain, so that he could, as a witness, in no official capacity, work in any official case, and in Matt Kelch's capacity as an individual rather than an agent, they both work together to download certain information from the witness's phone in anticipation of turning that highly selected, highly curated information over to law enforcement so that he could later ultimately destroy his phone, which this witness in fact did.
Okay, so it's not entire, I disagree with you.
Nice.
I don't think it's reached that level. His testimony was that he went to a kiosk on the first floor where all local police departments can go. It's unrestricted. It's on the first floor. And we just got to the part about a machine in the kiosk when you mentioned an FBI resource. So what is your question? What questions do you intend to ask this witness now?
Whether he is aware that under 5 CFR 2635.702,
I
it
know.
is a federal
Dog
offense
bug.
to use his public to use any public office for his own private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally. In other words, an FBI agent or an ATF agent cannot use federal resources for personal gain. The fact that he contacted an ATF agent, the fact that he utilized a facility that is owned by the federal government, run by the federal government, paid for by taxpayer dollars, and the fact that he used a machine that is owned by the federal government to download certain information for his own personal gain, that personal gain being, these are the curated texts that I'm going to turn over to law enforcement, that's a federal offense.
All right, so those questions are going to be asked. I don't know, there's been an objection to them. I'm not sure I'm going to let them in. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the back room there. Can you do it in short order? Or do you need more time?
I can do it in about 10 seconds.
Okay,
Sure.
all right.
So good.
So why don't you go back and talk to him? I'll stop bringing the
10
jury.
seconds. Not
We're
20.
getting the jury lined up to
22.
come back.
Too much time. 10 seconds. Plenty. Ay, 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 ay. Right, Andy? Fucking Bev. Hey, Andy, there's new prompts. Type in this. All right. What do we got?
Do you need anything, Nancy?
Do you need anything, Jim? You need to put your dick away?
Thank you.
So let's
Okay,
bring the
okay.
jurors in, please.
We've got this, chat. So on the home stretch, 20 minutes, 15 minutes.
I love all your optimism, but it's going to take about 2 minutes to get here. So
Oh, my God.
yeah.
Thanks, Jim. Put your dick away. Big Unity energy. Big Unity energy. BYE.
We have a very
Okay.
few minutes left, Mr. Jackson.
A
Understood.
very few.
Uh,
Chat, we have a very
Mr.
few
Higgins,
minutes
you
left.
indicated that the phone was hooked up to some sort of machine
Yes.
at the FBI kiosk, correct?
Yes.
You're aware, sir, that under 5 CFR 2635.702, you may not use your public office for your own personal or private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally under pain of a federal offense, correct?
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
Are you aware that under 5 CFR 2634.704,
Yum.
it's a felony to quote?
Objection, Your Honor, as to reading.
Go ahead and finish the question.
For an employee, an employee has a duty to preserve and conserve government property and shall not use such property or allow its use for other than authorized purposes. Were you aware of that federal regulation?
That objection sustained.
Sir, notwithstanding those regulations,
face.
you utilized the services of Matt Kelch as a friend and a colleague, but utilizing federal resources to pull information off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained is to that form.
In fact, you were successful in getting information off your phone, which is the text that you turn over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Objection.
In that form, you're almost there, Mr. Jackson.
Ugh.
That form was improper.
The information that was ultimately pulled off your phone was the information that you selected and you and Matt Kelch worked together to get off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, if I could
Really?
explain.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
He walked me through on how I could pull the text string with John O'Keefe and the defendant. He walked me through the process, how to use the machine.
And then you did that.
I did do that. That's
And that's
correct.
what you turned over to the police.
That's correct.
And any other information would still be on your phone ending in 5421, correct?
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off and provided them to the Mass State
Right.
Police.
So we're
His face is so red. Remember back when we first started reading the text messages? It was hours ago. True. His cheeks were white. The blood had all left his cheeks. Some red started coming up. Look at his ears now. Look at his whole face. His everything. His neck. He's on fire.
where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
You've destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
I had every right to do that.
I didn't ask you about your rights. I asked you what you did.
Objection.
Sustained.
You destroyed the phone by removing the SIM card. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that? Did you pull the SIM card out?
Objection.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone?
Your Honor, to the best of my recollection, if I did take the SIM card out, I would have when I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it. But I did not wipe the phone. I did not take anything else off it. But if I was going to throw the phone away, that's what I would have done.
All right, OJ. Okay, OJ.
I had every right to do that.
I didn't ask you about your rights. I asked you what you did.
Objection.
Sustained.
You destroyed the phone by removing the SIM card. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that? Did you pull the SIM card out?
Objection.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone?
Your Honor, to the best of my recollection, if I did take the SIM card out, I would have when I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it. But I did not wipe the phone. I did not take anything else off it. But if I was going to throw the phone away, that's what I would have done.
Okay.
You know, as an ATF agent with electronic data experience, when you pull the SIM card out and break it, and then throw the phone away and the SIM card away, you don't need to wipe your phone.
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, that's it.
Your Honor.
One more question.
Oh, Bev.
I can do
Can't.
this in 30 seconds.
Can't. Bev is a cunt.
You were aware that that there was a court order that you not alter, delete, or destroy, or in any way manipulate your phone or the electronic data associated with it, correct?
Objection.
As to what date?
As of September 23rd, I'm sorry, September 30th, 2022.
Objection.
Objection.
I don't believe that's what the court order was.
Lally.
I think it's
Your Honor,
with-
I can make a quick offer of proof. That's exactly
already
what
standing.
he was notified.
Were you aware of that? Was that your understanding?
What's the question exactly, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
That's the question again.
Sure. Were you served with a copy of a notice on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone on September 30th?
I was served an order. Yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true in another hearing, you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claimed you got that notice, you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers
And I maintained the phone.
until you didn't. And
Yeah.
you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Listen to that
And
again.
you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claimed you got that notice, you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers
And I maintained the phone.
until you didn't. When you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that in October? Did you destroy that phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you
Wow.
pull the SIM card out of your phone, Mr. Higgins?
Waiting.
Did you?
Answer it, Fatty.
It's possible that I did. I believe that's how I've testified. Yes.
You testified.
It's possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just possible.
So that,
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question
Jackson.
left. One question. Did you, Mr. Lowley's already standing. I haven't even started.
have a seat, Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last question, Mr. Jackson.
Quiet, please.
Sorry, very loud. That was loud.
Mr. Higgins.
Higgins.
Mr. Lowley's already standing.
So that,
And that would have been after the date the order was, yes.
You testified.
It's possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just possible.
so that,
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question
Jackson.
left. One question. Did you, Mr. Lowley's already standing. I haven't even started.
have a seat, Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last question, Mr. Jackson.
Quiet, please. Quiet.
Yo.
Mr. Higgins, very simply, and then we're done. Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify that?
Was your one question?
Oh
Mr.
my
Jackson?
God, Bev.
All right,
Revealing.
folks, that's it for today. We will see you
Wow.
Tuesday.
Have a
See you
great
next
long
Tuesday,
weekend, please. It's
exactly.
very-
One
Fuck off,
question.
Bev.
Drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in
It's
one
unbelievable.
dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster.
That is not correct.
Did you testify that?
Was your one question, Mr. Jackson?
Wow.
All right, folks, that's it for today. We will see you Tuesday.
Well,
Have a great long weekend, please. It's very important.
Shout out, swing my way.
Swing it over here, shout.
Chat. We did it. Mods, moderators, mod squad, friends, chat, shorties. We did it. We did it. Record breaking, I think. Yes. Can't believe after 6 hours, there's 192 of you there. You've been popping in and out, and I love that. Marathon. Night 17 of 16 nights of Shorty. I know, it's a whole thing. Wow. Thank you. We did it. I went to the bathroom once. The dogs barked a few times. I only think I muted myself once. Like I'm a professional. Oh, I slid the thing all the way back once too. Well, Taryn's got us new sound bites. We fucking love it.
well,
Chat, at this stage, I think we might be coming back tomorrow night for another Camp Shorty 130%. Fuck yeah. Look at that. You didn't even have to be there for it, Rach. You were popping in and out too. We are fucking professionals. Right. All the emojis to you. Thanks. Captain Skid Marks is here. Nice. Like it's a couple of 6 hours late, mate, but welcome. Thanks for being here. That was fun, says Crystal. Well, expect 5 hours of me dealing with the furnace. Except for. But you made it bearable. Well, I'm so glad. Why does Bev get to limit Jackson's questions, but she made us sit through the waterfall testimony where Lally asked how many cooks are in the kitchen? I mean, good question. I think we know the answer. Thanks, Bob. No creeping, but thank you. Scott, haha, Alan Jackson is confronting Brian Higgins with FBI procured info regarding the destruction of the phones. Brian had zero answers. Too funny. It would be funny if it wasn't so fucking serious, right? Oh, thanks, Chloe Bites. So that, moderators, thank you so much. Thank you so much for hanging with us all. Thank you, Joey, Boss, Mods, and Shorties. Remember, we've got those new prompts. The executive producer, Taryn, will work on more. Ask Bob likes boobs. Clearly. That emote was made for you. Yes. Amber said, I can work tomorrow, but yes, Defense Diaries. I saw that. I don't think, what days of the week are they? I might not be streaming. I might be back at work. We'll see. Boss man has no riz. All right, chat. That's it. We did it. Love your faces. Don't forget to hit the like. The Bukkake Fest. I mean, sure. When are we doing that? Oh yes, Bukkake. I'm not sure if we're doing. We might do that tomorrow night if I'm not working. I'll see. We'll throw spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks. Buster says bye. Buster says cuddles. Mwah. Love your faces. Thank you for the gift of memberships. Welcome new members. Heaps of super chats and super stickers. I'm the best grifter ever. No, I'm still working on it. Happy New Year if I haven't said so already. Love your faces. 169 watching. Boom. See ya. Wow.
It's on that Shorty New Year. Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. We're so glad you're here. Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our mod Avengers will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright because in Shorty Camp leader is a fucking delight. It's on this Shorty New Year. A Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty. We're so glad you're here. Your opinions are valid. You can fly like a bird with your comments and scream. You will always be heard. It's the best shout on YouTube. here at Camp Shorty, we even say cut. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. Let your caps be free, it's so liberating. We stay on topic, although occasionally things get a bit feral, but it's clear to see. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our non-Avengers will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright, because the Shorty camp leader is a fucking